He knew the Clintons. He knew all. Smart enough. This is doesn't take much. It's another didn't. He's like, I gave money to. Even though he had way less money than Hillary Clinton and way less money than Kamala Harris, because they're buying dumbass TV ads that don't work anymore, and they put out their robot ads like, oh, I am for the American people. And it's all like, bullshit propaganda, etc. And by the way, the Republicans, of course, do it too. But Trump comes in and he's outside the system. So that's why a lot of people made the mistake of thinking that he wasn't one of them. When he is part of the establishment. He's a New York billionaire, been in those circles the whole time. That's why he knew Epstein, and he knew the Clintons, he knew all these guys. But he was smart enough, and I think doesn't take much. It was a low bar, but he got past it and other politicians didn't, which was, he's like, I gave money to all these guys. When he did the first debate in 2016, 16 guys on the stage, he's like, I gave them all money, and they did whatever I wanted. And people are like, oh my God, that's true, right? So even though he had less money, he starts attracting people. He said, I'm going to drain the swamp. I'm going to get rid of what? Money in politics, right? He gets more and more people. And so
Hey, what's up, fellers? Yeah, I was just watching Shank Uyghur, Sean Ryan, the Sean Ryan podcast, and I watch him whenever he is checking out somebody that I am interested in, or anybody like Shank. I watch Shank on TYT sometimes, but lately he's been like I've just been really like white pilled and impressed that like, and I remember people saying when I was younger how Americans came together. And I saw 9/11. After 9/11, black and white people, it was like everybody was treated each other well. There wasn't any race, there wasn't any Democrat, Republican nonsense. It was pretty wild actually. I mean, it was like it came down to like people you bump into at Walmart, you know, were just treated you with more courtesy and more respect. And I've just noticed that that seems to be the case today with Israel. Hang on one second. Shit over. Yeah, all of a sudden, everybody is starting to come together, like left and right. And I think it's because this is such a big deal. We don't have sovereignty. And like Cenk was saying in this show, all the other problems don't really actually matter if you don't have sovereignty, because everything's downstream of foreign influence, because any debate or anything you have while that's still in play doesn't matter because you know who's in control. So there's no point in even talking about normal politics if we can't if we don't get rid of that the foreign influence. Like, it's that serious. And I've been thinking about that for a while, and I've noticed uh people treating each other like they're in good faith, or at least Chank and Anna, and breaking points a little bit. But it's such a positive. I mean, it gives me an optimistic. I just feel optimistic about it. Like, and people used to always say, it's like we need World War III. That we need World War III for Americans to come together and to solve problems. And I almost feel like we're hey, what's up, bud? Almost feel like it's almost the Israel thing. Like, thank God it came up, and I think that's from the independent media, but it's actually kind of bridging the gap. But and maybe it's slowly at first, but they're starting to have discussions with us again. People on the left, they're starting to talk to people on the right as though they're human beings again, as though they can be trusted, as though we're on the same side. And and because this is so all encompassing, all the other stuff really doesn't matter unless we fix this. Like, it's teaching people how it's like almost like repairing our body politic. All of a sudden people are getting into the habit of debating, or of having political discussions with people on the other side. Like, this is tremendous. Like, this is the best news for political news. There's something that's uniting us that is a national problem, a national enemy or threat. Everybody's coming together, and I don't see why we wouldn't take advantage and continue to go forward in the same way. I was that's what I was getting at too. But yeah, the independent media, we've been like totally in the dark, just propagandized to no end. Uh, with mainstream media and stuff, and it didn't take long for all this stuff to come out. What social media, it's only been around for a decade or so, and you know, by 15 years, everything, we figured it all out. Epstein and all that stuff. But we would do well to try and encourage that this bipartisan, this cross party line. You know, the party lines don't really matter anymore so much. We're like in a transition period. And hopefully, you know, I think Cenk, and especially Cenk, he's a really positive influence. The guy, he just wants to solve problems. I truly believe he's in good faith. The guy is not a snake. He's pretty American too. I mean, and he's not dumb. Like, he's definitely bombastic and he's wild in a heated debate. But like, this video of him with Sean Ryan, it's incredible. Like, and I was gonna finish watching this, but I figured, well, you know, may as well watch the end of it live with you guys. That way, you know, any opinions that I have while we're watching it.
By a lobbyist, here's, you know, $500,000. Now go vote for higher drug prices. Then he's going to think, well, wait, I got my source of power now are the voters and not the donors. And the voters don't want higher drug prices. Now I got to go try to serve them. Yes, yes. So getting money out of politics is by far the most important issue. If you don't end the bribery, we're permanently screwed, okay? That's what's putting the stain on the flag. And so it's not, as I've been saying all along, not just Israel, they're all bribing him. Big Sugar down in Florida is one of the biggest lobbies. And they control the politicians in like maniacal ways. Corn industry is huge. That's why we have high fructose corn syrup instead of real sugar in our food. And it literally is making America obese. It's leading to diabetes. It's like literally killing us. But nope, big sugar, big corn, big everything. You got to get them off that crack. As long as they're on the crack of money in politics, we're never going to regain our country. Okay. So now the good news is presidential elections are not like congressional races. So we are already taking baby steps, right? We've already started taking the first steps. We started taking them on the left through Just Democrats because we put in the rules.
And you know, I'm so grateful that the Democrats already kind of purged their party of these Israel first sons of guns. Like, they already did it. Like, you know, we come around to the situation and, oh, okay, this is what's going on. They've already done all that stuff. They've already been through this like a year ago. So it's like, and we're all on the same page, like at least on something, you know, we all agree on something. Like, that's also, I added some different stuff. I don't know if you guys noticed how the chat's on the bottom and it goes slide sideways. I don't know, just if you guys like it, you know, I'll keep it. I can always switch it back. Right? I mean, instantly. I just kind of liked it. It takes up less room and shit.
Of no one who's endorsed here can take corporate PAC money. So they might still have left-wing positions you hate on social issues, etc., right? But on economic issues and foreign government issues, they're clean, right? Because they're not hooked on that money. And who were the two that were most targeted by the Israelis? Jamal Bowman and Cori Bush, both Justice Democrats, because they can't take money from Israel, okay? So you set up incentives and disincentives and rules that get you to the right results. So now, they did buy Bowman's seat for $22 million.
Like a live chat, or the way it I don't know, it kind of feels more like a conversation. I don't know why, but it struck me as better, as well.
They can buy almost any seat in Montana or Rhode Island because they don't get enough media attention. When you don't get enough media attention to a congressional or even a Senate race, then the only attention is mainstream media, the local TV news, local radio, local papers, etc. And those guys are almost all bought. So they're going to hear, give you an example from the old days, Max Baucus in Montana, Democratic senator, right? Took more money from the healthcare industry than anyone else, he wrote Obamacare in the Senate. And that's the one that said mandated to buy private health insurance. It was still an improvement, but it was, why are we doing a mandate? It was originally written by the Heritage Foundation. A right-wing pro-corporate group wrote it, gave it to Max Baucus and Obama. They passed it so that you have to buy private insurance and it doesn't touch the drug companies. Why can't we defeat Max Baucus in Montana as Democrats when he sold us out on the most important bill there was? Because you don't have enough money and there's no media attention. He buys all the ads. He wins re-election really easily, right? But here comes the good news. In a presidential election, the money doesn't matter nearly as much because you can't take the spotlight of a presidential election away. That's why Trump won twice, even though he had way less money than Hillary Clinton and way less money than Kamala Harris. Because they're buying dumbass TV ads that don't work anymore. You know, and they put out their robot ads like, oh, I am for the American people. And it's all like, you know, bullshit propaganda, et cetera. And by the way, the Republicans, of course, do it too. But Trump comes in and he's outside the system. So that's why a lot of people made the mistake of thinking that he wasn't one of them when he is. He is part of the establishment. He's a New York billionaire, been in those circles the whole time. That's why he knew Epstein and he knew the Clintons. He knew all these guys. But he was smart enough. And I think doesn't take much. It was a low bar, but he got past it and other politicians didn't, which was, he's like, I gave money to all these guys. When he did the first debate in 2016, 16 guys on the stage, he's like, I gave them all money and they did whatever I wanted. And people are like, oh my God, that's true, right? So even though he had less money, he starts attracting people. He said, I'm going to drain the swamp. I'm going to get rid of what? Money in politics, right? He gets more and more people. And since he's a celebrity, they couldn't keep him out. And he just started saying things that were popular. He didn't mean it. That's why I was pulling my hair out. I'm like, he doesn't mean it. He's a con man, right?
Like I really, that's so endearing to me when he does, oh, he's a con man. Like I don't know. It's endearing. I like the guy. I think he's kind of funny. You know, he's kind of a funny guy, you know, and he's genuine. I mean, you know, he's a lot of things, but he's not a liar and he's not quiet, you know what he thinks. And I have more respect for this guy than I have for all these for Ted Cruz and all these other. I mean, this guy, he was the only one for a while that was screaming about the Israel thing. Straight up, man. And just like, so that he looked like a nutcase, you know, a couple years ago. Yeah, he does always come off as authentic to me. I mean, I used to hate him passionately. And one thing that I used to hate, but now it's, I don't really care. But when he says right, he'll say right after he says a statement, or, you know, he'll be talking about some events that have happened. And then he will, like I said yesterday, he will jump to conclusions and act as though they're a matter of course. And it's like, bro, what are you, a fucking fortune teller? Okay, these things happened. But that doesn't mean these things are going to happen. You know, let's wait for the news to come out before we, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. There was something about it. It doesn't bother me anymore, but I still think about that. It was off-putting to me.
People were so desperate and hungry for anyone who was real or who was authentic, who wasn't a robot, that they believed him, right? And I get why they believed him. I feel like sometimes I'm the only Democrat who gets, yeah, guys, they were desperate. You gave them garbage. You gave them plastic robots from an assembly line. That's why they went for him, because they didn't have any other option.
See, like, he's actually standing up for us. He's like, yo, yes, they voted for Trump, but because they didn't see another choice. They didn't see they had another choice. I respect the guy because he thinks, you know, he thinks about what it's like to be in our positions. He's smart enough to actually be able to put himself in our shoes and be objective about things. He's not just some nut ideologue, radical, and, you know, lunatic. He's not. Actually, in this interview, I've already watched like over half of it because it's like 2 hours, but man, this is like, and their rapport, you know, they're so respectful of you. It's just like, man, these are like days bygone. That's like, seriously. And these are two guys that are like staunch left, staunch right. And it's just a beautiful thing.
So anyways,
that's the truth. I mean,
no, he's not Christian, but, you know, he's not Muslim either, you know, and he buys into the whole American stuff. So, you know, it's like, you got to pick your battles, you know, and this guy is an effective leader and an effective fighter against Israel, you know, and I'm not going to say, no, you're not Christian, you're Turkish, I'm not going to accept your help. That would be dumb. And I hear him say the same thing to his people. Like, man, I have disagreements with the guy, but there are some things that some of the most important most important issues in America right now, Israel first and the Israeli lobby and Israel, dude. Like I said when I first started the stream, we can't solve other problems until we solve that problem. Until we get this we're a proxy. Sean Ryan even said it. A Navy SEAL was like, bro, this is pathetic. We're a proxy. Those are his words verbatim. And we can't ignore this because every other issue, they control it. We can't solve any other issues until they are removed from our politics because they're in control. We will get nothing we want done. Nothing. Everything will be Israel first until we throw them out. So, and they are literally we can't go around it. We cannot go around Israel and their lobby. We have to get rid of them. There's no solving anything else with them in the picture because they're not going to allow us to get any, if for one thing, they've shown that they're an ally, but they refuse to allow us to focus on ourselves. We're not allowed to better our way of life or to better our country. We must constantly focus on, making Israel better or making the Middle East deader.
I get labeled a MAGA podcaster all the time. I was never a fucking MAGA podcaster, but I didn't have an option. I didn't have a fucking option. And he wasn't my first option. I really liked Vivek. I always wondered why Vivek always kind of, he was all about Trump, but he's a smarter guy. He's a smarter guy. He's got better policies, has got better ideas, can articulate better. I thought he was great, but he didn't make it, and so I had Joe Biden or Trump, and that was it. Both very weak choices, in my opinion.
So look at the lies that people in the establishment,
both over 80 fucking years old.
I know. Look at the lies that the establishment tells. So
think about when you go, when you do, I don't know, 80 plus years old.
It's crazy.
Fucking serious?
It's so crazy.
So about 2 years before the 2024 election, we at the Young Turks started a petition to get Biden out of the race. Okay. People are like, whoa, what are you doing? That's the Democratic president. He's FDR 2.0. You guys crazy? I'm like, guys, we play his clips every day. He can't speak. He can't finish a sentence. The other day, he went and shook hands with an invisible guy. Like there was literally, you saw on tape, you could find it online, goes and it's done with the speech, walks to some place where no one is and does this. I'm like, his brain's gone. Okay, so I think Trump's a con man, right? So I'm like, I don't want to lose to Trump. If you run a guy who has dementia, you're guaranteed to lose to Trump. So why the fuck do you want to lose to Trump? Mm-hmm. They're like, shut up. You're being disloyal to the Democrats. If you were loyal to the Democrats, you would bow your head and follow the orders of the leaders. I didn't come to bow my head, man. Like I'm telling you, man, I'm corny. I believe in freedom. I believe in America. I really do. And I'm not bowing my head to a guy who's got dementia. Okay. And I'm like, guys, he's in the 30s. He's where Trump is now. Biden was there a year and a half before the election. And I'm like, an incumbent that's in the 40s has almost no chance of winning. An incumbent in the 30s has almost never won a national election in America. Why would we go with a guy who is definitely going to lose? And what did I get? We got nothing but overwhelming criticism and hate. How dare you? If you just do the propaganda and you say Biden is great, we'll win the election, you're ruining the marketing and the propaganda by telling the truth about Biden. And now we're going to lose and it's going to be your fault. And then we get to the debate and he's like, we defeated Medicare, and his brain's leaking out of his ear. They're like, ah, shit. And did anybody come back around and say, hey, you guys are right? Maybe. And we said, do an open primary. Don't do Kamala Harris. Don't stop anointing people. You guys suck at this. Do an open primary. Maybe a Bashir from Kentucky could have won or something, right? They're like, shut up, bow your head, right? So for Republican voters and Democratic voters, do not listen to leadership. They're full of shit and they're trying to lead you astray. Mm-hmm. So Dan, what do they tell us? Oh, you got to support Dan Crenshaw. Why? Why do I have to support Dan Crenshaw? No, I don't, right? If you're a Republican, right? And so, okay, you defeated him. The guy who defeated him is also taking money from AIPAC. Oh, God damn it, right? But you, what you did was you got people's attention, okay?
I agree with
and one of their
on this 100%, man. All these incumbents need to go. They're all crooks, all of them. We need to, like, everybody needs to be voting in their primaries, like, for real. This shit's got to end.
lost. That's a victory, okay? That doesn't mean you solved everything, but it means you're on the road to solving things. Now, the next most important election is not a Democrat's, even though I'm on the left. It's Tom Massey's election in Kentucky. If they, right now, the singer, Adelson, et cetera, pouring in millions to his cutout MAGA opponent, right? Fill in the blank guy, whoever the fuck he is. It doesn't matter. It's whoever is willing to be a...
Sure, we'll find out soon.
Yeah, it's whoever's willing to be a dog to the Israelis, right? Okay, so if Massey loses that election, the message is going to go to all the people in the House and in the Senate, oh, don't oppose Israel. They'll come to get you, and it doesn't matter if you're Bowman on the left or Massey on the right. They'll eliminate you, okay? So on the other hand, if Massey wins the election, the opposite message is going to go out. Oh, shit, AIPAC doesn't have as much power as they used to. And now it turns out supporting AIPAC might cost you elections. And now we got Democrats scrambling going, AIPAC? I didn't say AIPAC. No, I'm not taking money from AIPAC. So even Rahm Emanuel, Obama's former chief of staff, you know what happened? First Persian Gulf War, Rahm is so animated about the war that he joins to serve. Attaboy. Oops, he joined the IDF, not American military.
Really?
Yep. He's an American, went and volunteered with IDF. Larry Ellison gave $16 million in contributions to the IDF. Okay, so, but I brought him up because Rahm is now running for president. He's on Bill Maher's show last week, and he goes, you know, we should cut funding to Israel. Really, Rahm?
Right.
Really?
Right.
So we even got Rahm Emanuel, a literal IDF soldier, saying we should cut funding to Israel because he knows he can't win if he says we should keep giving money to
And we'll
Israel.
just go right back to it,
Yeah.
which is why you have to gut the system the way I was saying. I don't think you can leave anybody in there, even Roe, even Massey, who I like both of those guys. I think it has to, you have to get rid of everybody.
No, I'd keep the clean guys. But here's another encouraging thing from the left. So Abdullah El-Sayed's running for that Michigan Senate seat against Haley Stevens.
Why do you think we should keep the clean guys? How do you know they're clean? I mean, like I
Proof's in the
said,
pudding.
I like them, but there's still remnants of the old system.
Yeah, I hear you, but
Get rid of it.
But Sean, hear me out on this. Those guys were brave enough
I'm with you.
to take on Goliath when no one else would. So I don't want to lose good soldiers who already started fighting the Leviathan before the cavalry showed up. You see what I'm saying? So that's why, and there's not that many of them. It doesn't really matter. I mean, it's at most 6% of Congress. So if you go with the Sean Ryan strategy of don't even look, vote blind against incumbents, deal, because you're going to get 94% correct people, right? But we're just talking about the fringes and stuff. But those guys have battle experience in fighting the machine, right? So I still disagree with 90% of Massey's votes, but I'll take a clean guy over a dirty guy and a guy who already fought the machine and who already won. And now they're coming after Ro Khanna too. So I'll take Ro over any of those guys. He's already been in the battles. He's already gotten the Epstein files released. He already has a record of delivering for Americans and Americans only, right? So that's why I like those guys. But overall, we're on the same page. Wipe out the incumbents, right? And we got to do it together. If we don't all do it, it's not going to work, right?
So I think the good thing about the 24 election, if there is anything good about it, is it was exposed that independent media has the power.
Yeah.
I think very much so. I tried to get Kamala on here to talk because I wanted to talk to everybody that was running for president. She wouldn't come. And she probably would have run. She probably would have won if she would have done the damn podcast tour.
Well,
But, and I'm not saying I would have voted for her. I'm not saying it would have been any better because I think both of them were a fucking disaster, to be honest with you. Point being, I think that with how Trump ran his campaign and podcasting and independent media, I think that's what sealed the deal. I don't even think it was him. I think it was independent media.
yeah, I totally agree.
And so now we know. So if people like you and I can come together and create some sort of an alliance where we blacklist all these other fuckers and lift the new blood up, it will work. It will work.
Yeah. So that's the beauty of it, Sean. Now they're on our home turf. They got to come to us, right? And if they don't come to us, they're going to get punished and they're going to lose, especially in a presidential election. You're going to run for president, but you're going to do it hiding in a cave. You're not going to talk to any of the top shows online. That means you're a coward. That means you're a liar, and nobody's going to trust you. Okay. Now, if they come and do the shows, that's a different problem for them because they have to be honest and they have to know their shit and they have to talk to you like they're a regular human being, and they can't, if they use talking points, you and I will catch them and we'll snuff it out, right? So why did Kamala Harris not do any media? Just think about how stupid that is, okay? And this is a huge problem for the Democratic Party. To this late day, they still don't get it. Okay, now you raise all the money, you raise $2 billion, $4 billion, whatever you raised. What are you using it for? You use the great majority of that to buy ads. But what are ads? They're paid media. You know what's better than paid media? Earned media. Free media when you go on the show itself. You're going to buy a 30-second ad on a show when you could just go on there and talk for an hour? What are you, nuts? That's the equivalent of 120 ads. That would cost you like millions and millions of dollars. So the guy doing earned media, which in last election was Trump, is going to have a multi-billion-dollar advantage over the person not doing earned media. So Kamala Harris was like, no, I don't want the viewers of Sean Ryan's show to vote for me, or Rogan's show, or the Young Turks, by the way. They don't come on left-wing shows either, okay? And so I don't want those voters. Well, you didn't get them, and that's why you lost.
And that's why I was asking, do you think that the money from the PACs is even relevant if we were to do something like that?
In 99% of elections, since there is no media attention in a congressional run in Montana, and they're not coming on our shows, and they're not going on any shows, money still buys those seats. But in a presidential election, they can't buy it. They just don't know it yet. Okay. So now what they'll try to do is they'll try to exclude people. That's establishment 101, right? And so they just did it. MS Now, that's the goofy new name, did, here are your 24 fighters on the Democratic side. Pick your fighter. So giant number of potential candidates for 28. Who's the one guy they left out? You want to guess?
Who?
Ro Khanna. Okay. Because no, not the clean one. Not the clean one. So they're doing all these polls for presidential election. Who's the most active Democrat in the country? It's not even close. Ro Khanna is doing more than the rest of the Democratic Party combined, right? Half the polls don't include Ro Khanna.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Okay, here, I'll tell you more funnier, like that's more spectacular because Ro is the most legit guy there is, right? He represents Silicon Valley. It's the richest district in the country. He was co-chair of Bernie's presidential campaigns. Excluding him is mental. It's a tell. Once they show you a tell like that, you know that they're not being honest or objective. But I'll tell you a funny one that's related to me. So I got so frustrated that nobody's running against Biden, and I tried to get everybody to run. Nobody would do it. I was like, fuck it, I'll do it. I'll do it as a protest candidate. Okay, even though I'm not even born in the country, that's a long story. I think you can run if you're not born in the country because of the 14th Amendment, but that's not important. I'm mainly running as a protest candidate. So Gallup includes me in the first poll, and I get 2%. Now, wait a minute, 2% for a guy literally no one in mainstream media talked about as a candidate, who's an online talk show host. Most candidates, like senators and governors, never get to 2%. When Trump first started, he was at 1%. When Bernie first started, he was at 1%. Okay, so 2%, as comically low as it sounds, is a real number. Because my guess is they put me in the poll because they thought I was going to get 0.
I mean, what percentage of the population votes? Do you know?
Oh, it's around 50%, but not in primaries. Primaries are much lower. That's your base of bases that usually vote in primaries.
50% of what?
Of potential voters vote in elections. So now,
what do you know? I'm just curious because you have almost 7 million subscribers on your channel. That's got to be 2% of the voting block.
Yeah, overall for the TYT network, we have 32 million subscribers.
Holy shit.
Okay, so we're a hidden giant because people just think Young Turks, that's the flagship show. But we have like a dozen other shows. We have 24-hour channels on Samsung, YouTube TV, LG, Roku, Amazon Prime, you name it. We got like a cable channel on all of those, right? So we're this, but mainstream media hates us so much, as you can tell for obvious reasons, right? That they're like, no, don't ever talk about them. Don't ever talk about their network. Don't talk about how we're larger than almost anyone online. So, but I want to finish that story real quick. So I get to 2%. They're like, holy shit, that's better than like half the senators and governors, right? They never put me in another poll.
Are you serious?
Yep. Like, pull it. Let's go. No. So no mainstream media coverage, no polls. They're trying to eliminate by default, okay? But because of online media, they won't be able to do it this time around. So let's say, again, let's take Ro or Massey as examples. They run for president, right? And they go, okay, we're not putting Tom Massey in the polls. We're not putting Ro Khanna in the polls. Everybody's going to go, what? Like, no, what is this? You know what? Fuck it. We'll do the poll. You think I can't do a poll? The other day, I was on Tucker's show, and I asked people, do we owe Israel? Okay, because mainstream media keeps saying we owe Israel. I don't know why we owe Israel, right?
Why do we owe it? What is it?
We don't owe Israel. So I asked mainstream media, why don't you do a poll if you're so sure that Americans think we owe Israel? And of course, none of them do the poll. Then I went to my audience. I was like, hey, you guys want to fundraise for a poll? Like, boom, immediately. Send us, it doesn't take that much, like $1,500 to do one question, right? So we got that in a day. We do the poll. Of course, a huge percentage say, no, Israel. A tiny
Isn't
percentage.
that crazy? A Spirit Airlines gets knocked out. All that stuff going on with the, and then also this law about the redistricting. Man, I was watching Breaking Points and the Sagar, the brown dude on Breaking Points with Crystal Ball, the white woman, and they're arguing back and forth. Sagar's the brown dude. He takes my position. He takes my position with it was time. Our Constitution says that we shouldn't laws should have nothing to do with race. Yet we've had discrimination laws and these voting laws for years, and they're based solely on race. And it's time they need to go. They need to go. If black people are as good as white people and white people are as good as black people, then it doesn't matter who you have representing you. One is as good as the other. Simple as that. And, gerrymandering and setting up institutions that are discriminatory so that people can have minority representation when they're a minority. Like, there's no reason why they should get their own, no other groups get their own special politicians, straight up. And Crystal Ball was taking the more or less the female coded argument that they need help. There's still racism in the country and this and that. And it's like basically the overbearing mother, like not letting the kids spread their wings. And it's like, look, you're not doing, like, the way I see it is those people are not being done any services by coddling them and by treating them special. They're not fucking special. They don't deserve special treatment. You're these liberals, bleeding hearts that think that they're like God and that they can fix these people's problems. The more that the government tries to fix the black community, the more they ruin the black community. Then people got to figure their own problems out themselves. There's nothing we or the government can do. Nothing. They do the welfare stuff. What does it do? It destroys their families, like, every time. And it's always out of this misplaced, it's sympathy. It's not empathy. This misplaced sympathy that we're helping them. No, you're stepping and crushing that community. And the statistics show it. And it just struck me as it was truly, it was like a mother and father talking about talking about pushing the kids out of the nest. The mother, the overbearing mother, no, coddling these grown kids that need to learn how to take care of themselves. And she was like, she was not overwhelming, but she was like almost filibustering him down. His argument, they just were at loggerheads. And, he's going from empirical data, from objective reality, what the statistics show, like what this nation was founded on, totally, like, we're supposed to be 100% against any race-based laws. And that's what he's going by. Well, she's going by her feelings. Well, I don't feel like they're ready. I still feel like there's racism out there. Yeah, there's racism out there. There's racism against white people, Asian people, Indian people. There's racism against everybody. But why did they get a special fucking carve out? It's not helping them. Hasn't helped them yet. And it hasn't. And I'm just tired of this, like, they're feelings-based opinions. But the thing is they know that if they just get loud enough and intransigent enough, that they'll win the argument. And I thought it was kind of funny that Mackenzie chick said last week, she's like, oh, a real man would admit when he's wrong. And it's just like, really though? Are you that fucking arrogant? Maybe a real woman would admit when she's fucking wrong. Like, For real though? Like, what? What did God, like fucking Bruce Almighty, bestow you with God's powers for a day? Because it's like we have a disagreement, and you're so arrogant to just think you're right. You're right. Well, I get it. In your head, you're right because you feel like you're right. But the reality says you're fucking wrong. I mean, that's what reality says. Maybe not. Maybe I can be wrong too. But when you're going by statistics and stuff, like, and that crystal ball, she wasn't going, Sager's going by statistics and by what it's supposed to be the ethos and the whole idea and the nom de plume of the entire country. Our whole political ethos is based on equality, and we're all created equal. And it's just like, but and that's where he's coming from. He's coming from objective reality and American tradition. At least we try to live up to it. She's coming from her feelings, how society feels to her, how it's all bullshit. And it's like, how fucking arrogant. And he's coming from, his stuff lines up with precedent. His stuff lines up with political our American politics and our ideology and what's good and true in politics in America. And she's going off. Her opinion is based on how she feels. But it's like they're so sure that how they feel is the right way to feel that they'll fucking die on the Hill. Whereas the guy, and I remember hearing this as a kid, but like, what is it? The wise man knows enough to know that he doesn't know everything. And wise men, they're the ones that when you come to loggerheads, they're the ones that go, well, maybe you're right. Maybe you are right. They're the first one not to doubt themselves, but not to be cocksure and overconfident, because that's how you end up with egg on your face. And I just never see that from when women are coming from this emotional perspective. You never see them back off and say, something, maybe it's me, maybe I'm just mistaken. I say that a lot because something, I have been wrong. But fuck, man, you just don't hear that out of certain characters nowadays. And it seems more often than not, it's like, it's women. And I get it, like I get it, but it just, why can't they ever, a little modesty, you know what I mean? And that's really what I think it is being cocksure and, being so sure of yourself and cocky. That's just, that's how you make a fool of yourself. That's like folly. But I feel like it's a rarity and you don't see it in men very often either. Really don't. But like that dude Sager, he they kind of butted heads for a second, and then he backed off eventually, and she didn't back off an inch. Same thing with that Mackenzie chick. And she was right, and that was that. And basically, I mean, it started shaming me. Like, she was right, could not prove that she was right, and then she starts in with the, oh well, you're not a real man. Like, what? Where the fuck did that come from? I don't know what her deal was either. She called me a beta in that stream too, and I'm thinking, like, who the fuck is this? Like, are you kidding me? And like, and what's funny is beta males are deferential and say, oh, yeah, you're right. When you're right, you're right. Like, that's a beta male fucking buckles. But oh, I'm not a real man because I stick to my guns. Like, come on now. And I stick to my guns, but at the same time, I still said, well, maybe I'm wrong. I'm not perfect. I've sworn. I remember, I've had bets or whatever with friends where I swore up and down something was, I remembered it this way, and then go back and sure enough, nah, I was wrong. And that's happened to me a couple times in my life, and I don't even trust my own memory so much anymore. Not enough. Not enough to stake my life on. That's for damn sure. I mean, over little things, I wouldn't stake my reputation on that. But I don't know, this penchant for cocksure, just it's belligerent too, because it doesn't actually help our country. It doesn't actually help our body politic for one group to just be pig-headed, stubborn. They're right, you're wrong. Like, look where that's got us. Look where that has gotten us. It has not gotten us to a good place. It really hasn't. And I mean, it's kind of a recurring thing, and I don't get it. And it's uncalled for, especially the shaming. That's totally uncalled for. There's no reason to do that. I didn't do that. There's no reason to do that stuff. Like, why? Because you immediately invalidate any argument. And also with the immigrant topic, people get in a back and forth about immigration. And I was watching Homath and he was talking about empathy. And, what people call empathy, a lot of times it's not empathy. It's not empathy at all. It's either virtue signaling or it's a misunderstanding of something. Like these illegal immigrants, I hear people say, oh, let them in, like they're just seeking a better life, like especially like I'm talking about specifically the illegal immigrants. Oh, they just want a better life. They just want a chance to, make a better life for their kids. They and the thing is that's no, and that's not empathy. And when I was watching Homath, the way he put it just clicked as soon as I heard it. That's not empathy, because actual empathy, this is how I like with an illegal immigrant that crosses our border illegally. This is true empathy. Okay, they want to benefit from America. They want to walk into America and they want to benefit. They don't want to earn citizenship. They don't want to earn their place here. They just want they're counting on amnesty. They want amnesty. That's what they come here for. They don't come here to earn a living or to earn a life. They come here in hopes of getting amnesty and squeaking by, and they just want to benefit. They tax our systems, and I'm sure they pay sales tax and shit, but that doesn't matter. Like, I don't give a shit about that. I care about my country. And the next person that tries to use economic language and these bullshit, these excuses and these garbage red herrings, oh, they contribute to the economy. Yeah, well, they totally contribute to the culture, and they're fucking destroying it. They're destroying this country. Like, it's just like disintegrating. But they're paying their sales tax, of course. Come on, guys, they're paying their sales tax. Don't you know? Whatever would we do without that sales tax? Like, honestly, I would totally take I would take a smaller house, a smaller vehicle, less money a year, less everything. If I could have America from the 1950s, if these sons of bitches would just be sent home, I would sacrifice so much. Like, bro, I would live a Roman austere life, my dudes. An austere living. Man, bro, to have a place where I feel like I belong, and where, like, these people that I bump into at Costco on the weekends, where I feel like they're a part of my community. Oh my God, that would be incredible. That would be incredible. No shit, I would totally accept, a very subsistence lifestyle if that were the case. So all this economic shit, I don't want to fucking hear it anymore. Like, I really, really, really don't want to hear it anymore. It does not cut ice with me. You know something? If they're so great for everything, why don't they stay at home and bring all those great things to their own home? Why do they have to come here and bring their greatness here? Why can't they stay there with their fucking greatness? I absolutely agree with you, Tashdid Khan. No, I understand that. That's why I said illegals, bro. And that's, I respect the illegal ones, and I don't necessarily want them there. I'd love it if it was the 1950s, but that's unreasonable. I get that. But because the legal ones, they come here, they want to earn a damned living. They want to earn it. They want to earn their citizenship. They want to earn their life. And they want to do it up front, above board, by the law. These other people, they don't give a shit about all that. They don't want to become Americans. They just want to benefit. They come here. They don't change the way they live. It's as if they just left the favela. It's as if they just left, you know, the shithole of their country. You know, like, I mean, and it's just like, that's not what we want. We have a great culture. We had a high trust society for a long time. I mean, it was great. And the people that we allowed in, they didn't bring their crappy ways, or, you know, and usually, like, I went to school, a kid grew up across the street from me, and he was in gifted too. He was Indian. I've said his name was Gopi. Both his parents were professors at the local college. Like, and they were his parents were from India, and his older brother was gifted too. And they both became doctors that went to Johns Hopkins. Those people, let me tell you something, they benefited America by coming. These other people that want to live like slobs and steal from us, like the Somalians have done, they're totally different. And they have no compunctions about breaking our laws. They don't want to earn it. They don't want to have everything legitimately. They don't give a shit how they have it. They just want in. That's the problem. They're dragging our country down. And pretty soon, nobody's going to be coming here like that anymore, because this country is going to be the same as their country. It practically already is. I seen the other day in India, you ever seen how the animals fall down wells and stuff in India? I remember when I was younger, bro, they would like have to get the whole village out and pull an elephant out of a well with the rope or something. Bro, every village has a backhoe now. Every village has roads now. There is no real third world anymore. They all have cars. I mean, it's not like it was when I was a kid. And like, we need to change our attitudes, man. That's just letting people in freely. Nah. Let them build their own stuff. And, you know, we're only holding these other countries down by stealing all of their how is a place like Africa supposed to improve when everybody that has an IQ above 100 comes to America? The only people that are stuck in Africa are the ones that it wouldn't matter where they went. I mean, it's just like, this is a problem. We're not helping the world by stealing everything from them. We're stealing their human resources. All their most intelligent people, we're stealing them. And then we wonder why Africa's still third world. Well, maybe if we weren't stealing all of their fucking, I mean, and they don't have many of them to spare, you know, like they don't. And it doesn't help us. It doesn't help them. I don't see why we're doing it. It makes no sense to me. Europeans had to build a better civilization. Why should these other countries not have to do that? Why should they not have to work for it? I don't understand why. Like, we've given them all of our technology. Now it's up to them to build their society up. We can't build it up for them. Like, and a lot of countries have done that. And it just doesn't make sense to me. Makes no sense. Like, it's absurd every which way. And eventually we're going to reshuffle ourselves. Eventually we're going to separate. This is what happened in the Balkans. It's like, called balkanization. The shit doesn't work. People don't want to live with each other. They don't.
Like, yeah, we owe Israel. They don't want to do that. But so my point is, we'll put Massey and Khan on a poll. Who cares, right? We don't need you guys. Mm-hmm. And if you don't believe our poll, then you do it, right? And until you put them in the polls, we're going to embarrass you. We're going to humiliate you, right? And the more they try to exclude our candidates, and let's say it's not Khan or Massey, it's a third-party guy, whoever, it doesn't matter who it is, right? And they're like, okay, we're not including him. It's not your choice, brother. It's not. Look, RFK Jr., when he was barely a Democrat in the first round of the primaries against Biden last time around, he got up to 25% in a poll.
Wow.
He's barely a Democrat, and he's a little wacky in my opinion. And he got to 25%. You know why? Because people are hungry for someone who's different, right? So they're not going to be able to keep us out. They're not going to be able to take away the spotlight. So my point, what I would do is I would encourage Republicans to go in their primary in 28. And if, you know, somebody's working for Israel, you ought to have your head examined if you vote for them. So vote for a clean guy. I'm going to encourage all the Democrats to vote for a clean guy on our side. And whoever gets the clean candidate is going to win, period. Like if we have Ro Khanna versus Ted Cruz, the Republicans are cooked, right? No chance. Or Marco Rubio, Mr. I swear I'll work for Israel, right? So we'll crush, right? So, but let's say neither side gets a clean guy. It's Ted Cruz versus Buttigieg, right? Then fuck it. Then we'll do a third party. Okay, and Democrats will hear this and be like, we know it, you're disloyal. No, brother, you're disloyal to the Americans voters. And you're disloyal to Democratic voters. They said no Israel, but you put up Israel's bitch anyway. So if you're defying 80% of your own voters, well, then we're going to defy you because you're not my uncle. The Democratic Party's not, I don't owe you anything, man. And all you've ever done is hate me, even though I was trying to get you to win elections instead of lose elections like morons, right? So I don't owe you a fucking thing. Okay, you're supposed to be our representatives. If you don't represent us, you owe us, motherfucker. You owe us. And if you don't represent us, politically speaking, not physically, we're going to put your head on a stick, okay? And after we put enough heads on sticks politically, and after we get the clean president, now you guys are fucked, okay? Well, now we're going to come and take all of you out, like, I would tell any Democrat that's running that's clean, make me the enforcer. I swear to God, I'll get them all out. Okay, they won't be able to stop us. You make villains out of them. It's not that hard. We're having a vote, like the vote they just had on Israel. 7 Democrats vote for Israel. If there was a clean Democratic president and I was the enforcer, I'd go to the press conference in the White House and I'd put the 7 of them, their pictures up on giant posters and the amount they took from AIPAC underneath and go, here's what Chuck Schumer sold you out for, here's what Fetterman sold you out for, and Kirsten Gillibrand and Blumenthal, all of them, okay? They're all crooks. You should hate them and you should shame them, okay? Never do anything physical, never do anything violent, because that's a trap, okay? One, it's immoral and it's wrong on its own, but secondly, it'll ruin the movement. The minute you do any violence, they'll shut it all down and the surveillance state will come, right? Frustrate the shit out of them by not doing anything physical or violent. But do I get to shame someone? You're goddamn right I do, okay? Blumenthal works for Israel and I don't give a fuck what you say. And he betrayed us and everyone should shame him and say, who the hell are you? Why did you betray us? Why are you a betrayer of your own voters? Was it the money? Or do you just naturally love Israel more than you love America and more than you love your voters? Oh, you can't say that to him. He's a Jewish American. Well, Bernie's the Jewish American and he's the one who proposed the bill. This doesn't have anything to do about religion. Stop hiding behind human shields, okay? We're going to come and get all of you guys if you're for Israel. Can we do it? Fuck yeah, we can do it. All we need is a clean president and then we have the spotlight. Sean, media is politics.
I need you to stop what you're doing for a second and really listen. If someone relies on your income and you don't have life insurance yet, this needs to move to the top of your list. I've had to think about that myself, making sure my family isn't left dealing with everything if something happens to me. Fabric by Gerber Life is term life insurance you can get done today. Made for busy parents like you, all online, on your schedule, right from your couch. You could be covered in under 10 minutes, often with no health exam required. If you've got kids, especially if you're young and healthy, this is when locking in a lower rate actually matters. And Fabric has flexible, high a nice propaganda letter that wanted me to come visit Israel and give me a fucking tour. I didn't do it. And you know, I mean, I never got the offer, but there was the what, $7,000 a post or something to be pro-Israel. I'm not, I haven't, other than bullshit bots and, you know, retarded MAGA people on the internet saying that the Muslims or the Muslim Brotherhood's paying all, that's fucking garbage. But, you know, I think they're going to change. They're going to adapt their tactics. And so I think about how they would do that. And I think there would be a big injection of money into independent media to try to manipulate who we talk to, who we bring on, who we give exposure to.
Yeah. So that's definitely going to happen. But
how do you fight that?
Yeah. So I still have plenty of good news on that. Okay. So first off, those folks are not going to be able to mobilize quickly enough to affect 2028. Why? Because not only do you have to give money to the influencer, but that influencer has to be good enough to build an audience. Now that's much harder. Now it's easier when you have a big vat of money. It was super hard for us. We started in my living room in a 1-bedroom apartment in LA with nothing, right? So we had to build it brick by brick over 24 years, right? Yeah, sure, you could build it quicker when you have a lot of money, but Ben Shapiro has a lot of money, and like seems like infinite money from his donors, right? But he can't keep his audience, right? So in the short term, there's all these great news. So what I was going to say earlier is Abdullah Saeed's running in Michigan as a Senate candidate on the Democratic side. He's got Haley Stevens taking tons of money from AIPAC, and then someone who's Israel friendly but is not taking money from AIPAC, only 100,000. That's the cast. He said. Well, but Abdul starts campaigning with my nephew Hassan Piker. Okay, so Hassan's a controversial dude. He said a lot of things I wouldn't say, right? And he said some things that are not right, etc. But that's not why they care about him. They care about him because he's anti-Israel. Right, so they start piling on. Abdul's terrible. He's with Hassan, and cancel Hassan and cancel Abdul. Ha ha! We're gonna eliminate you, and one of the Israel-friendly guys are gonna win. Since mainstream media started doing that, Abdullah Saeed has picked up 15 to 20 points.
Wow.
Yes, he surged from number 3 to almost catching McMorrow at number 1. Okay, totally backfiring. Because what you just told the whole country that now is getting it through online media, and half of them might hate Haas, right? But you just told him Abdul's clean. He's not for Israel, he's for America. Okay? So boom, he picks up 15, 20 points in a tiny amount of time. Why? Because nobody was paying attention to that Michigan Senate race. They accidentally put a spotlight on it and said, this is the one guy who's definitely clean of Israel. And people are like, okay, then I'll vote for the guy who's clean from Israel, right? So you see what a disadvantage they are now in online media. So, okay, now let's say we won in 28, they couldn't muster up their forces in enough time, but okay, everybody got wise to what's happening. Now China's pouring in money, Saudi Arabia, Israel, all these guys are pouring in money to online media. It will
so
definitely
funny. I was literally just thinking about that, Bob. I was in my browse feature of my YouTube algorithm. It threw up like a 20-minute clip of Candace talking about Ben Shapiro's empire crumbling. I bet some of you guys saw the same one. Bro, I was just thinking about pulling it up because she was on, bro, she killed it. And like, she played Nick. She played that Wally Rashid guy, which I just saw that guy for like the first time recently. Thought it was like super weird that like I saw that guy for the first time. He's got a decent size channel, and within a day or two, I don't even watch Candace, but it fed me her video, and I kind of want to check it out. I didn't know if you guys had seen it as well. Here we go. Here we are.
You have no honor. You have no dignity.
She
you have no
pegged
loyalty.
it though. Americans can stand a Peter, denying Christ 3 times, but they can't take a Judas. We don't want anything to do with people that will break bread with us while they're being a snake in the grass, while they're plotting and scheming behind our back, smiling to our face while they eat our food. And I mean, it's disgusting. And that's what Ben Shapiro, that's the reaction that he's earned from the American people. He's a disgusting human being.
Peter thrice denied Jesus. But Peter was not Judas, and that is what Ben Shapiro demonstrates. Publicly, everyone knows
well.
that also Laura Loomer has been stalking me, but I've been telling you guys, my real stalker in life is Ben Shapiro, okay? Since the day that I was fired from the Daily Wire, he has not stopped trying to bankrupt my family. It is almost comical at this point. We've learned to just laugh at it. It never goes away. We were laughing at the fact that he's just kind of allowed to pretend to be this normal public figure, but he's low-key a deranged stalker. And like he just sort of hides behind it, tries to dignify the stalking through legal filings. It's like, oh no, it's fine that we sent an intern to follow her at her event after we followed her. That was after we fired her. That was our right. It's fine if we keep just using legal abuse as a strategy. And I mean, for every little infraction, like they were monitoring my likes. Back when you could see likes on X, I was facing serious lawsuits over, you liked this tweet and it was a bit disparaging to us. Stalker, just full-blown stalker vibes. It all made sense though. It all made sense when phone calls started coming in. emails started coming in regarding the Daily Wire layoffs, which began, I am told, on Thursday, actually, continued through Friday. There's some indication they may actually be continuing through today. And it was an absolute bloodbath. Do not allow them to spin it. Okay, I'm talking entire departments, big people at the firm, lawyers at the firm, the chief operating officer, the executive vice president, virtually the entire marketing department, the production team has now been reduced to a mere skeleton crew. No one was safe. Not even Ben's team was safe, marked safe from it. Even a director on his team was fired. It was brutal. I have counted approximately 54 people who lost their jobs from top to bottom. And that's just in this wave, because this has been going on, as we all know, for a while. The writing has been on the wall for a while. It has been very strange, the worst kept secret in media, as they keep writing, having people publish these articles that just defy reality. We were having private conversations like, how long can they keep up this charade and keep pretending that this is not happening when everyone can see the numbers? We can see how the public is responding. It's very strange to just sort of live in a delusion. We knew that they had brought in private equity some time ago in the last 2 years. I used to work in private equity in these particular types of situations, so I knew what the implications were of bringing in private equity, especially if it's a distressed debt situation. The usual term, as it was at the company that I worked at many moons ago, is 2 years. They'll inject cash into your company. They'll float you for about 2 years as you attempt to turn things around. You fire some people, you restructure a little bit, but you're kind of walking the plank, right? Maybe you fix it, but if you don't, they're gonna sell that company, and they're gonna own a huge chunk of that company that they sell. Now, I can't assert that that is definitively what the deal terms were for the Daily Wire, but I can say that we're just about now over 2 years, just over 2 years removed from my firing, and the Daily Wire has obviously not turned the company around. In fact, I would say they've just kind of cranked up the crazy, almost like they were trying to catalyze their own demise. And so, yes, it was announced on Friday that the mass layoffs took place, for which they offered this excuse to Barrett Media. I think Barrett Media was among the first to report the story. It reads, quote, "Today, the Daily Wire made a difficult decision to restructure the organization, which included layoffs to a number of teams. We are deeply grateful to those impacted. Their contributions were instrumental in building the Daily Wire into what it is today. The cuts were largely concentrated at our Nashville production office, as the company has invested in new formats, locations, and production models. Our footprint there has evolved. Over the last year, we have added production staff in D.C., the Northeast, and Florida. This step allows us to focus our resources." Then they quietly got rid. It's a virtual overnight collapse.
Started texting me after I started streaming. But I meant to jump to the part where she shows the other creators when they talk about
that Christ is king is anti-Semitic. People were going, that's
yeah, right.
Well,
and Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles, man, they need to leave. That shit, honestly, I think it's too late for them. They've stuck it out till it's already destroyed. So now they're going to go down with it. They're going to go down with the ship because they didn't leave. Like, if they had left a year ago, they would be fine. Like, you know, but now it's like if they left, people would only think they're leaving. Well, they're only leaving because they're broke or because the company is going bust. It's not because they have a disagreement with Israel. That's
there are multiple
sure.
assessments that are floating around right now.
Already.
Of course, many people directly associated their demise with the never ceasing war against me, which began with my unnecessarily glorious public firing, supplemented by a staggering claim that Christ is king is anti-Semitic. People were going, God will not be mocked. It's a strong start to say Christ is king is problematic, and we've got the money to make that fetch, Gretchen. So yeah, that's the chatter. Did it have to do with me? Take a listen.
Candace Owens cooked you, Ben. She made you look like, well, the little bitch that you are. She straight up publicly humiliated you, and you allowed her to let you destroy the entire media organization that you built.
And a lot of people, which is also interesting, are stating that Candace Owens is, Candace Owens was successful in leaving the Daily Wire, getting fired from the Daily Wire, and now she's a massive independent commentator, public figure, and her success only happened after the Daily Wire. She's probably feeling really good right now. I'm going to be honest. If I was Candace Owens, I'd be feeling pretty damn good right now.
Django Unchained. Dude, she's like Django. She's like Django, killing everybody in the big house and then blowing it up. Kind of what it was, because she was there. She worked there. She was probably one of the top shows. And then she just exploded the whole house on her way out. Kind of epic. Can't lie. I'm going to glaze Candace Owens a little bit. I don't agree with everything that she's up to, but, you know, if she brings down the Daily Wire, then she's a patriot.
So people are crediting me, but do I actually deserve that credit? Have I been focusing my attention on the Daily Wire throughout this show? Well, taking a look at a more, I guess you could say, the business side of affairs, this user, Akash Gupta, wrote this on X, and I thought it was worth reading. He wrote, "The Daily Wire is the case study of why personality-driven media companies cannot compound. A peak in late 2023, Shapiro's YouTube alone pulled 170 million monthly views. Daily Wire Plus subscriptions, a Nashville studio operation, Bentkey Kids streaming, an e-commerce arm with razors and chocolates and cigars. The company was running $1 billion conservative Disney bet. Then they made the studio bet bigger. Pendragon Cycle, an Arthurian fantasy series of the kind that has bankrupted larger production houses. Bentkey trying to compete with Disney for kids' attention. Daily Wire Plus chasing Netflix. Running a newsroom, a film studio, a children's streaming platform, and a private label consumer goods business simultaneously requires either limitless capital or extraordinary discipline." Some of it worked. Matt Walsh's Am I Racist was the top grossing documentary of 2024, but most of it didn't. In March of 2024, they parted ways with Candace Owens. She walked into the open market and built a show that competes with theirs. Today, she has 5.5 million YouTube subscribers and added 10.9 million followers.
This guy right here that wrote this piece on X, this piece is really good. Like, actually, I think I'm going to slow it down, let it finish out at regular speed. But this article was really spot on, summed it up really well about daily, you know, how they came about their fall, what
across
destroyed
platforms since January of 2025, generating roughly 805 million views in that window. Daily Wire converted its biggest distribution asset into its largest competitor. Early 2025, co-founder Jeremy Boring stepped down as co-CEO and launched a solo podcast outside of the company that he co-founded. Bentkey was shuttered the same year, entire team cut. Then the audience math hit Shapiro himself, 170 million monthly YouTube views in late 2023 to roughly 22 million in early 2026, an 85% collapse in 18 months. Another 60,000 subscribers gone in the last 90 days alone. LayoffHedge.com estimates cumulative workforce reduction above 60% over the past year. Tucker Carlson left Fox in 2023. He kept his audience. He runs his shop with a fraction of the headcount. Megyn Kelly's network drew 138 million YouTube views in February alone. The personalities figured out that they don't need the platform, but the platform discovered the opposite. Daily Wire built $1 billion valuation on names that can walk, take their audience with them, and run a competing show from a laptop the next morning. 170 million views down to 22 million. The company kept the overhead, but the audience left with the people. I thought that was a very fair assessment. And looking at, you know, the commentary regarding me, plus reading his business look at it, I actually think it's a combination of both of those assessments, right? Because what Akash is missing, he brings up Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly. Yes, they are indeed more successful than they were when they were on cable news. They are successful in their own right, but their exits did not destroy Fox News. That's crucial. Their exits, despite the fact that they are doing better, did not destroy Fox News. This means that Daily Wire is unique. They are unique. They are set apart from those examples. I left PragerU. I left Turning Point USA. Neither one of those companies were destroyed by my exit. In fact, we were all friends when I left. I went on to work with Turning Point all the way through until this year, actually, contractually. And same with PragerU. We would still do things together. I was still close with Marissa, very close with Marissa. So what makes those companies, what is it that makes those companies different, right? I think what makes them different is that they didn't stalk their departed talent. They just let them go and they never mentioned them again, right? Tucker Carlson did not then face 2 years of arbitration and fights and gag orders with Fox News, being chased for every penny. They didn't try to stop his next move. They weren't navigating and having hit pieces written about them. They truly wanted to just turn the page, meaning they're a real business. They are a real business. They want to keep it corporate. Goodbye. Okay. Public didn't like how they dealt with it. I didn't like how they dealt with it, but actually in retrospect, it was clean, right? Now compare that to the Daily Wire. Think about the positively erratic and, dare I say, deranged decisions that the company made just over the last few months, last 6 months, right? They brought back my social channels to mock me. Okay. This is unbelievable. It's beyond psychopathic to do something like this 2 years after you fire someone. They also attempted, in case you forgot, they attempted to create an entire show dedicated to making fun of this show. Remember? In the no-no.
How stupid
In the no-no.
How stupid was Ben Shapiro? You know, and basically he took a successful business worth a lot of money and he destroyed it. Ran it just straight up ran it into the ground. I mean, over ideology. Like it wasn't like, you know, he could have not done the Israel first stuff after October 7th. He could have just took it easy, done a show about it and moved on and maintained. But instead he went on and on and on and on about it for like a month. That's where he lost me. And I was like, this is ridiculous, bro. You're not an American. Like, get the hell out of here. Like, that's when I woke up. Like, nobody convinced me. I was watching it, and then he's just always talking about Israel. And it was like, bow down to Israel. And I was just like, man, bro, I'm a fucking American, dude. What the hell are you telling me about Israeli news? I don't give a shit. I don't care. I could not care less. Leave us alone with the Middle Eastern crap. We have our own problems, man.
Had that spastic girl that was like standing on the couch like a Nickelodeon girl, like making fun of me, and it was weird and it was cringe and also beyond the realm of being stalked by a former employer. Strange. You don't keep someone's socials and go, ha ha, I own your name and likeness and I can do this. You have to pause and really consider how unusual that was.
They're a non-entity now. They can't do anything.
That was a mere months removed from the end of their last legal action against me, too.
It's like saying mainstream media can't go anywhere. Oh, it's going somewhere. I mean, eventually.
There's never been a stop in my life of the Daily Wire chasing me. If this was an ex-boyfriend, everyone would say that I was in need of a restraining order. Like I said, they wear the mask of this is all court. We just really want to go after her because of that she liked that. It was disparaging. So you cannot discount the fact that Ben Shapiro, who is considered, and this is sad for the other people on the platform, he is considered the face of the company. And he developed tunnel vision. He bet the company on destroying me. I didn't want to fight with them. I wanted to peace out. I wish Andrew Klavan never made the Crisis King video. You'd have never heard from me. We can never speak about each other ever again. But they were plotting. They wanted to be destructive. Crazy. I mean, just take a listen to him and the many battles that he is fighting. Nobody knows why. The people that he should be uniting with and being friends with, that he's taking stabs at. Take a listen to him over just these last few months.
So here's the thing. Theo Vaughn is a low IQ conspiracist.
Wow.
He has himself routinely propped up Candace Owens, has lent credence to her insanity. Theo Vaughn is basically just a Bernie Sanders leftist who does not like the censorious impulses of the left and engages in all the same conspiracy theories and, of course, is good friends with Candace Owens and all of the rest of it. And yes, Erica Kirk absolutely should sue the living hell out of Candace Owens for this sort of stuff.
Right,
well, Michael, I'll just ask you straight up. Is Candace Owens doing something evil by attacking Erica Kirk?
I think that it's wrong to attack Erica Kirk.
No, say the sentence with her name in it.
I'm not going to dance like a puppet for the podcast force.
What a
I think that what Candace Owens is doing right now is evil. It is evil.
Say it's evil, bitch. Say it's evil. You heard me. I said it's evil, Michael. Do what you're told, bitch.
She's doing right now.
That's what that sounded like to me.
Again.
But
I pay your fucking bills.
Like, I don't opine on whether it's evil or not, but my position is it's really none of my business. And
why is it? But I have a question. Why is it none of your business?
Because you're speaking in hyperbole, and I'm a fucking private citizen with my own problems, my own family, and my own fucking kids. I got my own shit to worry about. Well, why aren't you fighting on behalf of me and my country? Because I'm not fucking friends with you in your country. I don't live with you or your country. Fuck off.
I mean, you
Because
comment on these things for a living.
I'm not mother of the internet.
No, but if this were on the left and somebody were accusing Charlie Kirk of his wife having murdered him, I assume that you would be talking about it.
Is that what Candace is accusing Erica of?
Yes. Of course, the issue here is not just that Megyn Kelly has some questionable principles and has been programming directly into the Groyper right. It is that she remains a coward. Remember, this is still the woman who says she is friends with Candace Owens.
So no, Tucker Carlson, it is not an excuse to go silent on Candace's targeting of TPUSA, or to mirror her bullshit lines of questioning because you love Candace personally. The same holds true of Megyn Kelly.
I mean, it's just not normal. Right? It's just not normal to go after Theo Von. Everybody loves Theo Von. He's just a person that everybody loves, but he just goes, Theo Von is friends with Candace Owens, and I therefore hate him and I want to destroy him, and every person has to want to destroy her and join this team. You can't have those sorts of people in the boardroom. Your company will eventually destroy itself. Now, if the employees found out on Friday that the company could no longer afford to sustain them, then we can reasonably assume that Ben, who's a part owner of the company, knew months ahead. And so what you're looking at there is that with his dying corporate breath, what he wanted was to come after me, me. That is not to say that people turned away from him because people don't like political beef, right? It's not like there's tons of political beef. I have political beef with people. People actually have proven they have a high appetite for back and forth drama, left versus right, well, women versus men, whatever it is, whatever the prevailing narrative is of the day. Nobody minded when Trump would attack Marco Rubio or Ron DeSantis.
And then when
I've had personal and legal spats with people.
She has kind of a deadpan delivery. Like she played the clip of Nick saying that she like Django just like fucking just decimated this huge business, this huge corrupt J business. And she like doesn't crack a smile the whole time. I'm like waiting to see a big ass shit-eating grin spread across her face as Nick is glazing her. And he's like, oh, I'm about to glaze Candace. Got to do it. She's like a patriot, man. And she didn't even crack a smile. I'm thinking, man, she's got some pretty damn good self-control there.
Kim Klacik as just one example. People do expect figureheads to clash. What they don't expect and what people have proven that they have no appetite for is perfidy, right? Treachery, deceit, betrayal against your own. Ben trying to destroy me, trying to destroy Megyn Kelly. That means trying to destroy a former colleague and someone like Megyn Kelly, who he said was his friend. That is perfidious. There's no other way to say that. Ben seeking to publicly humiliate Michael Knowles, say her name. There is something about that that makes the public naturally recoil, right? Because it demonstrates that you have no honor, you have no dignity, you have no loyalty. They can forgive you demanding COVID shots, right? Get the vaccine dopes. They can forgive you once leading the Never Trump movement, but they cannot forgive you treating people that are supposed to be close to you in that manner, right? To use a biblical analogy, Peter thrice denied Jesus. But Peter was not Judas. We are naturally, as human beings, averse to the spirit of Judas. And that is what Ben Shapiro demonstrates, right? That he will break bread with people as he plots against them. That is a moral offense to which we cannot rally behind. People do not like his nature.
It's disgusting.
You can spend years trying to destroy someone behind the scenes, like Ben did to Charlie Kirk, and then, boop, just...
That really disgusts me, too. What Ben Shapiro did with Charlie Kirk. You know, spent his whole career trying to destroy Charlie, and then when he couldn't defeat him, he got bigger than Ben himself. He immediately turns to, oh, we're best friends, I love Charlie Kirk.
Flip on the dime as soon as he dies, slither into his studio and throw $1 million trying to purchase his legacy.
Disgusting.
It is spiritually repulsive. That is what the public cannot bear about the Daily Wire. Money seems to be everything to Ben. That explains why, after working behind the scenes to encourage, and in front of the scenes, as you saw, to encourage Erica Kirk to sue me, he likely landed upon Brian Harpole, right? Because I do not find this to be a coincidence that on the last page of the lawsuit, against me. His brother-in-law is listed, Jacob William Roth. Who knew? I did not know he was a part of this firm. I think he has been married to Ben's sister since 2018. Are we to believe that this is just a happy coincidence?
A happy coincidence.
Ben is so destructive. Like right here, mark my words right here. He is so destructive and he has such tunnel vision that this path of hatred that he has now been embarked on for 3 years is going to now destroy the lives of those who are agreeing to partake in this game with him, right? He is going to infect them with this similarly unnecessary obsession with me, and they will inevitably find that their own lives are destroyed. It will lead to their own similar exposure and their demise, because that's how cancer works, okay? The world is now awake. The Daily Wire, with Ben at the helm, represents the side of people that are trying to sort of put us back to sleep, and it is a losing battle. It is not going to work. So my best advice to them, which they of course will not follow, you can always count on Daily Wire to do the wrong thing. My best advice would be for them to shutter and sell the tech stack, okay? You cannot rehabilitate hatred. You cannot rehabilitate the way you are viewed on the world stage. You cannot rehabilitate Ben's anger and his tunnel vision. People see the Daily Wire and they see Ben and they don't want to support that. They don't want to support someone who tells them that they're evil and stupid and wrong for listening and supporting Theo Von while he unflinchingly hosts Bibi Netanyahu on his platform while he cheers on a genocide. That's his main issue. His main issue is Israel. That's what he turns on everybody over. Our support for Israel. Well, support for Israel is down all across the country. And does this mean that every Zionist has their empire collapsing? No, absolutely not. Fox News is still a thing, right? Fox News is still pulling in viewers. But it's the manner in which he goes about it. It's too disturbing. People don't want to look on. They don't want to root it on. If I'm the private equity, I'm selling the computers. I'm selling everything that they have there that can be sold. And I'm just saying the company's got to go.
I think she summed that up pretty good, actually. Like, there is justice in the world, at least to a degree. Like the fact that Ben Shapiro totally scuttled his own brand and his own company, that strikes me as justice.
Happen. Okay.
When Nick's gonna.
Okay. So, well, what do? Well, the audience now, remember what I said earlier? Now, the most important part is they're using independent judgment, because now I got to pick between the different right wingers, between the different left wingers, and then between right and left and whatever the fuck, right? So now all of a sudden, when I use independent judgment, and some guy's telling me, oh, China, 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 and other guy's telling me America, I'm not going to pick the guy that's telling me China, right? So that's a long process. They'll have money, etc. But at the end of the day, the number one advantage of online media is it's not a built machine. So when I was on MSNBC, all I had to do was a little bit better than Chris Matthews, who was before me. And I'd do a little bit better than Ed Schultz, who was the guy who was at 6 o'clock before me, right? So that's super easy because they already built a machine and they hand you 700,000 viewers or 1 million viewers. And you just got to get to 1.1 million viewers. Okay, but it's a machine. Online, no, you don't have a machine. Nobody came to give you a lead audience, Sean, right? So you had to build it brick by brick. And so you said things that were interesting enough, true enough, right, that you accumulated this massive audience. That's a really hard thing to do, and it's much harder to do when you're bullshitting. So Ben Shapiro did it for a while. He had a really nice, sizable audience for a long time, and then he got caught. So that's the beauty of online media. Everybody gets caught.
That's true. I think that's true.
Yeah.
How would you deal with intelligence operatives? Because that, though, would be another thing that would happen. They would turn candidates into assets, flip them. Maybe they don't flip for a year. Maybe the plan is you're not going to flip for a year. You're going to get in here, you're going to do this. But in a year, you're going to be beating our drum.
Yeah. So look, the bad guys are never going to stop. Why? Because everybody's going to protect their interests. So if you have a vat of money, whether you're a corporation or you're a foreign government, you're going to want to protect that. And if you can get America to give you an endless amount of money, you're going to want to protect that. That's your piggy bank, right? So the money will never stop. The intelligence assets will never stop. All of that.
I agree with you, Rick, about Michael Knowles, the public stuff. Yeah, Ben Shapiro, he had like a sick. He enjoyed humiliating those guys. He did it to Matt too, in their stupid little Friday meetings. Man, he would put them in the most awkward and mean. I mean, it was mean. He was putting them in these positions. Him and that Skeletor Clavin, disgusting human beings.
Our job is to protect that flag. Okay, our job.
Andrew Clavin, the guy that said Holocaust was worse than the crucifixion of Christ, bro. And this guy's supposed to be a Christian? Give me a fucking break.
To be forever vigilant, okay? And so even when we pass the amendment to get money out of politics, we're not done. Money is like water. It's not like fire. It just keeps pouring back in, right? So after we pass the amendment, we'll have turned off the main tab. Then we got to tell all of our audiences, be ever vigilant. They'll be back, okay? So we have to train our audiences to see the patterns. So on Young Turks, what we do is we predict things ahead of time. So you see that we're not Monday morning quarterbacking it, okay? And that there is a script and there is an outline, and if we train you well enough, you could see it on your own. You don't even need us, okay? So on bills, legislation, we have a near 100% track record on predicting what's going to pass. You know why? We were Nostradamus? No. We're brilliant? No. It's easy. Whoever has more money wins every single time, okay? So, for example, then Democrats will say, no, we won on gay marriage. We had more money on gay marriage. The gay rights groups had a ton of money. And in 2012, they were the #1 donors to Obama. In 2008, #1 donors to Obama are the big banks. What happens after he wins? He bails out the big banks and even pays their bonuses. In 2012, the banks are not giving to him as much anymore because he regulated them like 1%. They're like, how dare you? So now his #1 donor becomes gay rights groups. And in 2013, all of a sudden, oh, right, gay marriage. That's what I meant. So we can train our audiences to see the BS, to see where it's coming from, and to see its results. And even so, you'll get screwed. So I set up Just Democrats. We do the litmus test, only one rule, no corporate PAC money, right? No foreign government money. They say we can't win. I asked a bunch of reporters in DC, I said, how many do you think we'll get into Congress? They're like 0, but maybe you'll get lucky, someone will get 1, right? Eventually got 12 in. Now, there's endless problems, Sean. So
Does this strike you guys? Is this not like what I was saying earlier? Like, this is actually a genuinely good conversation against two guys that are both in good faith, coming together, to have a discussion about a major problem we're facing. And like I said, you just get a really optimistic feeling when I see that, because 10 years ago, these guys would have never even been in the same stadium together. And it would have been from both sides, from the right and the left, and neither side would have let them get anywhere near each other.
Go in. First day, she does a sit-in in Nancy Pelosi's office. She's challenging power. Great, we did it. That's exactly what you should be doing, right? And then she stops doing the sit-ins. Then she stops doing anything challenging power. And then next thing you know, she's doing like establishment talking points. And then during the 2024, she's saying Kamala Harris has done enough for Palestinians or whatever. What? Kamala Harris didn't do anything for Palestinians. You should be furiously challenging her to do better on that issue. By the way, the Democrats do an autopsy after the election. They say in that autopsy, #1 reason they lost was because Kamala Harris said she would have the same position as Biden on Israel. Oh, they gave it away. They gave it away, right? But AOC's clean. She doesn't take money from Israel, and she actually votes against them. So why is she doing it? Because they found a new weapon. The new weapon is, don't be so rude to your colleagues. You're being so mean. Hakeem Jeffries is your beloved colleague, and you're a minority, and he's a minority, and you got to really, support that. And remember, if you say anything that's outside what the establishment wants, mainstream CNN and New York Times are going to say you're terrible, you're dirty, and you're a radical, you're an outsider. And they don't want to get burned. They got scared, so they clammed up. So they had good, brave votes. And by the way, the two that spoke up the most against Israel were Jamal Bowman, Cory Bush. Then they got eliminated. When they did, the rest of them got more scared.
Those people were unbearably obnoxious. Maybe if they didn't behave like fucking chimps in our Congress, they wouldn't have got thrown out.
More, right? So I've learned all those lessons. I haven't gone through all of this, right? So no, we're not trusting anyone. You do right, otherwise we're going to call you out, okay? And so now AOC gets so mad at us when we call her out. She's so furious about it. She attacked Anna the other day as like a grifter. To your point, where's the money? Are you crazy? When you take on Israel, do you know how they cut off different sources of capital for you? Okay, we have been besieged by the Israel first crowd financially. No, it has hurt us massively. And they're like, oh, you're just working with the Republicans. Which Republicans am I working with? Which Republican candidate did I tell you to vote for? Where's the money? There's no money. What are you talking about? Just people make shit up now, right? So, but that's okay. So because a bunch of the left wing attacked us when I started talking to Charlie Kirk and Tucker and all those guys. They're like, how dare you talk to them? I'm like, bro, first of all, just on political stuff. Okay, let's put aside the moral issues. But you and I already just talked about all those moral issues and protecting the flag and caring about the voters, et cetera, and about each other. And culture wars are to divide us, and they want us divided.
Absolutely
but put
right,
all that aside,
too.
just on politics.
If they can keep us talking about trans bathrooms and abortion, sex change, and all this bullshit, they can just steal everything from us. They're like embezzling and stealing everything out the back door, while we're like arguing about fucking trans bathrooms and abortions and shit. It's just like, oh my God, this stuff doesn't matter. It doesn't make our lives better. And honestly, I think most Americans really don't give a shit about that stuff, but they're able to rile up a small portion of people that just they keep the conversation focused on stupid social issues that that don't matter. Meanwhile, our quality of life is declining.
Trump won all 7 swing states, and he won the popular vote. If you don't go talk to the other side, how are you going to win their votes back? Idiots, how are you going to win their votes back when we lost the popular vote? You have to go and talk to them and say, hey, did you know we're against war? Did you know we're against Israel? Did you know we're for paid family leave? You have to have a conversation with them, right? They're like, no, you're evil and you're taking money from the Republicans. We know it. Did they ever prove it? No, they just said it. And they got a whole bunch of people to believe it. And our numbers went down and we took a significant financial hit again. But why do we do it? One, because we believe in it. I thought I got on the news because I thought people were doing news. When I found out they weren't doing news, I stubbornly demand that we do news and we do the truth, no matter, even if it hurts us. When we criticized Obama, we lost tons of members, paying subscribers.
And he had that moment where he slapped his face and he's like, wow, I'm just like a fucking naive idiot that thought America was America was a free country and, people there had rights and had a voice. Nah, it's like we're fighting to get that back. We don't have that anymore. And I feel bad for people like Cenk that came here, Cenk and Anna. They came here hoping that they would have the life that we used to have here. But no, they got screwed. I mean, they moved here. They picked up and moved here and they got screwed. I mean, we get screwed too, because they took it from us. But like the people that come here, and it's like, well, maybe you should have stayed home and fixed I kind of think that way. I'd be like, it sucks that you got screwed. You came here and we don't even have the form of government and the lifestyle and the way of life that you were coming here for. But, maybe that's just how it goes, like, especially when you just keep taking in people that, that they're bringing other culture here and all kinds of different ways of life. And shit don't really mesh.
We're trained in tribalism and bipartisan and partisan brain, etc. But we did it anyway. Why? Now, fast forward to today, Sean, who has the credibility?
We do.
That's exactly right. Who earned people's trust? We told you Biden was a bad candidate, and we were right.
They absolutely.
And we told you that on issues like war, we have to unite, otherwise we're going to get steamrolled, and we were right. Okay? It doesn't mean, this is the thing that a lot of people on the left do, and it drives me crazy, and I'm sure you get it on the right too. If you talk to or agree with someone on the right on any given issue, that means you love them and you agree with 100% of what they say, and you're responsible for every position they have. Who made up that rule?
I would love to know.
Right? So, okay, so here's an example. The other day, Tucker apologizes for, hey, I'm sorry, man, I didn't know Trump was going to do this. I feel terrible that we misled people, and now he's turning into this establishment prick, basically, right? And so I thought that was amazing. He didn't have to do that. He's on the right, brother. Like, people on the left, like, no, he should have voted for Kamala. He's not going to vote for Kamala, okay? Yeah. So that's not, like, he's not you. No, I demand 100% of what I want. You can demand all day long, but that ain't going to change shit, okay? So this brother came over and said he was wrong about the war and backing Trump, and then he apologized. You just can't ask for better than that. So Mehdi Hassan's a good ally of mine on Israel and many other issues. He's definitely more to the left than I am in culture wars and stuff, right? And Mehdi's like, not good enough. He said things on there with Buckley, his brother, that were very offensive in other ways. Yeah, but brother, I didn't ask, and I literally wrote this, I didn't ask you to marry the guy. I asked you to agree with him and take his apology on backing Trump and on the war and on Israel. This is the bare minimum, man. It's the super low bar. Right. Take yes for an answer.
It's crazy. So, yeah. Why do people, it's like, man, somebody is telling you you're right. Like, I just don't understand why you it's like, okay, I get, you know, that you don't want to hear what they have to say about opinions and shit, but like, they're like, you know, admitting to, you know what I mean? Like, I just don't, it's almost like a compliment that they're like, oh, I'm too good to receive your compliment. Like, what? You a fucking retard?
So some folks on the left drive me crazy. They won't take yes for an answer. We've been anti-war the whole time. I don't mean Young Turks. I mean the left.
She's Armenian.
So, like, here's a great example. Ben Cohen, right? The guy who's Ben and Jerry's, right? He's the Ben from Ben and Jerry's. And Jerry, too. They're two guys from Vermont who love this country, okay? They're left-wing patriots. They were against the Vietnam War. They're against sending our kids to die for other countries, etc. They're dead set against Israel and Israel's war crimes, even though they're Jewish Americans. And they want Ben and Jerry's to protest Israel. Now they sold it to a giant company and the company won't let them. But Ben Cohen's going out there, stop giving money to Israel. They're doing war crimes. Let's support America, right? And Ben & Jerry's is like an iconic brand, et cetera. So we've been the anti-war guys from day one. Take credit for it. And when your brothers and sisters, and yes, even if they're right-wing, they're your brothers and sisters here in America. When they come to your side, show a little grace, right?
Seriously.
And show that it was a worthy effort to come to that side, okay? So they drive me crazy, but it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, Sean, truth is going to win out. So right now, we're back to super healthy on the Young Turks and TYT. We're back to, you know, dominating as a network, et cetera. And we didn't do that with any money. We haven't gotten any money since we started doing any of this. Money's been taken away, not given in at all. But the audience has held us up on their shoulders. They just keep becoming members and donating and not letting us fall apart, right? And now we're back. Why? Because people go, I got eyes and ears, man. They were right the whole time. And they were looking out for us the whole time. So let China and Saudis and the Israelis come to online media. As the Iranians say, we are waiting for you. Okay. So now you're on our
shit. Fuck.
Okay. So well, what do? Well, the audience now, remember what I said earlier? Now the most important part is they're using independent judgment. Because now I got to pick between the different right-wingers, between the different left-wingers, and then between right and left and whatever the fuck, right? So now all of a sudden, when I use independent judgment, and some guy's telling me, oh, China, 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 another guy's telling me America, I'm not going to pick the guy that's telling me China, right? So that's a long process. They'll have money, et cetera. But at the end of the day, the number one advantage of online media is it's not a built machine. So when I was on MSNBC, all I had to do was a little bit better than Chris Matthews, who was before me. And I'd do a little bit better than Ed Schultz, who was the guy who was at 6 o'clock before me, right? So that's super easy because they already built a machine and they hand you 700,000 viewers or 1 million viewers. And you just got to get to 1.1 million viewers, okay? But it's a machine. Online, no, you don't have a machine. Nobody came to give you a lead audience, Sean, right? So you had to build it brick by brick. And so you said things that were interesting enough, true enough, right? That you accumulated this massive audience. That's a really hard thing to do. And it's much harder to do when you're bullshitting. So Ben Shapiro did it for a while. He had a really nice, sizable audience for a long time.
Yeah.
And then he got caught.
Over 100 million.
So that's the beauty of online media. Everybody gets caught.
That's true. I think that's true.
Yeah.
How would you deal with intelligence operatives? Because that would be another thing that would happen. They would turn candidates into assets, flip them. Maybe they don't flip for a year. Maybe the plan is you're not going to flip for a year. You're going to get in here. You're going to do this. But in a year, you're going to be beating our drum.
Yeah. So look, the bad guys are never going to stop. Why? Because everybody's going to protect their interests. So if you have a vat of money, whether you're a corporation or you're a foreign government, you're going to want to protect that. And if you can get America to give you an endless amount of money, you're going to want to protect that. That's your piggy bank, right?
Oh, shit.
So the money will never stop. The intelligence assets will never stop. All of that. Our job is to protect that flag. Okay. Our job is to be ever vigilant. Okay. And so even when we pass the amendment to get money out of politics, we're not done. Money is like water. It's not like fire. It just keeps pouring back in. Right. So after we pass the amendment, we'll have turned off the main tab. Then we got to tell all of our audiences, be ever vigilant. They'll be back. Okay.
Yeah,
so we have to train our audiences to see the patterns. So on Young Turks, what we do is we predict things ahead of time. So you're not,
See,
you
that's
see that
something I
we're not
didn't
Monday
like
morning
about
quarterback.
him. That's what I was talking about earlier. I kind of didn't like that he was into the prediction thing. It's like, bro, what are you, some kind of fucking fortune teller? Like, shut the fuck up, man. Just to say the news. I get if you want to do comments. It doesn't bother me so much anymore. But I just didn't like how they jumped to conclusions so often. You know, it's just like, come on, man. Now you're leading the audience. It's leading the jury. You're not allowing them to make their own mind up. You're telling them what to think. Stop it.
Okay. And that there is a script and there is an outline. And you don't, if we train you well enough, you can see it on your own. You don't even need us. Okay. So on bills, legislation, we have a near 100% track record on predicting what's going to pass. You know why? We were Nostradamus? No. We're brilliant? No. It's easy. Whoever has more money wins every single time. Okay. So for example, then Democrats will say, no, we won on gay marriage. We had more money on gay marriage. The gay rights groups had a ton of money. And in 2012, they were the number one donors to Obama. In 2008, number one
is the one is the sure bet. The gay side of the political argument is the sure winner. Is the money odds winner. Like, how the hell did that happen? How is it that, you know, that like you know, just typical Main Street America, how is that the odds favorite? Like, what does that say about our society? That's the odds favorite. It's totally abnormal. And I'm not trying to bash them, but it's just like, it exists. But why would it be the odds on favorite? You know what I mean? Like, it's homosexuality. It doesn't help culture. It doesn't help a country. They're not providing anything other than labor. You know, like it actually, they're not really contributing all that much they're not contributing to much other than negative social stuff. You know, all the different parts of our culture that's been changed because of that. Like, you know, men have to constantly use qualified no homo because there's so, you know, it's such a prevalent part of our society that, you know, you can't even be like a good friend, or, you know, like, it just pisses me off how, you know, we're policed. You know, there was a time when guys that like they changed in locker rooms and, you know, it was seen as nothing. You know, men changed in front of each other. So fuck what? They're not a bunch of queers. But now it's like, oh, can't do that. Oh, no homo. You know what? It's just like, golly, man. Because we let this shit in the front door, now it's changed the rest of our society where men have to go way out of their way for fear that they'll be labeled a closet queer. Like, does nobody else see what's wrong with that? That's so sick. Like we're going to die if we don't get rid of this stuff. It's not good. And like, Garrett, I'm sure there's a lot of people that would have been normal, upstanding members of society if we weren't if we didn't embrace and endorse this behavior, you know, people that just kind of go with the flow, you know, and they you know, it's so accepted in society. And if we had something that was a little bit more traditional, you know, they wouldn't have been tempted or whatever. They'd have kids and you know what I'm saying? Like, for sure, because you know, there's a certain amount of people that are always going to do that stuff. But you know, the statistics have changed. It just gets more and more. It's like, this isn't good. It's not healthy. I mean, and it's just, honestly, I don't get it. Like, it doesn't seem as meaningful of a life. I mean, I don't really get it. But it has side effects. It has you know, different, it affects all, it's like a ripple effect. It affects everything in our culture because that, like I said, you know, guys tripping over themselves, you know. And I mean, I remember when I was going to school, everybody called each other gay all the time. What are you, gay? You know, it was just all the time. So everybody's just tripping over themselves, trying to prove that they're not queer. And it's just like, golly, what have we done? What have we done to ourselves here? And it wasn't like that years before. I mean, I remember it was just kind of like calling somebody an asshole, sort of. But that word has connotations, you know what? And I remember I have an older brother, and he said it to me as like, I was like 10, and he says this to me because he was in middle school at the time. And, you know, it like destroyed some innocence, like, and like, you know what I mean? Like, and then that was something I understood. It was a concept I understood going forward. It's like, this shit is so bad. Imagine how many, I mean, it's done untold amounts of damage. Like, there's a lot of stuff like this too, where, you know, and you know, we're told we're a tolerant society, but this isn't fucking tolerance, man. That's not tolerance when they're the odds favorite to win elections. You know, that's not tolerance. That's straight up like subordinates, man. That's embrace. We've embraced this shit. We're endorsing it. Hey, this is as good as having a wife and kids. Hey, you're not like, you're just the same, but you're not just the same. You're not just the same. You know, it's just totally shirking your duty to your ancestors and your country. I mean, I get it. It's like I said, you know, I'm a pretty tolerant guy, but it's like, I know there's a, like, and people, they misunderstand. They think tolerance means you have to embrace and hug and say, yes, I love this man. He is such a good person. I totally, fully endorse his way of life. No, fuck no. No. You know, it's like, I tolerate the guy. I treat him as a human with respect. But I'm not going to endorse this shit. I'm not going to praise him for that shit. And women, they tend to do that stuff. A lot of them have gay friends, and they just, oh, he's my best friend, this and that. And it's just like, you know, like, what's wrong with our society? You know, every time somebody behaves like that about it in front of, you know, because there's children watching all around us. And everybody just behaves as though, like, okay, I get that these people are adults, and it's like, there's nothing you can do. We can't, you know, they're adults. It's a free country. They can do what they want to do. But we don't have to fucking make our kids listen to it and know about it and endorse. Like, we don't have to fucking do that. But a lot of us do. And I just don't get it, you know? Like, and like I said, I know people, I don't have a problem with it. I just think I don't understand why it's being incorporated into our prestigious culture, like the stuff that we're proud of. I don't get that. I do not get that. It's not. And I remember the argument back in the day was, what, you know, and this is how I would prefer it. What happens in the bedroom stays in the, no, nobody else's fucking business. You know, but like, why is our America's public face that faces the outside world? It's got a rainbow. They painted their face with a rainbow. Why? Why? What is that about? It's not healthy. It's just not healthy. I don't get it. It's not. And, you know, like I said, to each his own. But we need a healthy society, a healthy culture that's conducive to flourishing and when I say flourishing, that includes reproduction, that includes children being born, you know, generations being brought generations being brought up, you know, like our culture reproducing itself, in other words. Like, and honestly, that's what should be our forward facing stuff. That's what should be front and center. Everything else should be off to the side. Like, our country, our future is our children, okay? They have nothing to do with that, okay? So why is it like this big, they're at the top of the pyramid when they have no stake in the future? And I'm not trying to bash anybody. I'm just saying it's objective. They don't. They're not going to have kids. They don't, I mean, you know, they're living their life, doing their thing, but everybody else must consider the future. We must consider the future. It is our obligation. And it's fine that they have their own lives. They do their own thing. Go to it. Go to it. But we're over here concerning ourselves with the future of the human civilization. And I just don't, I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing how this is benefiting us. I'm not seeing how, like, it didn't get us to where we're at. We didn't make us a great nation. Like, and us making it like a part, it's something we wear on our sleeves as Americans. Oh, we're so prideful. Like, who gives a shit? Who cares? I don't see as something to brag about. You know, like, you know, I will agree with this, that, you know, like, those people, you know, they don't deserve to be persecuted. But, you know, back in, you know, 100 years ago, people, they kept that shit to themselves and nobody persecuted them. At least in America, it's never been a crime. Those people were never persecuted. They've been around forever. They were never persecuted. They were fine. They lived their lives. They kept their lives to themselves and everything was fine. And now I just, like, these parades and stuff, like, man, that's not good. It's not good for kids. It's not good for our culture. It's not. Like, children are watching. And anything they see their parents and adults doing is okay to them. You know, they see their parents smoking cigarettes, they smoke cigarettes. You go to drag shows, you go to these, you drive through town and there's a parade going on and you have kids. I'm just saying, like, letting all this shit hang out, it's not good. Like, who's it for? What's it for? You know, like a small minority? We have more kids in our country than gay people. So, like, it just blows my mind. And you know, there's a certain amount of people where, whether or not it's in the culture, they're gay. You know, that is what it is. They've been around forever. Then there's other people that, if that wasn't in the culture, they may not even know what the hell, that may never even cross. Like, think a few hundred years ago, somebody might live their whole fucking life without ever thinking that people even do that. You know, like, in reality, you know, like, you only know about the ideas that you hear about or you think of yourself. And, you know, back here, a long time ago, people were more concerned with feeding themselves, making it to the next day, surviving, raising families, which is a hell of a lot harder. You know, they didn't have a lot of time to sit around and just fucking ponder alternative lifestyles. And the fact that it's, like, in everybody's face, and make sure that every kid knows that this is a possibility and that they'll enjoy life just as much, and this and that. Now we have all these people that have detransitioned, all these people that were fucking propagandized and talked into some awful shit. You know, it ain't just like a tattoo where they're just like, well, I have to live with this for the rest of my life. No, it's like a lot. I'm sure there's a lot. I'm sure it can be pretty rough, you know, especially with the detransitioning and stuff. You know, like people succumb to peer pressure, and like there's a lot of peer pressure in that direction.
So Obama are the big banks. What happens after he wins? He bails out the big banks and even pays their bonuses. In 2012, the banks are not giving to him as much anymore because he regulated them like 1%. They're like, how dare you? So now his number one donor becomes gay rights groups. And in 2013, all of a sudden, oh, right, gay marriage. That's what I meant. So we can train our audiences to see the BS, to see where it's coming from and to see its results. And even so, you'll get screwed. So I set up Just Democrats. We do the litmus test, only one rule, no corporate PAC money, right? No foreign government money. They say we can't win. I asked a bunch of reporters in DC, I said, how many do you think will get into Congress? They're like 0, but maybe you'll get lucky, someone will get 1, right? Eventually got 12 in. Now, there's endless problems, Sean. So AOC and the rest go in. First day, she does a sit-in in Nancy Pelosi's office. She's challenging power. Great, we did it. That's exactly what you should be doing, right? And then she stops doing the sit-ins. Then she stops doing anything challenging power. And then next thing you know, she's doing like establishment talking points. And then during the 2024, she's saying Kamala Harris has done enough for Palestinians or whatever. What? Kamala Harris didn't do anything for Palestinians. You should be furiously challenging her to do better on that issue. By the way, the Democrats do an autopsy after the election. They say in that autopsy, number one reason they lost was because Kamala Harris said she would have the same position as Biden on Israel. Oh, they gave it away. They gave it away, right? But AOC's clean. She doesn't take money from Israel, and she actually votes against them. So why is she doing it? Because they found a new weapon. The new weapon is, don't be so rude to your colleagues. You're being so mean. Hakeem Jeffries is your beloved colleague, and you're a minority, and he's a minority, and you got to really, support that. And remember, if you say anything that's outside what the establishment wants, mainstream CNN and New York Times are going to say you're terrible, you're dirty, and you're radical, you're an outsider. And they don't want to get burned. They got scared, so they clammed up. So they had good, brave votes. And by the way, the two that spoke up the most against Israel were Jamal Bowman, Cori Bush. Then they got eliminated. When they did, the rest of them got more scared and clammed up even more, right? So I've learned all those lessons. I haven't gone through all of this, right? So no, we're not trusting anyone. You do right, otherwise we're going to call you out, okay? And so now AOC gets so mad at us when we call her out. She's so furious about it. She attacked Anna the other day as like a grifter. To your point, where's the money? Are you crazy? When you take on Israel, do you know how they cut off different sources of capital for you? Okay, we have been besieged by the Israel First crowd financially. No, it has hurt us massively. And they're like, oh, you're just working with the Republicans. Which Republicans am I working with? Which Republican candidate did I tell you to vote for? Where's the money? There's no money. What are you talking about? Just people make shit up now, right? So, but that's okay. So because a bunch of the left wing attacked us when I started talking to Charlie Kirk and Tucker and all those guys. They're like, how dare you talk to them? I'm like, bro, first of all, just on political stuff. Okay, let's put aside the moral issues. But you and I already just talked about all those moral issues and protecting the flag and caring about the voters, et cetera, and about each other. And cultural wars are to divide us, and they want us divided. But put all that aside, just on politics. Trump won all 7 swing states, and he won the popular vote. If you don't go talk to the other side, how are you going to win their votes back? Idiots, how are you going to win their votes back when we lost the popular vote? You have to go and talk to them and say, hey, did you know we're against war? Did you know we're against Israel? Did you know we're for paid family leave? You have to have a conversation with them, right? They're like, no, you're evil and you're taking money from the Republicans. We know it. Did they ever prove it? No, they just said it. And they got a whole bunch of people to believe it. And our numbers went down and we took a significant financial hit again. But why do we do it? One, because we believe in it. I thought I got on the news because I thought people were doing news. When I found out they weren't doing news, I stubbornly demand that we do news and we do the truth, no matter, even if it hurts us. When we criticized Obama, we lost tons of members, paying subscribers, because people are trained in tribalism and bipartisan and partisan brain, et cetera. But we did it anyway. Why? Now, fast forward to today, Sean, who has the credibility?
We do.
That's exactly right. Who earned people's trust? We told you Biden was a bad candidate, and we were right.
Replay this?
And we told you that on issues like war, we have to unite, otherwise we're going to get steamrolled. And we were right, okay? It doesn't mean, this is the thing that a lot of people on the left do, and it drives me crazy, and I'm sure you get it on the right too. If you talk to or agree with someone on the right on any given issue, that means you love them and you agree with 100% of what they say, and you're responsible for every position they have. Who made up that rule?
I would love to know.
Right? So, okay, so here's an example. The other day, Tucker apologizes for, hey, I'm sorry, man, I didn't know Trump was going to do this. I feel terrible that we misled people, and now he's turning into this establishment prick, basically, right? And so I thought that was amazing. He didn't have to do that. He's on the right, brother. Like, people on the left, like, no, he should have voted for Kamala. He's not going to vote for Kamala, okay? Yeah. So that's not, like, he's not you. No, I demand 100% of what I want. You could demand all day long, but that ain't going to change shit, okay? So this brother came over and said he was wrong about the war and backing Trump, and then he apologized. You just can't ask for better than that. So Mehdi Hassan's a good ally of mine on Israel and many other issues. He's definitely more to the left than I am in cultural wars and stuff, right? And Mehdi's like, not good enough. He said things on there with Buckley, his brother, that were very offensive in other ways. Yeah, but brother, I didn't ask, and I literally wrote this, I didn't ask you to marry the guy. I asked you to agree with him and take his apology on backing Trump and on the war and on Israel. This is the bare minimum, man. It's the super low bar. Take yes. And so, and we didn't do that with any money. We haven't gotten any money since we started doing any of this. Money's been taken away, not given in at all. But the audience has held us up on their shoulders. They just keep becoming members and donating and not letting us fall apart, right? And now we're back.
That's how
Why? Because people go, I got eyes in.
All, you know, the shows that we've been watching since TV came out, those shows didn't make their money off of the viewers. They made their money off of fucking companies that paid for those shows so that we would buy more widgets or buy more soap, which is why soap operas have the name they have. But, you know, we've never, for over half a century, all of the programming that we watched was propaganda designed to sway how we spent our money or how we thought politically. Every single show ever aired on TV, that's what they were. Nobody ever, we never paid for any TV shows, or, you know, you'd pay for cable, but they all make their shit off of commercials. And like, I'm not sure what HBO's model was, but like maybe they were partly viewer funded, but almost everything, you know, like I said, soap operas, you know, they called them soap operas because they were basically, you know, drama shows that were paid for by soap companies. Used to say, you know, you peddled soap, you know, you were a soap peddler. But isn't that incredible? And how, what a big change that is today. All, like, everything you watch, you know, you decide what you want to watch. And you can watch the people that are only fan funded or viewer funded. And to think like the change, how it's like it almost didn't feel right. It took everybody a while to buy into YouTube because it was so free. You know, like it didn't feel right that we decided our own programming and stuff. And they didn't even come out with like super chats and stuff for over a decade after they came up with YouTube. So it took a long time for everybody to come to get to this point. But yeah, it was just a thought I was having, like the fact, like we never had programming that wasn't everything was spoon fed to us for over half a century. Like, why did we ever think that was acceptable?
Man, they were right the whole time, and they were looking out for us the whole time. So let China and Saudis and the Israelis come to online media. As the Iranians say, we are waiting for you. Okay. So now you're on our home turf, man. So after Trump won, I wrote a tweet that got a lot of people on the left angry, right? And they misunderstood it. I said, look, even though I was dead set against Trump and I fought like hell against Trump, and he won, I'm in a weirdly hopeful, optimistic mood. I said, why? Because Trump won? No. Because mainstream media has been defeated. The establishment has been defeated. So we have broken out of an establishment prison, and we're now in the populist woods. And that's our woods. Come to Papa, okay? Come get some. So in these woods, we win. Before, in that prison, we were never going to win. As long as they had a monopoly on media, as long as they had a monopoly on the politicians, we were cooked for the rest of the time. But now that we're in these woods, they're in a world of hurt. These woods are red, white, and blue, okay? We got patriots on the right, we got patriots on the left. And so how do we unite? So let's get to the most important thing, right? So some folks on the left and right say, if you unite, that means you got to agree on every single issue. Bullshit. Don't believe that. Bullshit. No way. Okay. No, you agree on the issues that are the most important. So how do you agree? Well, the form of agreement is a vote. Okay. So it doesn't mean vote for candidates. I told you, go vote in your own primaries, right? But when we take a vote on funding Israel, that one's black and white. Okay. You vote to give them money and we're going to eliminate you, whether you're a Republican or a Democrat. Period. Period. Not another dollar.com. It's just a pledge. You can do your own internal pledge. You don't have to go there. But one by one, take out everyone supporting Israel, put in people supporting America, okay? So if you're on the left or right and you tell people not to unite on that vote, nah, you're not even on any side, right? That means you're just a tool of the establishment, whether you know it or you don't, right? So, okay, now let's talk about money out of politics, the amendment, the most important thing in the world, okay, to clean up the whole country. Can we unite on that? Fuck yeah, we could unite on that. Why can't we unite? Okay, your state's going to call for a convention. Go make sure your state representative calls for that convention to call. You don't even need Congress for an amendment. You know that? You can get 2/3 of Congress, but they're not going to do it because they're crooks, at least this current Congress. But you can get 2/3 of the states to call for an Article 5 convention. Okay, formed Wolfpack a long time ago, fightcorruption.us. Okay, their slogan is fight corruption, not each other. Okay, so when we go to vote on a convention, when we go to vote on ratifying an amendment, okay, we all unite. We unite to defeat corruption. It's super clean. You're not voting on abortion. You're not voting on gay rights. You're not voting on any of that, okay? That's for another day, just like you said. After we clean up the elections, after we free America and we get our sovereignty back, then great, let's have the abortion debate. Let's have all those other debates. That's beautiful. That's a part of America, right? But for now, we have to stop the bleeding. We have to put out the fire, right? And the fire is money in politics. So we unite to end that. And you, by the way, they'll do all this fear mongering. They'll say, "Oh my God, if you start a convention, they could propose any amendment, and the right wing is going to propose that a Christian nationalist win, and then the other side's going to say, oh, the left wing is going to propose that every other president be a disabled LGBTQ minority, right?" Yeah, but you need 3/4 of the states to ratify. So you could propose anything you like, but there's plenty of blue states and plenty of red states. You can't get anything ratified as an amendment unless the whole country agrees. And there's only one thing the whole country agrees on. Get the goddamn money out. Fuck corruption.
Yeah. I think it's a possibility. It starts with a discussion, right? So what do you think about concentrating more on state politics rather than federal?
So look, there are things that are good and wonderful, but are kind of dead ends. Like, so if you're fighting, let's say you're on the left and you're fighting for climate change in California or in Tennessee, right? You're only going to be able to get so much through the state, and bless your heart, they can still help around the edges, right? And I'm not against it, but it's not going to solve your overall problem. Until you get money out, money's going to win on all those issues at the national level anyway. So you're kind of on a treadmill. On the other hand, the states can call for a convention in the way that I just explained. That then makes them supernova important. That's why, like, if I had my way, everybody would go to fightcorruption.us. And so that started as left wing, but they're dying for more right wingers and independents to join them, because we need red states and blue states, and we need to work together. If you're not working together, you're not going to win. Go convince your state reps. Wolfpack, that's the group that started it, already got it passed in 5 states, calling for a convention to get money out of politics. Okay, so if we expand that and we do it enough, yeah, then state parties and the state representatives become hugely important.
I mean, we've been hearing a lot about, not paying our taxes this year, things like that. And yeah, that sounds great. I don't want to pay my fucking taxes. I'm tired of them going overseas. I want to see improvement. I want to see, I had this discussion with Roe because he had that, that tax policy that everybody left Silicon Valley, and I said, why do you keep wanting to raise taxes? Why don't we get a handle on the corruption, like the shit that just was unveiled in Minnesota? I don't know how you feel about that, but I'm pretty pissed about it. A lot of the fraud that's going on in California right now that Nick Shirley kind of uncovered, not kind of, he uncovered it. And all of our money going overseas, going to Ukraine, going to Israel, going everywhere. I've got a sheet somewhere in here that breaks it all down, how much is leaving. And I don't know how far-fetched this is. I could be fucking absolutely crazy. Breaks. But what if you had a governor? What if you had a state assembly that said, we're not fucking...
Hoping sometimes he's going to come on at 10:30 or 11:30, but one time in the last 2 months has he come on, and that was the other day. It's like, damn, can I not get no breaks? Like
federal taxes anymore.
None of the
I'll tell you what we're going to do. We don't need your funding. I don't need your education shit. I don't need anything from the fucking federal government. Fuck you. We're going to raise our state taxes. to fund ourselves. And it'll still be less than what you're paying for state and federal altogether anyways. We'll take care of ourselves. Fuck you, federal government. We'll do our roads. We'll do our education. We'll take care of our
What's fucked up is what he's talking about. That's how it was supposed to be. It was never supposed to be the way it is now with this huge overarching federal government that literally from on high tells us how things are going to be, or at least it did that all through the 20th century.
Vulnerable and elderly.
Social issues and shit.
We'll handle it. We don't need your shit. Is that a possibility? Is that a discussion that could happen? Because it would catch like fucking wildfire if it did.
Yeah. So it's tempting, but it's difficult. And so first of all, let me say that on taxes, I understand what you guys are saying, and Anna's saying it too, right? Which is, look, we're for higher taxes on billionaires, for example. Like, they cry all the time, like, oh, 5%, I can't afford it. Bro, you at least have $1 billion. If they took 5%, you still have $950 million. You're not even going to notice it, okay? But now a lot of people say, yeah, I hear you, but what's the point if the taxes are just going to fund wars in Israel and oil subsidies and drug
companies?
The thing.
I don't think that's what I told bro when he was here. Yeah, you know, I was like, because he's like, people need to be patriots like you. You serve the country. You put your life on the line. I'm like, yeah, I did, but I don't want to fucking pay any more in taxes because I never see it. I never see it come back. Yep. I don't see better roads. I don't see better education. Never. I don't see fucking better anything. I just see our country declining, falling apart. Yep. It looks like shit. There's trash everywhere. Our fucking power grid is a complete disaster. It has been for a long time. A lot of people don't even have fucking clean water.
Yeah.
What the fuck are you raising taxes for? It's not coming here. It's going there and there and there and every fucking where else.
So,
that's, yeah. If I saw this shit coming back and I was like, man.
And you know, all of you that have been begging for health care, why don't you tell us how appreciative you are right now that we didn't allow health care to go through, and we're not getting taxed out the ass for health care and also getting shit health care in return. At least we still have our own health care in our own hands now. And I get it. You know, we spend money all over the world, yet we don't have health care. Every other country does. We don't. We spend money all over the world on, we give money away. We spend it anywhere else but America. They cannot spend it in America because that, you know, they can play in the rest of the world. They're allowed to murder people, you know, like American law. They just can't do shit to Americans. So they spend all of our money overseas because that's where their little empire, their kids with magnifying glasses over ants out in the rest of the world. They can't spend a dime on us. But, you know, honestly, and I was against the healthcare thing because healthcare, it's so precious. Like, it's a third of our economy. And, you know, my healthcare, whether I live or die, whether I, you know, get well after getting sick, or I, you know, get surgery when I need it, I would rather that be in my hands. Because, you know, something the government, they don't do anything. They can't even get the DMV right. Why would I put them in charge of something as precious as my health care? I wouldn't even put them in charge of my fucking teeth. Fuck that. And, you know, honestly, it would be nice. It would be nice to have health care, but they're so awful at it. So awful. But at the same time, I would rather have health care than them spending our money all over the world on everybody but us. Now, like nowadays, I would rather have the health care. But they suck at it. And, you know, England, they used to be so proud of their NHS healthcare. Well, it's garbage now. It's totally garbage. All their social services are garbage. And, you know, these things are just, they tax us for this stuff. We don't ever get it. Like, we don't receive it. Maybe the boomers do, but we don't see it. I've never gotten Obamacare, and it's expensive as shit to boot. But I've never gotten any of these benefits. And like, I'm glad that I don't have to pay for the healthcare, because I know it would be shit and I wouldn't get it. Even if I paid for it, they would give it to anybody but white men. I would be last on the list, guaranteed, because that's how everything works in this country. You're a white male, motherfucker, get to the back of the line. We already took your money, bitch. We don't need to take you first. Get to the back of the line. We got your money already. Now, we'll do whatever we want. We don't even need to listen to you. We'll treat you like shit because we take your money at the point of a gun and you can't tell us no. And who can you complain to? Hey, like this lady just treated me like shit at the DMV, just went out of her way to be a bitch. Well, who are you going to complain to? There's nobody to complain to. They don't give a shit. And it's like you pay this money and you're just like at their mercy, whether or not you even get the services. Because yeah, they could say, oh yeah, we're doing healthcare. I give them my money. And then I'm just like, well, hopefully they fix me if I'm sick. Hopefully they'll actually give me a service because I know, they give all kinds of services out, but I've never been eligible for one in my life. I'm not eligible. I'm just, by how I was born, the way I was born renders me ineligible. I'm not the right color. See, I'm allowed to pay taxes. I'm allowed to pay for these schemes, but I'm not allowed to collect them. So as far as fuck all of it, get rid of all of it. Let these motherfuckers take care of themselves. See how long they stick it out. Like maybe that, and honestly, when the petrodollar, when that shit's up, all this shit is gone anyways. All of it. Social Security, gone. Fucking all the food stamps, gone. Fucking Medicare, gone. It's all, I'm telling you, it's going to be gone because, we owed $40 trillion in debt. Well, once the petrodollar's gone, we're not gonna be able to borrow money anymore. We're not going to be able to run budget deficits. We're not going to be able to go any more in debt. And then when the petrodollar goes, guess what? Our interest rate for our loans, for our treasury loans, is going to double. our interest rate is going to double. So it's like more like 80 trillion, actually. If you want to know the truth of it, our debt, like as soon as the petrodollar is done, we're fucked. We're slaves to China for like century, probably more than a century. It took England almost a century to pay off their World War II debt to us. We'll be paying China for that debt. They'll be your great grandkids by the time that shit's, if not longer. So not only are the interest rates going to go up, but we're not going to be able to borrow money anymore. Oh no, we're not going to be able to buy money anymore or borrow money anymore. That means we actually have to pay for, and what's crazy is all these wars, every single war that's been waged since Korea, we didn't have the money for it. They borrowed the money to wage the war. So, and that's why we've been able to wage wars. That's why we could do it in the 20th century. Because, if we weren't allowed to borrow the money, we would have to have the money to pay for the armaments, to pay for the ordnance, to pay for the soldiers. It would come out of our pockets. When we wage a war, life goes on as normal. It's as if we're not at war. Yeah, that's because the rest of the world loans us money to go butcher people. But here in the next decade, they're going to tell us to go fuck ourselves. We're not going to be able to go fight wars anymore. We're not going to have the fucking dinero. We're broke as a joke. We haven't got a dime saved. Our infrastructure's falling apart, and we owe 40 trillion. And when the petrodollar goes, we're going to get there's going to be a big change, and our interest rate is it's going to be crazy. You think it's crazy now? Wait for 10 years, man. We're fixing to be like second, third world citizens here shortly, fellas. And that's what I'm saying. You guys think, the immigrants are going to be flooding in forever. You're fucking out. You're crazy, man. You're in, you're in Delulu land because my dude, man, our civilization, the buildings and shit, it's falling apart as it is. It's like, they have better airports in a lot of other countries, better buildings, better this, better that. So we don't have that stuff on them anymore. They have better infrastructure than we do. And our jobs are gone and we owe money. It's like, bro, we got a motherfucking ground well to dig or to, crawl out of. Like, it's not good, man. So I could tell you this much, bro. All the goodies, they're fixing to stop. And bro, why would you come here from Chile or from Mexico when we're doing no better and all of our special welfare programs are gone? That shit's over. And, you know, the women, they'd be able to bitch and moan and bleat and scream all they want. But we're not going to have the money. All of a sudden, reality reasserts itself. Hey, ladies, you don't have this. Hey, you maxed out all your credit cards. Social Security, it's over with. You got to start paying it back. Matter of fact, they're going to stop loaning us money, and then they're going to expect us to start paying fat ass sums of money, you know, billions and billions and billions of dollars. So, you know, like, wake up. Things are going to change here shortly, guys. Like, and like the immigrant thing, yeah, it's not going to be an issue much longer. These people are going to be fucking fighting to get out of this country, and we'll be here left picking up the pieces. Which, as far as I'm concerned, like I said at the beginning, bro, I'll take I'll take a cut in my standard of living. I'll do without. I'll go without a lot if it means, you know, I could get the country, you know, from the 50s, or, you know, just get a high trust society back. Not even going to lie. It doesn't even have to be the 50s. I'm willing to go back to the 90s. That would be fucking awesome, to be honest. Like, I really don't have a problem. Like the kid, the Indian kid across the street, great family, great kid. Knew him from kindergarten on all the way to the end. Great family, you know. They can come to America. Dude was in Gifted with me. Like, you know, both the sons became doctors from Johns Hopkins, you know, so like, I'm not totally against that stuff. I just want people who are they're coming here to earn a better standard of life, you know, to earn citizenship. These people that want to just break in and they expect to get an amnesty, you know, they're coming here just to benefit. And as soon as it no longer benefits them to be in America, bro, they're going to be gone, my dude. They're going to be gone. They're going to be pointing and laughing at you from the country that they're from. They'll be like, haha, you guys owe Israel 40 trillion. You know, you guys owe Israel and China a bunch of money. Why would I want to live in your country? You know, where I have to learn a different language. I mean, it's like, I just feel like we've been getting lied to a lot. Like, we're, you know, still head and shoulders above the rest of the world. And we've, you know, they're cavemen, and they're just, you know, they're living in the Stone Age. I mean, come on, man. Who are we fooling here? Who are we trying to fool? Ourselves? Because we're not fooling anybody else around the world. They see how they're living. The only place that's really like still a third world is Africa. India, I mean, it's still kind of rough, but that's kind of a culture. I mean, they have cars, they have the same level of technology. Shit, they're on X making money and stuff, making buku bucks off of our internet. You know, because they speak English, they can get on our internet and, you know, comment on each other's. I mean, it's just, yeah, I don't think it's going to be like that forever. I don't think the immigrants are going to continue to come forever. I mean, especially once Israel stops murdering people, you know, there's not going to be huge waves of refugees trying to escape oppression and genocide like there has been for the last decade. Nick, you sent out a text. Going live soon. Open be sooner than live soon.
Fucking state is clean. This country is clean. These roads are amazing. Our education's amazing. We got free health care. We don't like all that shit. You fuck. Okay, great.
Yeah,
I'll pay those taxes. I don't want to pay taxes when they're getting shipped out to shit all over the world except us.
So let me do a couple layers.
So why wouldn't we do a tax strike?
Absolutely.
So first example, to back up what you're saying, is in California we raised, I think, about $24 billion for to help the homeless. Yet homelessness went up 53%. So where the fuck did the money go? Where'd the money go? I don't mind paying it. I want to help not only the homeless, but all of us, the community, because I want clean streets. I want my kids to be able to go to the local park and play there and not have it be at homeless encampment. But I also don't want the homeless to be treated in a way that's cruel. I want them to get help, whether it's mental health, drug addiction, whatever it might be, right? So good news, we gave plenty of money to do that. And the result is bupkis, nothing. So now when they propose new, we have nothing but propositions in California, right? All those ballot measures. Now, when they propose the ballot measures, I'm super skeptical, because I gave it to you the first time, the 8th time, the 12th time, and I never saw any results. So I'm beginning to think you're just keeping it for you and your donors, right? So I hear you. I hear you loud and clear, right? And what I would counsel Democrats is don't even start talking about raising the taxes until we clean up the government first. Stop the bleeding, right? Once you got a clean government and you could show people.
We got bigger fish to fry. We got to get our house in order before we can even think of spending money on benefits and little extras and goodies and shit. No, we're in a big ass hole. Not just money hole. We're in a hole politically with these fucking bastards from this foreign desert community.
Raise taxes for billionaires or whatever, and here's what you got from it. Here's 1, 2, 3. Okay, you do that, then everybody will be like, raise taxes, right? In fact, 76% of Americans already think that the rich pay too little in taxes. Okay, 76%, 3/4. But
all the taxes.
They're thinking the same thing we're thinking. Yeah, but even if you raise the taxes, where's it going to go? Right.
We don't see
but
it
if you cleaned up politics, you got money out of politics, and people could see the results of it, then that 76% is going to come back and go, okay, now let's tax the rich because I can see the roads, the bridges, and the schools that you built with it. Right.
Absolutely.
So,
I was
but
just
right
going to say, if I would be fine paying all those taxes if we had a high-speed train somewhere in the country. Like, if there was something to show for it, that our investments weren't wasted, that they invested in our infrastructure, invested in our country, invested in the future economy by building like pipelines and shit, but that's not what they've been doing. They've been pissing this money down the drain for their like imperial schemes and all of this corruption and crookedness. Like they piss all this money away in Ukraine and, great, they, depleted Russia or whatever. But it's like, what about us? We're struggling so hard and you're off spending billions and billions and billions on some other people's fight. And then, you go and pick another fight for another country that's not us. First Ukraine, then Israel. It's like, how many fucking wars do we have to pay for? Or does China have to loan us money to pay for? How much? When are you going to do something to benefit us, you sons of bitches, man? Like, it's gotten to the point where it's like, dude, maybe we do need to get rowdy and crack the whip on these people, because it's like they just won't listen. They won't listen. They refuse. They keep telling us how things are going to be. Oh, AI is the future. We need to build data centers. Well, what the fuck, man? What about something that benefits us, not just the goddamn billionaires, dude? Not just, and I've never really railed against the billionaires, but, instead of spending our money on giving companies that have plenty of money, giving them subsidies and tax breaks, paying for wars, paying for Israel's ordnance and munitions. How come we can't see our money spent here? Why can't we see how that money is benefiting us here? Show us how you're helping us. Show us how we're benefiting from the way, how you've been spending the money. Because so far, we don't have shit to show for it. Now, we have fucking forever wars, 2 of them. Like, holy fuck, man. And we've been begging and pleading with them, like, bro, just give us what we want. We don't want to. We'd rather just vote for it and not have to fight you people over it. But, at some point, it's like, bro, we have to stand up for ourselves, and reassert our sovereignty. Like, fuck you people, like, if they keep pushing, eventually people are just going to drag them out of their offices and string their asses up by light poles. You know what I mean? Like, that's how shit happens. That's what happens. You push people to, so far, and they get tired of it. Like, we pay a fuck ton of taxes in this country. We pay a lot of money in this country. and we don't get dick for it. Matter of fact, we get worse. We get fucking decline. We get a decline in our quality of life. We haven't had our quality of life go up since like the 90s. It's just been forever going down since I was a kid. It's almost kind of cruel how like I had to have a taste of, you know, high trust society and then have it snatched away from me like a security blanket.
It's not happening at all. So back to the tax strike. Look, tax strikes are super hard because they'll start picking you off one by one. They'll start arresting people for not paying your taxes. And then once they put like 12 guys and 120 guys in prison, everybody else is going to get super skittish.
Oh, I'm aware of that. And who they're going to put in prison is me and you and anybody else with a voice that's not going to pay their taxes. And that's why I'm saying, what if it's a state? What if it's a state decision?
Super difficult because getting off the federal money, there's so much federal money in all the states. For them to say we're going to come completely off of it, that is going to be brutal.
And what happens though,
look,
when
it's
the
not
federal
that
money dries up? That's what's going to happen. The federal money is going to dry up, and they're not going to have that money, the carrot and the stick, the gun against your head, and the greenbacks in your hand. You know, whispering sweet nothings into your ear. It'll be okay. Just take this money. You know, because that's essentially what they're. These crooks, they have too much power. They have all this money at their disposal, our money at their disposal, like they earned it, like it's like their company profits or something. All this money at their disposal, and all of this power, this like threat of violence. You know, they have a monopoly on violence. Basically, they have all of that power. All of our money is in their hands, and they don't do what we want anymore. They don't fucking listen, man. At their own peril too, because they're the only ones that are going to pay for this stuff. Eventually, they're gonna be called to account for what they've been doing.
Impossible.
I know example, it's out there. I get it.
So, but there are certain things that'll trigger a reaction that, like, so for example, we talked about violence earlier. The minute you do violence, you're screwed, and the whole movement's screwed, because then they bring in the surveillance state, right? And that's what's coming next. That Larry Ellison, after bragging about buying off Rubio stuff the other day on air, he said, "Oh, we can track every citizen and know where they are at all times." It was almost like a threat, right? So,
well, of course they can.
To me, don't break the law, don't do anything physical, but we can do it with just our votes in the ways that we just described, okay? But there are at times, Sean, when it gets to a point of desperation, right? So, or it's just the right time. For example, another thing that's in our arsenal that we never use, and I wouldn't use now because it'll fall apart and it won't work because you don't have enough momentum, but towards the end of a campaign like this, a general strike, okay? That's when all the workers in the country go,
everybody,
you know
just
what,
has
I'm not
to
showing
stay
up.
home.
Now what are you going to do? Go ahead, build your AI bullshit with,
yeah. And when you stay home, it's like, well, I'm not earning money, so fuck you and your income tax, asshole. I mean, it literally, if the whole country stopped going to work, they would come sniveling, crawling on their knees to us, because everything stops. Everything. They have zero control. It's like, as long as everything continues business as usual, you can't touch them. They're untouchable. But as soon as you disrupt business as usual, like Iran, then they have no choice. Literally, the most powerful man on the planet, the leader of the free world, he can't do anything. There's nothing he can do to the Iranians that wouldn't destroy him in the making. If he sends troops there, or if he attacks their energy and stuff, they're going to attack the Gulf states' energy. So basically, if he tries to hurt them, he will destroy the entire economy on the planet for the next decade, 5 or 10 years, which will destroy his presidency. You know, if he does any of this, if he actually escalates any of this stuff, he will have lower polling than any president that has ever existed. You know, like he will objectively have destroyed himself. The statistics will show that he was the worst president, because if he keeps this shit going, he will destroy the world economy, basically. I mean, destroy it. He will destroy many countries. You know, so I mean, maybe they have something on him and he sacrifices and destroy, you know, Japan ends up being destroyed. All the American world economy, which it's our economy, basically, the world American economy that we we ensure is moving. Well, if that collapses, he's destroyed, and if he lands troops there, attacks the energy supply there. Basically, if he escalates this beyond, like there's a reason why he won't put troops on the ground. He won't commit troops, and he does this blockade, which is an act of war, but he refuses to escalate it any further because that direction lies damnation. Like he's done. He can't do that. He just straight up can't do it. Not yet.
Go ahead. Okay, one day they'll feel some pain. General strike goes on for 2 weeks. It'll shut the whole economy down. It'll make rich people shit their pants, okay? It'll make the corporations panic. It'll make the politicians panic. And so that is a super powerful tool in our arsenal. And if it gets to a point where we're meeting tremendous resistance, but we're close to winning, you hit them with a general strike and they're in for a world of hurt. And that one, hey, you can't arrest somebody for not showing up to work. I'm on strike. I got a right to go on strike. And what are you going to do? Fire the whole country? Right? So there are things like that. But I would never get to physical or violence because then you're disqualified and you're in jail and the movement's gone. Taxes, not paying your taxes is in the middle, right? Because it's against the law. It's not physical, but it's against the law. But if the state does it, it'll have a state versus federal thing. And the courts could come in and the courts could say you're not allowed to do it, right? And the courts are generally not on our side. They're the guys who legalized bribery, Citizens United and all the other decisions. So those are very difficult. Could there be a time where
that leads to the federal government would have to initiate violence?
Yeah. So here's a scenario.
They fucking lose.
Here's a scenario where you could
bait them into it and fucking make them lose.
Here's like, if I stretch my imagination, I could find a scenario. Like, let's say we're going state by state to call for a convention, right? And
that's why it's a last resort.
And we got 2/3 of the states to call for a convention, and Congress should say, okay, now we're going to have a convention to come up to propose amendments, right? And Congress goes, no, we're not doing it. Okay. What do you mean you're not doing it? It's in the Constitution. Once 2/3 of the states call for it, you have to call for a convention. You don't have a choice. Like, well, we're not doing it. All right, fuck it.
And you're right. Yeah, people have families and stuff that don't want to starve. Well, this country was started by people with families who literally were willing to die and willing to risk their families. And if you're not, I mean, if there's like, at some point you have to be willing to put that stuff on the line. Otherwise, we are just slaves if we're not willing to sacrifice, and it sucks, but it's like, even our founding fathers understood that there was a price that wasn't worth paying. Freedom is worth dying for, and just to have peace and quiet, or just to be left alone so you can raise your family, there is a price too high for that.
Rhode Island, Montana, Wyoming, Hawaii, these are all small states, so maybe they got a shot, and they're both very right and very left, right? Tax strike, okay? So that's a moment where if at that point 4, 6, 8 really right-wing and left-wing states go, we're doing a tax strike, and we're not paying the federal government anymore, maybe that forces their hand. Because then you say, hey, like Martin Luther King did civil disobedience, what people don't realize is that Martin Luther King said, the law was on our side. Every one of those arrests that the cops did was a false arrest. Right?
Similar taste in music. I was just watching this, to make sure that I catch it. He's listening to that song, This Must Be the Place by Talking Heads. And it's kind of a synthy 80s tune. But I love the Talking Heads. And that was like one of their kind of B-sides, their under the radar songs that I've always loved. And like, I always thought I was kind of weird for liking that song, but he's playing it. He's eclectic like that too. Like, I like that kind of shit. I've liked records for years, and I'm like kind of a B-side person. I always listen to the record straight through.
Because the federal law was actually on our side. We were right? We had a right to sit at that counter. We had a right to do that protest, etc. You make the government be the bad guys. That's why civil disobedience was such a good idea. And that's what you were just suggesting. If Rhode Island...
It's already happening in Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you see these ICE shootings. I looked at that. I've been to combat. I spent 14 fucking years in lethal situations. That first tape, where what
Talking
was it,
about
like 6 guys?
non-compliance, passive non-compliance or peaceful non-compliance, where you don't get violent, but you don't comply with their orders. You know, they make laws like in India, they made a law where you had to carry an ID on you at all times. If you were in the British Empire and you weren't British, you had to carry papers, or if you were not European. So they started burning their papers, and the English, they were beating them and violent with them, and it totally showed the English. It basically it stripped it laid it bare for the English people that they were beating people, you know, getting bloodying and hurting, possibly killing people because of people that were peaceful and that were not violent. Because, you know, before that, the British, their media, you know, the people would get violent and then they say, yeah, rebellion popped up here, a bunch of vicious, violent natives got, you know, violent. Well, Gandhi actually, you know, used Jesus's teachings and outsmarted them, you know, because he didn't give them he did not give them an excuse or a way to demonize him or their movement. And it just showed the British, it showed them what the barbarity, you know, they had called all these other peoples barbarians, but when push came to shove, they were the barbarians. They were willing to get violent, you know, to enforce their subjugation, enforce their empire. And that's what Gandhi did, was he laid that bare and showed the British people, who were good people and that wasn't acceptable to them. They used the democracy against itself, you know, and it makes the elites look really bad, you know, when because especially the way the British did it, you know, they would say, just put the rebellion down, you know, and they would kind of violently put it down. And it made them look like the brutality wasn't a good look. It was not a good look. It made them look like vicious butchers. And they had some massacres because of it, where somebody, you know, went on their own prerogative and just fucking waylaid crowds of men, women, and children, you know, trying to make a point. But I mean, that's how peaceful non-compliance works. You have to be willing to take a blow. See, it requires courage, just like fighting requires courage, because you have to take a blow. You have to be willing to take a brutal beating. You have to be willing to take blows. His thing's still winding up. He sent out a post a couple minutes ago. He's going live soon. Yeah, you have to be willing to take a beating. You have to be willing to sacrifice a lot, basically. Even with peaceful non-compliance, you have to be willing to go to jail. The thing is, though, is it's a great strategy when you're dealing with an overwhelming, you know, a tyrant that has, you know, unlimited resources. And basically, you can get them to discuss themselves, you know. Like, a lot of the Englishmen, they didn't want to beat these people that were not doing anything. And the people were literally presenting themselves. You know, they would stand in line. It'd be like 10-file line, you know, 10 people wide. And it'd be like a line of bobbies with clubs. And they would literally walk into the clubs and then fall. Their women would run up and drag them out of the way, and then the next line would step up. The next 10 guys would literally step up into position to get clubbed, beaten by a fucking, you know, big ass wooden baton. So it's no joke, you know. Those guys got really hurt, like you know. And in the civil rights era here, you know, which was in the same era pretty much, you know, they kind of got I won't say they got lucky, but the ones that only got the fire hose, you know, like, that's not near, although the dogs, that's not, I mean, it was rough, but, you know, to me, I'm thinking like, shit, I would take the fire hose over getting my ass beat with or with a wooden baton. But it requires a lot of courage nonetheless. And there's no guarantee, you know, like the reporters asked Gandhi, you know, if he thought peaceful non-compliance would work against Hitler. And he said, yeah, but it would require a lot of sacrifice and it would take a long time. You know, it It would not be easy. And he was right, you know, because and the reason why it works so well in America and the civil rights here, it works so well in India, is because, you know, we kind of have a sense of, you know, pride about our country. And then, you know, when the whole world starts pointing their finger, you know, all of a sudden, you know, it's kind of embarrassing. I'm sure that's how the British felt too. They didn't like being made a fool of. They didn't like looking like barbarians, because they were the ones, oh, these barbarian, these uncouth people, you know, this uncouth nation of people, I mean, you know, and then they got outsmarted. And that proved something. That was a big deal, you know, like, you know, and what happened, like Jesus himself went about things that way, and they crucified him. And like the Romans in Rome, although that did convert Rome, but you know, that was like the Gandhi, he was like the first modern example of it. You know, I think it had been a long time since somebody had used those tactics before, and they work. They actually do work.
Guys in ski masks surrounding an American, a single American woman in a vehicle. What the fuck would anybody have done?
Yeah.
If I was sitting in a car as a former SEAL and CIA guy, and 6 guys came up with fucking ski masks surrounding my car telling me to get the fuck out, I'd do the same damn thing.
Yeah, I mean, all she was doing was driving away, and they shot her in the head.
That's what I'm saying. I was made it sound like she was trying to run him over. I even if she was, that man, his life was not in fucking danger.
No way.
He should not have taken that shot. And then the second one happened, you know, and so they're already initiating violence.
That's so important, Sean. So I want to build on that. So they pretend to be tough guys. First of all, if you're a tough guy, law enforcement in this country doesn't wear masks. We wear badges because we represent the community, right? And you need to see the badge and you need to see the face. Thuggish third world dictatorships have no badges and masks. Second of all, you pretend to be tough guys, but you shoot a woman from the side when she's already past you in the head. Then you're kind of a pussy. Okay, don't tell me you're tough. You disarm Alex Preddy, and there's 6 of you, 8 of you, however many of you.
But there wasn't even a fucking. I mean, it was, well, you don't have all the context. I get it. I know. I've been in these situations. I know context matters. And so I wanted to believe that was a justified shoot. That's why I watched it so many fucking times. But I mean, you can see down the street on both ways. I was like, well, maybe there's a massive violent protest happening. Dude, that street was dead. And the only people out there were the ICE agents.
Totally. And what did Preddy do? He went to go protect a woman who was getting pushed around. Okay, that's what a patriot's supposed to do. That's what an American's supposed to do. That's what a man is supposed to do. Okay, and he didn't protect her with the weapon. He didn't take out the weapon, and they disarmed him, and then they executed him. Okay, so that's not what tough guys do. That's what pussies do. Okay,
I also want to say I don't. In my opinion, these weren't stand-up
but
human
you know,
beings,
mistakes are made.
They were.
Mistakes are made. It's like what happened to George Floyd. Yeah, mistakes are made. You know, and you put cops in a tough position, and mistakes happen. That's why every time I've ever been pulled over, fuck, man, I'm so calm and like, yes sir, yes sir. I'm fucking so contrite. I kowtow like a motherfucker. I don't want to piss that dude off. You know, like, because I know shit can go sideways really quick, and they're allowed to kill your ass. I want to walk away from an encounter with the police. I don't want to fucking end up dead, you know? And if you do as you're told, you comply with the guy, you won't end up dead. It's like only when you don't comply. And, you know, honestly, I've always complied. And that's why I'm kind of like, well, you know, you should have complied. When somebody doesn't comply, it's like, you know, you kind of brought that on yourself. I mean, and I get it, mistakes happen, you know, people get flustered, but it's like, fuck, man. People got to be left to account for their actions, you know? Like, I get flustered too, but I don't fucking let it get to me and sacrifice my life. No matter what kind of an asshole the cop's being, it's not worth getting shot over. Okay, go. I mean, if I got to go to jail, I'm going to jail. I would rather go to jail than be fucking murdered. So I just go to jail. I'll worry about it in court when I have my day in court. But these people that want to put up these fucking vicious fights and fight tooth and nail to keep from being put in the back of a cop car, it's like, well, you know, when you behave like that, I mean, I can think about what it would be like to be in a cop's position and somebody pulls some shit like that. You know, I would be pissed. Like, man, people putting me in a position to where I have to make a split-second decision. Like, you motherfucker. That's the last thing I would be wanting to do, making split-second decisions that are going to decide the rest of my life as a cop. And then you may end up dead. Like, fuck that. And that's why I have very little sympathy for people that show their ass when a cop pulls them over, or they flip out, freak out, and start going crazy. It's like, man, you have no fucking excuse for that. No fucking excuse. You know, if you want to blame somebody beside yourself, blame your fucking parents because they didn't civilize you properly. I mean, jeez. How hard is it just to do what the fucking dude says and go to jail and then worry about it later? You know, like, it's not worth it. It's just not worth it. And I've had cops fucking, I had a cop one time, he thought I was my roommate because I had a dent on my car. This motherfucker put cuffs on me and he grabbed me by the cuff chain and started slinging me around, threw me around. I thought he fucking broke my wrist. I was like, oh, I mean, and my thumb was numb for like a year after that. I had nerve damage from it. But the guy kind of he's got he has the bulge on you. He has the drop on your ass. He's the cop. He's got the power. You know, you just kind of have to take it and get a lawyer. That's your only option. You know, fighting them, what, you're going to get a bullet in the head. I refuse, you know, I'm not going, you know, the more leeway and the softer we are, the more our society declines. No, hard as fucking nails. You're going to fucking jail. And if you get convicted, you're going to prison. Fuck this shit where letting people argue and this and that. People want to fight a cop, pulling away from him and shit. And it just gets worse and worse. The more we allow, the more license people take, the more they think they can get away with. So the harder they push. So it's literally like a snowball downhill. It's a race to the fucking bottom. That's brutal.
Good evening, everybody. You're watching America First. My name is Nicholas J. Fuentes. We got a great show.
For a reason.
Great show for you tonight. Very excited to be back here with you tonight on a Tuesday. We have a lot to talk about tonight, lots to get into. Big show.
I'll be right back.
Our featured story, we're talking all about Vivek Ramaswamy, who has regrettably become the GOP nominee for the gubernatorial race in Ohio. He utterly and completely destroyed Casey Push. 85% to 15% is what it looks like today. And there were some big primary contests held across the country, but that was probably the most notable one that we were watching. And we're going to talk a little bit about it tonight. We'll talk about Vivek. We'll talk about the race and what is going to happen in Ohio. And I will tell you, not everybody is going to like what I have to say. There is an imperative in this election in 2026. You know, I know, Vivek Ramaswamy, under no circumstances, can be allowed to become the governor of Ohio. What kind of message would that send? What does that say about us? What does that say about the GOP? What does that say not just about the GOP, but the post-Trump GOP if somebody like Vivek Ramaswamy can become a statewide government official? Somebody who is not a Christian, somebody who denigrates white Americans, billionaire pharmaceutical guy, libertarian. What does that say about the state of the right wing if he is allowed to become one of the top Republicans in the country? Simply cannot be allowed to happen under any circumstances. So what is the alternative? Well, not everybody's going to like this. But in November,
there's going to be two candidates that can win on the ballot in Ohio. And it is Acton on the Democrat side and Ramaswamy on the Republican side. If it can't be Ramaswamy, I think you know what it has to be. And so I'm going to be calling on everybody to be going to Ohio, and we're going to give people a choice. You have an option. Stay home. But I think if you really want to make a difference and help, we're going to have to hold our noses. And we're going to have to vote Democrat. And I'll tell you, a lot of people, they say that during the presidential elections, I'm going to hold my nose and vote Republican. They say, I don't care how many times they screwed us over, how many times they betrayed us. I don't care how awful they are. They are the lesser of two evils, and it's a binary choice. There's only two candidates that can win. So people say they're going to hold their nose and vote Republican every single time. Every presidential election year, every off year, midterm year, they say we're going to hold our nose and vote Republican. And nothing ever changes. And the candidates just keep getting worse. It's unacceptable. It's unacceptable in the era of Trump that the Republican Party would even field somebody like Vivek. How insulting, how ridiculous. We want mass deportations. We want nationalism. We want America first. And what we get is techno-libertarianism. We're moving backwards. We should be moving forwards. The GOP is pushing us backwards. And so there's a choice in 2026. How much are we going to tolerate? How much are we going to put up with? How much are we going to allow? If people simply stay home or if they vote Republican, you are telling the GOP that we will tolerate literally anything. And if that is the message, if that is the case, there's an element of moral hazard. It teaches the GOP that they can always take us backwards. They can always make it worse. And no matter what, we're always going to vote for it. So my message in 26 is time to hold our nose and play the other side. It's not just for Israel anymore. We can play both sides too. In 2026, it's time for us to hold our nose and vote for Democrats and shut it down.
Trying to fix the delay.
Agenda, which was deportations, no wars, affordability, the rest of it. You want to give us $6 gas, H-1B visas, more foreign aid, then we're going to vote for the other side. We're not going to like it. Nobody likes it. Nobody's happy about that. You think I'm happy about a Jewish female governor who is pro-COVID and the rest of it? I'm not happy about it. I don't like her. I don't like the Democrats, and I don't like what they have to offer.
Fuck no.
But we need to play hardball. These are extraordinary circumstances. This is a question of succession. Who comes after Trump? And therefore, what direction does the GOP and the American right, where does that go? If we let the GOP push it backwards and backslide, then we're going to lose all the momentum. All the sacrifices will have been in vain, and we're hostage to the GOP. So this is an extraordinary situation. This is not normal. This is the most important election of our lifetimes. And it's time for us to put our foot down, play both sides, hold our nose, vote Democrat. Every vote that stays home, every vote for Vivek is against the outcome that we need, which is that we're going to need the Democrat to win, to teach the GOP a lesson. You want to win Ohio, and you should be able to, give us America first.
Yes.
You want to win Ohio, you want to win the House, you want to win Texas, you want to win Florida, give us America first. If not, forget it. Forget about it. I'll prefer the Democrats over being a hostage to a treacherous Republican Party. I know not everybody's on board with that. I know not everybody likes that, but that is how it has to be. That's just the game. So we'll talk about it. We'll flesh this out a little bit. That's going to be our main story. There was an attempt to run a primary challenger in Ohio. The guy's name was Casey Push. What's really sad is that I think he actually could have won. I really believe that. I think he could have won, or at least it could have been competitive. But sadly, we just don't have that elite human capital. It just wasn't a good campaign. Raised no money, did no events, did no outreach.
It just was a terrible campaign. This was winnable. Vivek was extremely unpopular. I think Casey Push got 18% basically just by being an alternative on the ballot and doing almost nothing else. But it wasn't good and it wasn't pretty. And the opportunity was squandered. And that's disappointing. He let us down. He lost. This is why I never got behind him. I don't want to endorse losers. I think that's a bad look for me. It's a bad look for everybody. And so now what we have to do is we have to be realistic. And now the choice is between a Democrat and Vivek Ramaswamy. For me, I'm never Vivek. I think under no circumstances, I would take an ordinary Democrat over an Indian tech bro, scamming libertarian that hates white Americans. I would take an ordinary Democrat, completely ordinary. We know what it is. We know what we're going to get. We're not going to like it. But an exceedingly ordinary Democrat, and it's the devil we know, versus a Republican who is going to puff his chest out and walk around the governor's mansion like he owns the place and use that as a springboard for a future in national Republican politics. I don't want to deal with this guy for the rest of my life. I don't want to deal with Vivek Ramaswamy and his giant fucking head for the rest of my life. I don't want to deal with that arrogance, smugness, pompousness. He's going to go around wagging his finger telling heritage Americans, white Americans about Ben Franklin and Thomas Jefferson. I think it would be a mistake to say that we would prefer giving him a springboard into a political career at the national level as opposed to settling for an ordinary one-term Democrat that we can always get rid of in 4 years. Ohio's a red state. Republicans carry Ohio by like 10 points. Democrats haven't held the mansion in 20 years. We can take one L. We can take a one-term ordinary Democrat for 4 years and then throw her out. Let's just get a re-roll of the dice. Hopefully in 2030, Republicans get the message. They give us somebody we can vote for. That's how we have to play. So we'll talk about all that. We're going to get into it. We're also going to talk tonight about the war in Iran, which looks like it may be over, although we also have really no idea. They say the war is over. Today, that was the announcement. Today, President Trump said that officially Operation Epic Fury, which is the war in Iran, it is now over. Formally, it is over. What's more, this other operation, which was declared on Sunday, is also now over. So we were supposed to talk about this last night, didn't have time. Sunday, it was announced that the U.S. Navy would be escorting commercial ships out of the Strait of Hormuz, out of the Persian Gulf through the Strait, and that basically never materialized. There were a grand total of 3 commercial ships that have made it out in the past 48 hours, and as quickly as this came together, it's now over. That operation is also concluded. Simultaneously, the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz by the Navy remains in place. Iran's control of the strait also remains in place. And Trump says diplomacy is still ongoing. So nobody really has any idea what is going on here. Is the war over? Nobody knows. The Emirates is being attacked allegedly by Iran. They vow to retaliate. We don't know if they will. The strait is still closed on both sides. It's a double lock. Iran has shut it down. The U.S. has shut it down. Although their closure is more effective than ours, they seem more capable of shutting down shipping than we are. Nevertheless, that is the new status quo, apparently. And although there's no negotiations, Trump says that we're working toward a deal. So I'm not really even sure what the status is, but we're going to work through the latest developments, and we'll talk about what's happening there, too. It looks like we're just out. It looks like we're just done. 3 months of war. Or I guess it's a little bit over 2 months. Yeah. 2 months of war in Iran, and it's ending not with a bang, but with a whimper. Not with a huge operation, not with some decisive victory, not with a strategic, tactical win on the battlefield. We're just walking away. It's just over. And you have to ask, what was it really all for? What was even the point of that? Gas prices are hitting $6 in Chicago in some places. This has probably caused an economic correction. It just hasn't arrived yet. They're rationing energy supplies in Europe, in Asia. This is going to totally roil the global economy, U.S. economy. It's cost us probably something like $50 billion when all is said and done. Our bases are destroyed. We have strategically, objectively lost the conflict. And now we're just finished. What was it all for? We'll talk about that too. So those are going to be the big stories tonight. It's going to be a good show. It's going to be another slow day. It's kind of been a slow couple of weeks. Feel like nothing's really going on. I do feel like another generational run is loading, though. I don't want to say that prematurely.
Any of you guys noticed how other influencers use generational run now because of Nick? I fucking love that shit.
But I do sort of feel, just in the past few days, it feels like everybody's talking about me all of a sudden, all over again. Tucker is interviewed by the New York Times. Half of it is about me. Hassan Piker can't stop talking about me. He's being compared to me. Megyn Kelly seems like she might be interested maybe in a collaboration. I'm not sure. She talked to the Red Scare girls today. And I really appreciate what they said about me. Anna Kachian said, Tucker is just butthurt because Nick is more popular than him. He owns everybody. I was like, wow, thanks. They're so nice to me. I love Dasha and Anna. I have a soft spot for them. I feel seen, which is ironic, because they're women and I'm me and I'm a guy. But I feel so seen. I feel like they really get me. I feel like they really understand that I'm a sensitive yearner. I feel like they get that. Other people don't really get that. So maybe there's something to that. I said it the other day. I feel like the Groybettes really get me. I feel seen. All the chuds do not get me at all. The chuds don't understand anything about me, but it's like the Red Scare girls. It's like they almost just get it. So I appreciate what they said. It was kind of awesome because they're on Megyn Kelly and they're like hip. They're with it. She's in Succession. Anna's a friend of Barry Weiss. They're hip. They're with it. And they go on the show and they're like, he just owns everybody. He's so much more popular than Tucker. I'm like, bro, thank you for aura farming me. Thank you so much for aura farming me. I really needed that. So that was a W. So yeah, it just feels like we're getting back into it. Here we go again. But anyway, that's that. I do want to move on. Before we get into our news, few things. As always, remember to smash the follow button on Rumble, smash the like button, leave a comment, let me know what you think about the show. Check out our merch store, Fuentes.store, for our spring and summer collection. New products, very exciting. The hat, the shorts, the hoodies, the shirts. It's all high quality stuff, very good stuff. If you want to subscribe and support the show, it's AmericaFirst.plus. $15 a month, you access the archive, every episode of the show ever. $100 a month, you get to be in the group chat with me, hanging out, chilling, talking about whatever you want to talk about.
Nice.
I also have some bad news. Get a load of this. So the service that we use for super chats for many years is called Entropy. I'm sure if you've ever super chatted the show, you've probably used it before. It's Entropy Stream is the website. As of today, Entropy is shut down.
What?
They're out of business. They're done. Entropy is closed.
What?
So going forward, if you want to super chat the show, you have to either super chat on Rumble or you have to super chat at our own website, which I prefer, and that is AmericaFirstPlus.superchat. We're going to shorten that link. I don't know what they were thinking. I don't know what anybody was thinking when they did that. I don't know who thought that was a good idea. Let's call it the America First Show plus.net/super chat. It's like, what are we thinking? It should be a shorter URL. Who's going to remember that? It's totally insane, but it's fine. It's fine. Honestly, it's fine. I guess I'm just the only one that has a brain. It's okay. So the extremely long URL that it's totally fine. It's AmericaFirstPlus.superchat. You got all that? AmericaFirstPlus.superchat. It's just genius. Anyway, But that is what we're using now. Entropy is done. And let me tell you what, it's okay. But honestly, it's fine. I'm not even mad. Okay? I promise I'm not going to get too aggressive. Everybody says I'm too aggressive. Really? Me? It's fine. I'm not even mad about it. It's totally fine. Why would you ever think that it would need to be shorter than that? It's totally fine. Anyway, it's okay. Seriously. But so get a load of this. So entropy, we have been, somebody, hang on. My guy just texted me. AF.plus/super chat. Okay, so actually it's shorter. Actually, wait. So my assistant just tagged me. It's AF.plus/super chat. We'll workshop it. Honestly, it's fine. We'll workshop it. That's not much better. It's fine. We'll workshop it. It's fine. Okay. So get a load of this. So we've been using entropy for years. And they are the censorship-proof platform. Dude, they have taken their chunk of flesh. They charge me 15% on every super chat, which is insane. But they've been good. I don't want to complain. They've been very good to me. So much money. But that's a lot. That's a big processing fee. So we've been with entropy for, I don't know, maybe like 6 years, 5 or 6 years or something. Censorship-proof, super chat service. We've worked very closely with them. They support the show. All of a sudden, in just the past 3 months, there's been a ton of media pressure on the super chats. There was some big expose on this company in Canada. They sent journalists out to another country on the other side of the planet where they live, banging on their door, hunting down their processor, because the Entropy website supports this show. And that's ultimately what led to them getting shut down. They had a ton of banking problems, and this is because of the press putting pressure on them. Then there was another piece in Washington Post a couple weeks ago about how much money I make from the super chats. So it's happening all over again. It's happening. This is how it goes. I told you it would be like this. It is a boom and bust cycle, which is to say that whenever I get an opportunity, whenever I exploit a loophole, somebody is able to adapt and figure out a way to give me a platform, give me an ability to make money. I'm able to put my clips on Instagram, whatever. Literally, when I'm even on the playing field, forget about a level playing field, a fair playing field, whenever I'm allowed on the field, whenever they let me out of the box that I'm eating, whenever they let me out of the penalty box, whenever they let me out of the cage, and I get to even get on the field, I just crush everything in sight. I just destroy everything, number one all the time. And then what always happens is they catch up, journalists, the Jews, Israel, the government, and then they close all the loopholes, and then I'm in prison for another 3 years. And this is the game that we play. So for everybody that says, oh, what are you complaining about? You're rich. What are you complaining about? You have it easy. I do not have it easy at all. This is always the game that they play. And people say, you're in with the SPLC. You're in with the government. Man, I wish. Because no, the left is still trying to get me debanked. Do you know that? They are still attacking my income every day. They are still attacking my clips every day. I wish I was in league with the government. Maybe then I could get credit card processing on a website for longer than a year. That's my favorite part. Oh, he's controlled op. Oh, he's propped up. Dude, they're not letting me do anything. We had our super duper secret payment processor processing payments in Turkey. They're in another country, super duper, just so we could take a $20 super chat so we could process the payment with the card. And what do? They hunt these people down and get them kicked off of every bank they have. And people go, I'm being allowed to, oh, why are they letting him? They barely let me do anything. Nobody's letting me do anything. I'm banned from Airbnb. I'm banned from Stripe. I can't be on the Kick partner or whatever because I'm banned from Stripe. You know what Kick told me? They said, you should clear that up with Stripe. I was like, oh, gee, thanks. You think? Oh, yeah, let me call them up. Hey, can I process credit cards again? Can we clear up this misunderstanding? Can I make money on the internet, please? So that's how it is. So anyway, that's a funny, hilarious little story about my life. So no longer Entropy. It's either got to be Rumble or it's got to be on our site, af.plus/superchat.
Well, at least Rumble does it now.
af.plus/superchat. That's the website. Check it out. Because, yeah, we may not be long for this world. Knock on wood. Rumble, if you can hear me, please do not fold. Like, it's, guys, I don't want to go back to Cozy.
Seashells.
Don't send me back to Cozy. I'll do anything. Please, I'll do anything. Barry Weiss, if you could hear me, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. You're beautiful. You're not fat or stupid. Please don't send me back to Cozy. I don't want to go back. I can't do it again. Mediating disputes between politically provoked and Tenrio. I can't go back to that. I don't want to go back to that. I can't go back to that life. Peter Thiel, if you could hear me, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. Give me $5 million. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, we'll try. We'll figure something out. I don't know. We'll have to figure something out. Anyway, but we're going to move on. We're going to get into the news. Yeah, it's another day. Another shekel. We're getting Jewed again.
Another day, another shekel.
Yep, it just doesn't get any easier, does it? No. But it's fine. But honestly, it's fine. It's totally fine. I'm doing fine. All right, but we're going to move on. We're going to get into the news. It is kind of funny when you, it's kind of hilarious when you think about it. But we are going to move on. We're going to get into the news. But see, this is kind of the point, isn't it? Our featured story, we're talking about the gubernatorial primary in Ohio. Vivek Ramaswamy is the winner. Vivek Ramaswamy is the Republican nominee for the Ohio governor's race in 2026. Terrific. Huh. And Vivek won the nomination after he got a last-minute boost from J.D. Vance. From our fearless vice president, and you might remember, it was last year that J.D. Vance lent Vivek Ramaswamy some of his campaign personnel to help him. And then J.D. Vance made a little pit stop in Ohio earlier this week, I believe yesterday actually, to vote for Vivek because JD is still a citizen of Ohio. And you know what's funny about that? You know what's really funny about that? So JD Vance, funnily enough, he went to law school with Vivek Ramaswamy. They were Yale Law School classmates. And JD Vance's son, his firstborn son, is also named Vivek. Isn't that a funny coincidence? So JD and Vivek knew each other at Yale like 15 years ago, and that's also where JD met his wife Usha, who is of Indian descent. Well, JD's firstborn son is named Vivek. So there was this funny little moment where JD brought his son Vivek to vote for Vivek. JD and Vivek Vance came to Ohio to vote for Vivek Ramaswamy in the Ohio governor's primary. And I just thought, isn't that the most special little moment? I love our new GOP. I don't know about you guys, but I love our new Republican Party. I think you're going to love our new country. It's really great. If you like Trump, if you were on board with the original MAGA movement, if you were on board with the original Trump 2016 campaign, which was about building a border wall, removing all immigrants, ending all wars, attacking international banks, well, you're going to love the new GOP, which is J.D. Vance, his wife Usha, their son Vivek, and their best friend, Uncle Vivek Ramaswamy, who thinks that Americans are dumb and
The new America. H-1Bs all around. Come on in, fellas. All 1 billion of you.
Easy. So if you like Trump 1.0, if you like the 1,000-year Trumpenreich MAGA fascism, you're going to love the two Viveks, Usha, and JD. Get excited for that. Get excited for JD, David Sachs, Vivek. This is going to be great. Tucker, I can't wait. So Vivek Ramaswamy is the winner. He is now the Republican nominee. He'll be running as the Republican for the Ohio governorship.
Means he'll try to run for
story
president
about that.
again.
This is from NBC. It says, quote, Vivek Ramaswamy, a Republican pharmaceutical entrepreneur, and Dr. Amy Acton, a Democrat who served as the Ohio health director under the current Republican governor, won their respective primaries for governor on Tuesday, according to the Associated Press, setting up what will most likely be a closely watched contest this fall. Ohio has not made a Democrat its governor for nearly 20 years, but recent polls have shown a surprisingly tight race to succeed Governor Mike DeWine. The campaigns have strikingly different pitches. Dr. Acton's emphasizes affordability, a message her campaign thinks will resonate at a time when gas prices are soaring and inflation is up, while Mr. Ramaswamy's focus is on a gospel of ambitious renewal, promising to make Ohio once again a national hub of innovation and wealth. But while Mr. Ramaswamy's aspirational speeches, not to mention his deep pockets, have excited Republican Party leadership, his longstanding eagerness to weigh in on a broad range of subjects have proved a fertile source of unwanted headlines. He has already drawn the enmity of the populist right for expounding on American culture's tendency to venerate mediocrity. More recently, recordings have circulated of Mr. Ramaswamy joking that Ohio is not his favorite state and explaining to a voter in Iowa the fundamental differences between his Hindu faith and Christianity, saying he considered Jesus a son of God, but not the Son of God. Such moments of candor may not reassure a skeptical Ohio conservative. Some of this unease was evident in the showing by the other Republican who ran in the primary, Casey Push. An auto enthusiast with far-right views, Mr. Push raised less than $125,000 for his campaign, yet was drawing around 18% with half the vote reported. Now, I do want to talk a little bit about Casey Push because I was very hard on him, and a lot of people were saying, why are you attacking this guy? He's a Republican in the race, and so on. Here's the thing about this primary, and here's what's actually a little bit crushing. This Republican primary might have actually been winnable. It is totally possible that an insurgent, spoiler, Republican primary challenger could have defeated Vivek Ramaswamy. Just look at the result. Casey Push had almost no name recognition. He raised no money. He hardly did any events. He ran a horrible campaign. And even still, he got almost 20% of the vote, basically just by being on the ballot next to Vivek. Now imagine if you had somebody like James Fishback in Ohio. Somebody who's actually smart, somebody who's actually good at talking, somebody who actually has a good digital team, somebody who's doing events across the entire state, hitting every county, viral and active on social media. Imagine if you actually had somebody competent in Ohio. I don't know that that person would have had an easy shot at winning, but certainly it would have been competitive, and it might have even been close. Think about how much Vivek Ramaswamy blew it when he gave his Christmas speech in 2024. That was ample material. That was ample ammunition to destroy him. This is Ohio. This is a working class, Appalachian, Rust Belt, Great Lakes state that Republicans have carried, specifically Trump, by 10 points in recent elections. And you have an Indian pharmaceutical billionaire who is trashing white Americans on Twitter on Christmas. And you couldn't win? You couldn't beat him? Think about it. This is Ohio. It's half Rust Belt, half Appalachia. It's all white people. This was ground zero for the Springfield Haitians eating cats and dogs. Like I said, Trump has carried the state by 10 points.
as a populist, speaking to the white working class, speaking to the Rust Belt victims, and you've got an Indian first-gen immigrant pharmaceutical billionaire who said on Christmas that Americans are so mediocre and so lazy and so stupid that is why they're falling behind India and Vietnam and China and all these H-1Bs from Asia. And that was on Christmas in 2024. And see, guys, this is what I'm talking about when I say, and I said this the other night, when we talk about our ambitions and objectives in politics, let me tell you what works. We have to be better than everybody by far. We have to be the best. So there's a lot of people that think that we're going to get into politics, and if we're angry enough, and if we're loud enough, and if we're upset enough, that things are just going to happen for us, that we're just going to get our way. If we are just emotional and loud and extreme, if we just go on Twitter and we just tweet something really pissed off, that this sentiment, that this emotionality, that is just going to make it fall into place. And you know what else? If that doesn't work, they throw their arms up and they say, well, it's not fair. I saw this guy saying that. I saw other people saying that about this primary. I had people saying that in the weeks leading up to this election. People said, well, the reason Casey Bush isn't winning is because the other side is suppressing his approval or favorability in the polls. It's because the state is out to get him. It's because they wouldn't verify his signatures. It's because they're out. This mentality is all wrong. It's all wrong. Let me tell you the mentality that we need to win. The mentality is no excuses. No excuses, ever. We have to be the smartest. We have to be the most advanced, the most sophisticated, the most clever. We have to be better than everybody else by far. We have to be state-of-the-art, pioneers, industry leaders. We have to be running a laboratory, experimenting. We always have to be ahead of everybody else, and we have to be better than them. We have to work harder. We have to be smarter. We have to be better, because it's true. It is a rigged system, and it is unfair. And they have way more money than us, and they have way more endorsements, and they have way more clout, and they're networked up, and they're mobbed up. And the only thing that is going to win is if we are just so much better that we overcome all of those disadvantages. And we can settle for nothing other than victory. I don't know about you, but saying I lost, but it wasn't fair isn't good enough. Saying, sure, he lost, but that's just how it goes because somebody that is that pure can never win. He's not cut out to be a politician because he's too good of a guy. Well, if you're too good of a guy to win, then fuck you. Do something else. I saw some people seriously say that. They said, he's too good of a guy. He doesn't wear a suit like a politician. He's just not cut out for this because he's too pure. Well, if you're too pure to win in politics, then get the fuck out of politics and go do something else. Go work in an auto shop. Go work in a hardware store.
Damn right.
What matters in politics is winning. That's actually all that matters anywhere, is winning at any cost. So if you're too pure or too good or too fucking simple, if you're too simple and provincial, your provincial sensibilities do not facilitate you winning elections, then maybe you should be a volunteer instead of the candidate. And leave it to the Machiavellians. Leave it to the narcissists. Leave it to the attention whores, leave it to the performers, leave it to the iconoclasts, because they actually get momentum. They actually belong in politics. They actually get results, and you may not like it, but that's what works. So I saw some of that, and that attitude is going to get us killed. That attitude is going to make us lose. And let me tell you, in 2016, that was the original appeal of Trump. Is we were getting our asses kicked by the left all the time forever because Republicans would just lose all the time. Because Republicans were stupid and naive and just bad at politics.
And when Trump came around, we said, finally a killer, finally a winner.
Dude with a killer
finally
instinct.
someone who's just going to do everything and anything at any cost and be ruthless and just fucking win. And we contrasted that.
Somebody who's going to grab him by the pussy.
All the other conservatives that called themselves principled losers. We contrasted Trump and Breitbart and the Groypers, the frogs on Twitter. We contrasted all of that with the older generation of National Review conservatives who would lose every election, who would lose every argument, lose every debate, but they would say, at least we went down honorably.
Yes, that's what they always say. We'd rather lose with grace than win with, with egg on our face. Nah, man, I'd rather win dirty than lose clean. Fuck that. It's about winning. There's no prize for second place.
Principles. At least we never compromised. You know what you get when you lose with your principles? You get shot in the back of the head and buried in a shallow grave. I don't want that to happen. So people say, at least we lost with our pride and our dignity. Fuck pride and principles and dignity and all of it. If you lose, we die. If we lose our country. If we lose, you get Vivek Ramaswamy and the immigrants lording over us. So we have to win. That's why I didn't endorse this person. And I didn't endorse this person because I don't like losers. And I don't like loserdom spreading over into our situation. Because you know what, everybody? If I had went all in behind this guy in this primary and then he loses, you know what everybody's going to say about me? And they already are regardless. Hanania and all the other Jews are saying, oh, look, Casey Push only got 15%. I guess Groyperism isn't real. I guess it's an online phenomenon. I guess it doesn't translate into the political world. I guess it can be safely ignored. That's what they can say when you don't have a serious campaign and you lose. That's why I can't be involved with that. Now I can credibly say I had nothing to do with that train wreck. I didn't endorse it because it had no chance of winning, not because of its ideas, but because of its team. I like getting behind people that actually are making a difference. I look at somebody like James Fishback, whatever you want to say, even in the end, I don't know how that's going to turn out. I really don't know what the vote will be in that primary in August. But what you can say about James Fishback is an interesting comparison, is that regardless of the outcome, Fishback is a phenomenon. It's viral. It's undeniable. It's all over social media. Everywhere he goes, he gets crowds of young people. It's interesting. It's different. It's exciting. He's doing the work. And I'm not trying to create enmity between them. You know, this is just an interesting comparison. Fishback is going to Waffle House, and the whole place is filled with college kids. He's going to the universities, and people are screaming, chanting, USA. He's putting on the burger crown. I'm sure older people are watching this and saying, what is this? Why is he putting on a crown? It's different. It's viral. It's exciting. There's crowds. It's profiled in the New York Times because something is happening there. And that's somebody that's not leaving anything on the field. That's somebody that's doing the work, looking the part, refining the message. And, you know, there's been a couple of missteps. We don't need to, dwell on that. But for the most part, this is somebody that's creating an exciting blueprint for something that maybe it might not work now, although I hope it will. But certainly that's like a new model. That's a new blueprint for in the future. And like, to me, that's the kind of thing I want to be involved in. That's the kind of thing that I want to invest in. And those are the kinds of projects that we need to consider. And so I know I'm not endearing myself to a lot of people when I talk like this, but this has been a constant battle inside the dissident right movement. For as long as I've been doing the show for the past 10 years, I am constantly at war with my own side because I expect better. I am trying to raise the bar up. I am trying to raise the standard. I am trying to tell our side that we should expect more of ourselves. Better looking, better sounding, better results. And people don't like to hear that. People want to be Oliver Anthony. They want to go and cry about the problems in the woods, about how we're all losers. They want to be conventional. They want to do things that have been done and haven't worked.
And I know nobody likes to hear it, but it's time for a little bit of tough love, whether it's that conference that was held this weekend, whether it's Casey Push, whether it was those two nitwits that were on CNN, that isn't going to cut it. And if we have any tolerance for mediocrity like that, this is never going to take off. No, you're not going to wear your merch and your hey dudes with your disgusting fat chubby little body and say you represent this movement on national television. I'm not going to let that happen. And it might hurt your feelings, but we can't allow that. So that's just a little note on the primary. It's very
Bro, how can he do this? Beat up on those guys for wearing hey dudes, and then he wears Fishback's quarter zip and screams out the N-word the fucking first minute he comes on. Like, bro, just like homeboy in my chat saying, that is some dork shit. Like, Nick, step your game up, bro. Like, that was not good.
Because like I said, this was, by all appearances, could have been a competitive primary that a Groyper candidate could have succeeded in. Unfortunately, it just attracted the wrong person. And so it was an abject failure. 18% for showing up. You could have gotten 30% if they put a little effort in. Disappointing. Disappointing. You lost. And you didn't do a very good job. So you're done. Now, here's the next part about all this, and I said it at the top of the show. So Vivek Ramaswamy is now the nominee in Ohio, and here is the brutal truth about that. What you have to recognize about Vivek Ramaswamy is that people might say you have a Republican and a Democrat running in this race, and I've seen people say on Twitter, we have to reluctantly get behind Vivek because it's better than a Democrat. Anything is better than a Democrat. It's always better than the alternative. It's a lesser of two evils. These are the kinds of things that we hear every single time. Let me tell you a little bit, however, about the logic here. What does Vivek Ramaswamy represent in the Republican Party? Well, first of all, let's just state the obvious. He is a foreigner. His parents are immigrants. He's an Indian. He is a Hindu Indian, a practicing Hindu. Let's go further. He's a pharmaceutical billionaire who is in bed with this clique of J.D. Vance and Peter Thiel and all these other interests. And what you could say in a word is that he is a complete outsider to the MAGA, America First, Groyper movement. This is somebody that does not represent in any way, shape, or form a pro-white, Christian nationalist, America First vision. Not at all. He's a libertarian. He's not even a Christian. And he's an immigrant that is in favor of more immigration. He looks upon immigrants favorably. His ideology, as he said, is something like national libertarianism, a colorblind meritocracy. He wants America to throw open the borders to the best and brightest of his homeland, India, and the rest of the world. In case you haven't noticed, that is in contravention of everything that Trump represents. That is against everything that the dissident right or the ascendant America First movement represents. We want to get back to a vision of America as a European descended nation. We spawned from Europe. We are mostly European. We have a European character. We're also a Christian civilization. That is the religion of our ancestors. That is the religion of our nation. That is the religion of our civilization. We are against immigration. We have had far too much for far too long. And for all this talk about the best and brightest Indians, they're not even that good. As many people who have ever encountered them will tell you, they're not quite bright or good at all. But moreover, we want to look for the best and brightest Americans. There's a lot of talented Americans that do not have.
They have like 4 times our population. They have 1.5 billion people. We have 400 million people. Of course, they're going to have a few geniuses. But if we had 1.5 billion people, we would have way more high IQ people than India does currently. But when you have 1/8 of the damned world's population, you know, yeah, you're going to have a, that's why it seems, and the only Indians that Americans come in contact with are the best and the brightest from India. So it's a self-selection bias. We think of Indians as being smart, but Some of them are, but not that many.
Opportunities because the opportunities are being given to cheaper foreign-born labor. There's a lot of high IQ Americans that are out there in flyover country that just never get opportunity to get into higher education. Nobody ever invests in them because we have DEI programs. Because Chinese students are going to pay $70,000 a year to attend the same school that a white student would need government aid to attend, would need some kind of subsidized loan. So on basically every issue, in terms of his demographic profile, his religion, his ideology, this guy is not America first. You could even go back to his rant on Christmas, which I'll actually read to you. You might remember that shortly after Trump won the election in 2024, for whatever reason, Vivek took to Twitter on Christmas that week to drop this screed about why white Americans are so pissed off. This is what he said. He said, quote, "The reason top tech companies often hire foreign-born and first-generation engineers over Native Americans," which he puts in quotes, "isn't because of an innate American IQ deficit. A key part of it comes down to the C word, culture. Tough questions demand tough answers. Our American culture has venerated mediocrity over excellence for far too long. A culture that celebrates the prom queen over the math Olympiad champ or the jock over
Such
the valedictorian
so we gotta
will not
import
produce the
people.
best engineers.
Okay.
A culture that venerates Corey from Boy Meets World or Zach and Slater over Screech and Saved by the Bell or Stefan over Steve Urkel and Family Matters will not produce the best engineers.
If they're such badass people, then why does the country they're coming from look like fucking shit? And why does our country look good? Why is that? If our culture's so terrible, why are they such a shithole? And that has not a whole lot to show for themselves.
Movies like Whiplash, fewer reruns of Friends, more math tutoring, fewer sleepovers, more weekend science competitions, fewer Saturday morning cartoons, more books, less TV, more creating, less chillin', more extracurriculars, less hanging out at the mall. Most normal American parents look skeptically at those kinds of parents. More normal American kids view those kinds of kids with scorn. Which, by the way, there's like this resentment throughout the entire thing. Because he was that kind of kid. His parents were those kinds of parents. He's not a Native American. He says if you grew up aspiring to normalcy, normalcy is what you will achieve. Close your eyes and visualize which families you knew in the 90s who raised their kids according to one model versus the other. Normalcy doesn't cut it in a hyper-competitive global market for technical
talent. How many Nobel Prizes
like
do Indians hold? How many fucking Olympic gold medals does this shithole country hold? Fucking none. They don't produce anything. This is bullshit this Vivek's talking about. It doesn't exist. It's a figment of his imagination.
Ass is handed to us by China. This can be our Sputnik moment. We've awakened from slumber before, and we can do it again.
Why don't you go back and awaken your own country,
And it goes on more
asshole.
like this. Vivek Ramaswamy is telling Americans the reason you're not winning is because you're too lazy. You're having too many sleepovers. You're watching too much TV. Really?
That's our culture.
It's not because
Fuck
they
you.
open the borders to unlimited immigrants. It's not because they open the borders to unlimited goods and services from other countries. That had nothing to do with it. It's not because NAFTA opened up the border to Mexico and all these peasants that were working on farms were then given jobs at auto plants. It's not because we have a free trade agreement with the entire world and now you have sweatshops, children in sweatshops and people killing themselves at Foxconn plants competing with Americans that want a first world quality of life. Obviously. And, you know, once again, if you saw my show last night, there's some threads that run through both of these stories here. Obviously, the American people were given a raw deal by the ruling elites, Republican and Democrat, for the past 30 years. That was, by the way, the entire basis of the Trump movement. The pillars of the Trump movement primarily were free trade and immigration. It's the idea that simultaneously the opening of the borders to goods, but also people, is what undermined our quality of life. It was free trade that let cheap goods from Mexico, from China, from Malaysia and Vietnam. That is what destroyed industry. And it was cheap labor, low skilled and high skilled from Latin America and Asia, respectively, that has undermined American labor. And so these two things have totally hollowed out the workshops, the industry, the manufacturing, the labor force, the technical ability of the people. It was policy. In other words, it was policy. Republicans and Democrats both together pursuing these policies of open borders and free trade, which is what destroyed the wealth of the country. And by wealth, I don't just mean money. I mean the human capital. I mean the capital, the heavy machinery, the factories, the technical know-how, the pipeline, getting people into factories, developing the technical ability to build machines and the machines that build the things. That was the basis of Trumpism, was pointing this out, that yes, you were screwed. People in Ohio, for that matter, Wisconsin, Michigan, Indiana, Chicago, Pennsylvania. It was these people that were screwed as the economy went from a manufacturing economy to a service economy that then lost their livelihoods. And with it, lost their towns and their families and their lives. That was the whole idea. What Vivek represents is a redefinition. They're recapitulating MAGA in a new way. And they're saying now that actually the reason the white people are angry, the reason the white people don't have more, the reason America's in decline is not because of policy, but because you got too decadent. You know, think about the way the country is now. They're telling us you're still too lazy. People are picking up 2 and 3 jobs now. I know people that have applied for hundreds of jobs and done dozens of interviews, and they can't get a call back. People have been through the gauntlet of 3, 4, 5 interviews, and they don't get a job.
And we're supposed to believe that some fucking foreigner Indian is going to rescue us from our troubles? I doubt it. More than likely, he's just going to take with both hands and fuck us twice as hard as white politicians. I mean, this guy isn't going to help us. This is just a total ruse to get himself in the position. This guy don't give a fuck about us. Listen to how he sounds, all the disdain in his, you know, in his voice, or in his writing.
Middle of this, $6 gas because of a war in Iran, inflation because they doubled the money supply because they shut down the businesses during COVID. They told every business in America other than Amazon and Walmart that they had to shut down for a year. After all of these disastrous policies, war with Iran, more free trade, a COVID lockdown, doubling the money supply. In the middle of all this, Vivek is telling people, yeah, the problem is you. You're lazy. You're enjoying high school too much. Your kids are having too many sleepovers. They're watching too much TV. We need to be more like a sweatshop in Malaysia. We need to be more like these gauche Indian strivers that came from poverty. They came from abject poverty, people shitting in the river. What does this represent? This is a redefinition of MAGA. And by the way, it's a redefinition of America. That's Tucker, that's Vivek, that's JD Vance.
Bro, this is not just a redefinition of MAGA. They're trying to like get us comfortable with being ruled by fucking foreigners and brown people. Ooh, you know, we've got congressmen that are coloreds, but will they take a governor? You know, we need to get them comfortable with being ruled by foreigners. You know, they're just this subjugated class of disgusting Europeans with some coloreds mixed in. They're just, you know, these are the unwashed. That's the feeling that I'm getting here. Is that we're kind of being sold out by our own elites, sold up the river.
Telling us that the new version of MAGA, the new version of making America great again, is not blaming the globalists, not blaming the policies of free trade and open borders, not celebrating heritage Native Americans, not celebrating our greatness as a civilization, but alternatively blaming those people. Telling those people, you got cocky, you got lazy, you got decadent. Instead, we need to learn from the Mexicans. We need to learn from the Chinese. Indians and Jews, these strivers, they're now going to wag their fingers and tell us the problem is you. The solution is we need to open the border to more H-1Bs. We need to be more like them. We're going to continue all those things. You got to just compete. You either got to learn to program, learn AI,
or do what white people do and invent a new industry. You fucking stupid brown motherfucker. You know something? That's what we do. No, we don't just get shitty jobs. We invent new fucking industries and new ideas like social media, you fucking cocksucker. Get out of our fucking country. You and your people haven't contributed fucking fuck all to anything. You've just taken with both hands.
And too bad. That's the new message. Now let's get back to the Ohio governor's election. What is actually at stake here? Well, it turns out that what is at stake is not actually what happens in Ohio. It doesn't even really matter that much. Ohio holds a governor's election every 4 years, and a Republican almost always wins. So what is this election really about? It doesn't even matter so much what happens in Ohio, what a Democrat might do, what a Republican might do. What is at stake here is that if Vivek Ramaswamy becomes the governor of Ohio, it doesn't end there. It never ends. He becomes governor of Ohio, and then he's a statewide elected official. He is now on the ladder to build a national political profile for himself. So that means another Ramaswamy for president campaign. That means he's going to be in another Republican cabinet at some point. We're going to be dealing with this guy for the rest of our lives. But it's not just him. It also sends a message to every other Republican in the country, every prospective candidate, but also to the Republican Party, which is that this works. The voters will tolerate anything. We can choose this piece of shit. We can choose this arrogant, gauche striver, this pretentious billionaire douchebag. We can pick him to be the nominee, and people in a state like Ohio, Appalachia, Rust Belt, white, MAGA, white working class, blue collar, we can put a guy like that in Ohio and he could still win. And what message does that teach the Republican Party? It tells them that that's the new blueprint, that's the new model, and that's going to work there, and it's going to work in Pennsylvania, and it's going to work in Michigan and Wisconsin, and that is the new ideology of the party. It worked in Ohio, so that's the party. Either the voters will tolerate it, or it worked, so it's a winning message, and we'll celebrate it. But that is what we will teach the GOP. Not only that we're okay with it, but they're going to give us more of that. And again, think about that inversion. What we have been getting, at least in name only, at least nominally from Trump, is a message of nationalism. At the minimum, there's this expectation that we're going to have mass deportations, a border wall, a tariff schedule. We're going to have protectionism. At least with Trump, there is the expectation, because of that original campaign, that at least they have to pay lip service to these ideas of nativism, immigration restriction, trade protection, remanufacturing, reindustrialization, all these things. Because that was the original movement. If we get Vivek, it's a huge backslide, and you're telling people you have to get comfortable with a browner, less Christian, less right-wing, less nationalistic Republican Party. You're just going to have to shut up and get used to it. The new GOP is going to be striver Indians, Jews, Chinese, gays. That's going to be your new GOP. No, they're not going to be Christian. No, they're not going to be white. No, they're not going to even like white people. And no, they're not even going to be conservative. They're going to be libertarian. And you're going to get used to it because they have the money, because Vivek is a billionaire, because David Sachs is a billionaire, because they're going to cough up the money. And we're going to get that. That is going to be the GOP now. And that, by the way, is our only shot. It's either the Democrats or the GOP. If you give Vivek the victory, the GOP backslides away from, Trumpism was a failure. It's going to get worse. We're going to have techno-libertarians and, you know, Zionist nationalists running the party, and then that is your only option other than the Democrats, because the GOP is the organized, institutionalized opposition to the left. So what is really at stake in Ohio? It's not what happens in Ohio. It's not about the governance. What is at stake in Ohio is the fate of the Republican Party, which is the fate of the organized opposition. If Vivek wins, sure, it's going to be better than the Democrat. Certainly. 100%. Take it to the bank. If Vivek wins, he's going to be a better governor for Ohio for 4 years. He's going to be marginally better. Maybe he will be, maybe he won't be. I imagine if he's Republican, he'll be better. But so what? In 4 years, there'll be another election, and maybe he wins and maybe he doesn't. But what happens after that is you teach the Republican Party at the national level. First of all, you give him a career, and he's going to be in the pantheon of Republican leadership for the rest of our lives, potentially. But you also teach the GOP as an organization a lesson, which is not only that we will tolerate this, but that this works. That this works.
Acceptable.
And they can try it again, and they can give us more of this. They don't need to pander anymore to white people. They don't need to pander anymore to Christians. They don't need to even pretend to be Christian. They don't even need to pretend to care about.
No, what happens is it's a very short period that they're indifferent. Then they start oppressing Christians. For a very small period of time, they ignore Christians or minorities or religious people or people with beliefs. And then very quickly it gives way to oppression and tyranny.
Heritage or white people or anything like that. That's the lesson you're teaching them. So it is so much more important in this election that he loses. Even if he might be a marginally better governor, what he does to the national GOP is far more detrimental. That's why he has to lose at any cost. That's the game that we have to play.
This can't fly.
The message has to be, if you give us an Indian billionaire who hates
we're going to
God,
throw him out.
We will send it back. We will take the Democrat. We will take our lumps. We'll take the L. We will re-roll in 4 years. Try again. You gave us Vivek. You gave us this shit. We're sending it back. We don't want it. You can have your Vivek back. You can have your candidate back. We don't want him. Try again in the next 4 years. That's your problem. And you know what? That's going to hurt the GOP more than it's going to hurt anybody in Ohio. I'll tell you that much. Because you know what it means if Vivek gets the governorship in Ohio? How many kickbacks for his friends that J.D. Vance knows?
Yep.
J.D. Vance is a venture capitalist. That means that he invests, he makes all these very risky bets in tech companies. And he worked with Peter Thiel. So they're putting money into Anduril, and they're putting money into all these different tech platforms. They're putting money into all these tech startups. What do you think happens when Vivek becomes the governor of Ohio as the Republican? Kickbacks. Kickbacks, that's what that means. Kickbacks for Republican billionaires, kickbacks for Silicon Valley, for little tech, kickbacks for the politically connected to J.D. Vance. Why would we reward these people? Why would we reward the GOP? Why would we reward this patronage network with these kickbacks from the state of Ohio when they're giving us an Indian Hindu that hates us and is an immigrant? People say, you're only shooting yourself in the foot if you don't vote for the Republican. No, we're shooting you in the face. And that's what we want to do, metaphorically.
Think about this, too. Our own people, white politicians, barely treat us with any dignity or respect. How good is somebody from another country, as an Indian, going to treat white people? If white people treat white people like shit when they're ruling them, how are Indian people going to treat white people when they have the fucking whip hand? You think it's going to be nice? You think they're going to play fucking patty cake with us? I doubt it. I very much so doubt it.
People say if you don't vote for the Republican and you get a Democrat, you're cutting your nose to spite your face. You're shooting yourself in the foot. You're only hurting yourself. No, you're wrong. We're hurting you. Because if Vivek doesn't win the election, then Anduril doesn't get its kickbacks. If Vivek doesn't win the election, Les Wexner doesn't get his kickback. If Vivek doesn't win the election, none of the billionaires, none of the Republicans get what they want. Good. Fuck you. You didn't give us the candidate we wanted. Now you don't get the governor's mansion. You don't get the seat and all the benefits and privileges that are conferred by it. Vivek doesn't get a political career, and all his backers don't get the kickbacks that they want. So it is actually about sending a message. I am not a Democrat. I am not a leftist. I am not even liberal. I'm right-wing. I'm an identitarian. I'm a nationalist. And yeah, Amy Acton is not going to be good for Ohio. But here's the way it's going to shake out. In November, you got two candidates that can win the election. You got a Democrat and a Republican. You got Amy Acton and you got Vivek Ramaswamy. It's a binary. Those are the only two that are going to win. Now, if you vote for Vivek, Vivek is going to win. If you sit out, well, Vivek won't get those votes. But if you vote for Amy Acton, it improves her chances of winning. And so this is why I'm telling all the Groypers, we are going for the Democrat in Ohio. And I know it's unpopular, and I know it's controversial. Good. And I know people are not going to like it. That's fine. People are going to hate me for this, and they're going to call me a shill, and they're going to say I'm a plant, and they're going to say we're vindicated on him. He turns out to be a Democrat. Fine. Let's be the villain. Let's be the villain, because we hate the Republican Party right now more than we hate the Democrats. You're damn right. And you want to know why? Because the Democrats, at least it's the devil we know. The Democrats are the enemy. I'll take an enemy over a traitor. The Republican Party put up a pharmaceutical billionaire Hindu Indian who wants more H-1Bs to run for governor of a Rust Belt state. That is a betrayal. That is an insult. They have spit in the face of every Republican in the state of Ohio. They thought that they could get away with that. They thought that we would tolerate that they could shove that down our throats because we're stuck, because they have us hostage, because we have no other options. We have to go with the Republican. So they really thought they would get away with that. That's who they like, because Vivek is a billionaire.
He's their boy.
He's got a lot of money, and he's got a lot of friends in Silicon Valley with deep pockets.
And him and Vance, they're like two peas in a pod. Those guys, they're come right out of little tech. They're looking to take over our politics. This is a new group of elites that are trying to knock off the old ones and replace them. And these guys are sick technocrats in bed with the billionaire Adelsons and shit.
So the Republican Party leadership loves it. They don't care that we absolutely hate it. They know that we're going to shut up and take it because we got nowhere else to go. Because they think that they have us hostage. I am not a Democrat. I'm under no illusions about what the Democratic Party represents. I think they're immoral. But I am going to tell people to vote for the Democrats, to send a message to the Republicans. We will not tolerate a Republican Party that doesn't represent us anymore. We will not tolerate a Republican Party that isn't America first. If it's not America first, we're sending it back. If it's not America first, we're not voting for it. You're not going to get the seat. You're not going to get the benefits. We will not tolerate it. So yes, we are going out for the Democrat happily, proudly, as a middle finger to Vivek Ramaswamy and his giant head. Every vote for Amy Acton from a Republican, from a Groyper, from a nationalist, from a Trump supporter, it is a middle finger to Donald Trump and Vivek Ramaswamy for trying to foist this upon us. And that's how you have to look at it. That's what it is. It is a protest vote. It is a fuck you. Because we would rather go with the Democrats just to demonstrate you don't own us. You don't own our vote. You don't hold us hostage. You're not going to tell us what the GOP is going to be. The voters will tell you. So you gave us Vivek, we're going to give you Amy Acton. And yeah, nobody's going to be happy about it. You're not going to be happy. We're not going to be happy. Here's the message. Do better next time. Do better in these other races in 26, do better in 2028. And in Ohio, you know what? You're going to get another chance in 2030. Ohio's a very Republican state. They go 10 points for the Republicans. Usually, they haven't had a Democratic governor in almost 20 years. So I'm happy with Amy Acton as a one-term Democrat governor.
Funny, bro.
Give the Republican Party a chance to get their act together, and maybe next time they can give us a candidate that we can get behind. So I'm going out to Ohio, and it's not going to be for a spoiler candidate. It's going to be getting behind the candidate that will win, that can defeat Vivek, and that's the Democrat. It's going to be a protest vote. It's going to be a middle finger. There is nobody worse. We cannot there is no circumstance where we can allow Vivek Ramaswamy to advance. He has to be shut out of politics completely. We have to slam the door on his arrogant, big, stupid fucking head and tell him, no, that's a bridge too far. There's a lot that we have tolerated, and people voted for Trump despite their reservations. There's a lot that we have tolerated over the years. That's too far. Absolutely not. I'll take Acton over Ramaswamy. Absolutely not. Under no circumstances can he advance another step or get a career. F you. And F the GOP that gave him to us. So that's going to be the mission this summer and in the fall, is we are Democrats now. Yep, we are protest Democrats. We are Groyper Democrats. And we're going against Trump. We're going against Vivek because we're not happy. We did not get what we were promised. We were promised mass deportations, no new wars. We were promised electoral reform. How many of these things? And what we're getting is data centers, AI deregulation, a war with Iran, foreign aid, H-1B visas, and Vivek Ramaswamy. It's inexcusable. So we're going to have to send a message. We're going to have to crash the plane. This is our Flight 93 election, actually. We have to crash the plane into the field. So to borrow a phrase. So that's that. We're going to move on. I think, when did we start this show? How much time do we have? I think I started a little after 11. Let me just double check. I don't know if we have time to get into Iran, and I really don't want to talk about it. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, we're just going to move on and take a look at Super Chats. Nice. Good news. We spent an hour on that. Nice. Okay, we're going to move on. We're going to take a look at the Super Chats. We'll talk about Iran tomorrow. It's already late. So let's see. We'll take a look. We'll see what you guys got going on over here. Yeah. We'll save Iran for tomorrow. Okay, let's take a look. Let's see what we got here. You just started. No, I didn't. I started at 11. Right? Yeah. We'll save Iran for tomorrow. We gotta stretch it out because this is a slow week.
Yeah, I'd rather have him say
if I cover Iran tonight, then we got nothing for tomorrow.
Yeah.
So we gotta stretch it a little bit.
No, I agree, Nick.
That's just how it is for the week.
That's cool with me, man.
All right, let's see. I know you're not gonna be happy about that, but it is what it is. All right.
StayMX sent $20. Hey, Nick.
You just started. No, L. Sorry, guys. Slow week. This is what we have to do. We have to make do. We got to stretch a dollar around here, you know? This is what we got to do. Yeah, I mean, the situation in Iran, I don't know. Maybe should we cover it? Should we cover it tonight?
I mean,
how do you like my new tie? Are you kidding me? The mogging is... Damn, I'm looking good. All right. Should we cover Iran or should we save for tomorrow? What do you think? I just don't know. I honestly don't feel like it at all. It's already midnight, guys. You know what? I'm saving it for tomorrow. I'm saving it for tomorrow. Yeah, you thought. I'm saving it for tomorrow. Nice try.
Yeah.
StayMX sent.
That's from yesterday, thanks.
Slay3R8888 sent $50. Have a good week.
Thanks. Thanks a lot. You too. Have a great week. I've been having an okay week. Cinco de Mayo, had some tacos today.
What else? Look at that jawline. You kidding me? Yeah, I've been having an all right week.
Fulgroip sent $20. I don't think doom scrolling itself is the issue. The content just sucks. Any good quality content recommendations?
No, you're right. The content does suck. All content is terrible now. I literally, everything on YouTube sucks. Everything on TikTok sucks. Like everything is like, where do I go for my dopamine? There's no more dopamine. The dopamine has run dry. And now it's unbearable. So I'm with you on that. You're right. The content is all terrible.
Rakshaka sent $100. As a new fag, shout out to the Grow-Wipers for viciously protecting the movement from skin suitors. It feels like the older siblings protecting the family. Greg, Beardson, Hoplite, Mr. White, Honey Badger, etc. You all are amazing.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah. It's true, though. It's true. Chad Champion, I would throw in there. He's been culling the herd a little bit. He's a little controversial, though. I don't really know how I feel about him. But yeah, there's a lot of that going on. We need it. We need a little policing. Gotta police the movement a little bit.
Karina Munoz sent $20. Your teeth are great and you look sexy.
Think so. I do need to whiten them a little bit. That guy was right. But thanks. You think I look sexy? Thanks.
Rothbard DK sent $50.
Appreciate
Been
it.
autistically watching old videos on AF+. Hot stuff. Wild how AF came together. Non-stop conflict and great
True.
debates and shows. Crazy how none are still around. Warski, Sticks, Garipi. All gone.
Yeah. Well, JF is still around, and Sticks isn't doing so hot. Yeah, look, I mean, people, it's so funny. People are always saying, America First used to be good. It's like, we were always controversial. I have always been controversial. People get into this and they're like, oh, right, he's calling out the Jews. And they're like, wait, he said something I don't agree with? What happened? I've always been controversial. There's always been infighting. There's always been, I'm pugilistic. I fight everybody. I'm iconoclastic. It's what it is. That's my way. So.
Braxton sent $50. Top 3 favorite video games?
Oh, I don't know, man. Fortnite. Really, the only thing I play these days is Fortnite, Call of War, Call of Duty. Those are like my big 3. So yeah.
36 and Fading sent $20. At Tucker, I make $250,000 per year and own an 11,000 square feet home. Plenty of opportunities, still upset by the demographics of the U.S.
Exactly. There you go. Exactly right.
Rich Gropire sent $500. Raise the group chat to $1,000 a month.
Whoa, thank you for the huge super chat. Maybe we'll do another tier. Maybe we'll introduce another tier where it's $1,000 a month. Because, $100 a month is good, but it's like, it's a lot of people. It's a lot of people that are in it. And that's good. You want that, but like, I know some people want a more curated experience. So maybe we'll create another tier. Maybe we'll create a secret club. Oh, I like that. Yes. Maybe we'll create a little secret club. What do you think about that? A little secret $1,000 a month club? Only for the most elite, like a word of mouth. It's like that Disney thing.
Man.
It's like Equinox. Somebody put me onto that recently. I think I might have to go off.
And Groipout 1488 sent $25. I have an opposite Groiper dilemma. I'm left-leaning, but my friends hate when I say Jews run society and I say nigga.
How is that the opposite? Oh, because like I say left-wing things and the chuds hate me? Yeah, it's kind of funny. It's so hard. I need to find friends that are like right-wing but not chuds. Because like the chuds have gone insane. You can't do or say anything. It's like, brother. So it's hard.
Shinobi Groiper sent $20. Any chance of a cameo on Extreme Peace 2? They will be filming this summer.
I don't know, man.
The White Rican sent $20.
I don't think so. I'm not a good actor.
The White Rican sent $20. RKDFJF.
What's JF? Oh, Jeffrey Epstein. That's
Squiggly Miggly Groiper sent $25. Sucks Vivek won but not surprised. Putsch was a total goofball. See you on the trail. All my niggas voting Amy Acton. Handshake emoji.
Hell yeah. He was a huge goofball. He was a total goof. And yeah, so I rubbed his face in it. Yeah, get fucked and shut up.
Squiggly Miggly Groiper sent.
That's kind of like my thing. I've been doing that forever. Ever heard of Patrick Little? I've been doing Paul Nealon. I've been abusing, dissident candidates forever. And I always get attacked for it. It's so funny.
Squiggly Miggly Groy percent $25. Also, Seth Rogen perfectly encapsulates the slovenly millennial archetype you were ranting about on last night's show.
No, he doesn't. You have no idea what
Put
you're
one
talking
cent
about.
$25. A shrewd one for Jews, a pretty one for women, and a dangerous one for African Americans. Chud the Builder completes the Wang trifecta.
I don't get it. A shrewd one for Jews, a pretty one for women, and a dangerous one. I don't really understand.
Anti-Semitism awareness sent $20. Imagine trying hijack Nick's life's work, then getting mad at everyone when it backfires. Clown face emoji, donkey emoji, ninja emoji.
Well, I don't know that that's really what they were doing, but it just wasn't good.
Dr. MC Spankus sent $20. Have you tried the coconut Red Bull yet? Life altering. Other alt flavors suck, but this one is a better white monster. S+ tier.
No, I don't really experiment.
Squeeze
I don't like to experiment. I just go with what I like. I just go with a white monster, sugar-free Red Bull. I don't like to venture out, but I probably should.
I like sugar.
Maybe I should. Maybe I should venture out, experiment, and try some new things. No, I'm kidding.
Sugar.
But like, yeah,
Sugar.
you know, maybe I should be more like that, I guess.
Sugar food.
Because I never have tried any of the other flavors, but I probably really enjoy them because I love Red Bull and Monster. But yeah, I never even think. The thought never crosses the threshold of my mind to even reach for another flavor. It's like they don't even exist. It's like my eyes can only see the ones that I've already had.
A succulent Chinese meal sent $20. Would you rather listen to Steven Anderson preach for 8 hours or listen to Marla Rose? Any woman really? Talk for 1 minute? Noisy95 sent $20. Thank you for being the avatar of our generation, taking the slings and arrows, being a charismatic genius and your finger on the pulse so our hearts beat right. RKDF and JF.
You're welcome. Yeah, it's not easy, but hey, thanks.
TB Code sent $200. Fist emoji.
Yo, thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate it. Big shout
Asaf
out.
H. Abramovich sent $20. What do you think about Fishback's company Azoria Partners co-founder and an Israeli IDF commander? Seems problematic.
Is that real? I haven't heard that. I don't care. I like
11
it.
Grow sent $20. Old enough to remember when Ye bravely stood, sacrificed his career and got canceled to heroically speak out against taxes.
Yeah, to say that taxes should be higher on the rich. Yeah, that was awesome.
The Blue Dreamer 95 sent $20. How do you deal with all the hate knowing you are doing the right thing?
Well, I just realized that I'm better than ever. I mean, it's tough. I get shit on constantly. It's crazy. But yeah, I just have to remember that I'm the GOAT and the people shitting on me are idiots. So that's really all you could do.
Frida Groy percent $100.
People are nothing.
Thanks for dedicating your life to this. We don't deserve it. Proud new fag. October 7th. You led me to the Catholic Church. Both my brother and I have our families in Osea. 4th Gen Baptist. Tie for all you do.
Yo, thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate it. And I'm glad to hear it. Welcome to the church. Welcome home, brother. Thank you very much.
Fuck APAC sent $25. I really hate when MF calls me buddy, especially when younger. Almost slapped this chud the other night over that shit.
I don't know. It can be endearing. It depends on who says it and how.
Jordy sent $20. Do you think Kirk was killed because Israel realized the impact he had on youth? Did Kirk wake up? Please explain this topic.
No, I think he got killed by that guy.
Ashley sent $20. Love from Ohio again, Nick. I'll never stop. F Mary Kill? Maybe tomorrow night?
No, I don't think so.
Nibby123 sent $20. Opinion on New Zealand? And would you ever visit?
No opinion and no.
George Floyd sent $20. Does solitude come from a lack of profound conversations in today's society? Is high intelligence correlated to loneliness?
Holy basic ass question. Do highly intelligent people feel lonely? I don't know. I don't think it's about profound conversations. I think that's overrated. It's really, to me, it's really more about, I feel like most of the people that I meet, they don't even really see me. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? It's not even that you're not talking about something deep or something of substance, because I don't think anybody really wants to sit around and talk about like philosophy. It's more like, are they really listening? Do they really see you? That's the question. And I think that it's especially hard these days to find people that genuinely see you, you know, or especially someone like me. So I think that it's not so much about a profound conversation. It's more about whether somebody's listening, whether somebody's really, are they really present? That's really the question. So
Soytoys.com sent $21. I'm risking my fucking future career making these Groy Pertot blushies. My slowest seller, by the way. I am killing myself, fuck you.
Well, I don't know what that is, so.
American Reform
Sorry.
sent $50.
Hey, thanks for the super chat.
Soytoys.com sent $21.
I'm going to try and pull up the link here. I don't even know what this is. Oh, you're selling like a... Oh, these are kind of funny. Well, we're going to sell them. We're going to take your idea and we're going to sell them. What do you think about that?
American.loser sent $20. Hey, Nick, you look really good today. Look at those pearly white teeth.
Thanks. Yeah, right. And then he sent a Discord link. I don't know what that's to, but yeah. I mean, the suit's looking good. I shaved. Yeah, thank you.
Celtic Roip sent $50. Casey Butch needs the black pill. Bitch Nig thought he had a chance with an Orwood 5.
Yeah, honestly, that was really the biggest thing. Where's the looks,
Young Pablo 978 sent $100.
I like people that aren't bald.
Young Pablo 978 sent $100. What's up, brother? Glad you had some time off. You deserve it. And glad you're back and ready to roll. My birthday was 2 weeks ago, and the following day I found out my good friend had passed. Crazy how life is. One day you're celebrating life and the next you're mourning a life.
Yeah, well, thank you for the big super chat. Happy birthday. Yeah, I'm back in action. Sorry to hear about your friend. Life is very fragile. I mean, one day it's them, one day it's you. That's why you got to live in the moment. We got to live for the now. I miss that mentality. Everybody now is setting plays. Everybody's thinking about the future. We got to get back to YOLO. We got to find our way back to YOLO. We got to find our way back. Do you remember when every pop song was like, you know, we might die tonight. We might not get tomorrow. You know, let's have a good time because we might not be alive. We got to get back to YOLO. Where's that millennial optimism? Where's that YOLO? We got to get back to that. That's the energy that I've been on this year. Is I'm like, just say it. Just say what you're going to say. Say what you feel. Say what you think. Do whatever you want. Not like in a hedonistic way, but this recognition that it all could be taken away at any time. So no restraint, no discipline, no plans, no future. We have to live in the present. That's what I've been on. And I think it's because I'm getting older. I think that's why. It's because I'm getting older. It's because I'm 27. I could see the age on my face. I see the wrinkles. I feel it in my joints and in my bones. And I realize, wow, like, I'm going to die. I'm going to die. And everyone's getting killed all the time. Charlie Kirk got blown to smithereens. People are trying to kill me all the time. So I had a dream someone tried to kill me. And yeah, so it's a few things that'll do that to you. It's not just the getting old. It's also the assassination attempts. That'll do it as well. So anyway.
NAMBLA.
So yeah, gotta live while you can. Leave nothing unsaid. You gotta let go of the small things. Leave nothing unsaid. And you just gotta, we gotta live.
Kickbuttkowski was right, sent 20.
We gotta put on that song. What's that song? Give me everything tonight. Grab somebody sexy. Tell them, hey, give me everything tonight. That's the energy we gotta be on.
Kickbuttkowski was right, sent $25. Wow, Paul Hauser takes a break from being an extra in Cobra Kai to attack you. Orville slithering in the comments any minute.
Oh, really? Who's Paul Hauser? I don't know who that is. Dude, Orville is such a pathetic worm. It's insane. He's constantly texting me like, hey, man, can we be friends again? Hey, could you unblock me? Hey, could we work together? And then I ignore him, and then he's in the replies ankle biting me. Nick will never be friends with me because he's a narcissist. And it's like, dude, you're such a fucking worm. It's actually unbelievable. How many times is this guy going to beg me to unblock him only to then like turn around and ankle bite me a week later? It's actually pathetic. Like, dude, hop off.
Lancecross 24 sent $20. Casey didn't deserve your stab in the back. Sooner or later, you're going to run out of bridges to burn, Nick.
That's hilarious. It wasn't a stab in the back. I don't know this guy from Adam. Stab in the back. Go fuck yourself. Stab in the back. I don't even know that. What do I owe to these people? What do I owe to Casey Push? I don't know these people anything. I don't know this person. The guy's an idiot. He ran a terrible campaign. He's a total clown. What do I owe him? Apparently I owe everybody everything. You stabbed him in the back. No, I just don't like him. I don't like him. I never did. If anything, I was too nice from the beginning. I should have been shitting on him for longer.
Maybe then he would have won.
Be Den Pilled sent $20. Maybe old news now, but this came up on my feed the other day. Motionless Chud, who sounds gay, made a hit piece on you buttressed by Braindead takes u2.b/u1sft4rmw90.
Well, I'm not pulling that up. I don't care about
Laura
that.
D. sent $20. Thoughts on the beef between the Grow-Ipers and Faith Merrill?
I'm not weighing in on that. Yeah, whatever.
Sosco Dadrian sent $20. Thoughts on World War II? Rauer sent $20. Marine Pork Roy per heading to Princeton this fall. Gunning for investment banking in Wall Street. But what do I do after I make it? Politics? Also been reading Nietzsche lol.
That doesn't matter that much. Just focus on making it. Just focus on making as much money as you can, making connections, and then you'll figure it out. You'll figure it out once you're in there. Trust me. Just make as much money as you can. And get networked up. Make as many connections as you can.
Midwest Groip sent $20. Did you see Clav was blazing Vance? Do you think he made a deal with Deal to get that club? It's really blackpilling.
I don't think he made a deal, but that is sus. He says, oh, Vance looks smacks and he looks quite good now. It's like, no, he doesn't, bro. No. I feel like Matthew McConaughey. Verf! No! Like, I'm stuck in the Tesseract. Yeah, it's very hard to watch. I love Clav. That's my guy. It's my homie, but yeah, it's hard to watch, man. He's clearly going in a different direction. Look, obviously that's not his opinion. Like, he is saying that for some reason. It's who knows why. That's someone else telling him to say that, it seems. And it's sad. So yeah, I feel like Interstellar right now. Murph! I'm like banging on the thing. I'm adjusting the watch. I'm adjusting the watch with the thing. Yeah. Hate to see it, but well, you know, he always said he's not political. It is what it is. But yeah.
Dominican Groy percent $25. Nick Sneeko, I need you to run right back to me. Crybaby, I need you to run right back to me. Smiley face emoji.
No. He was not a crybaby. He was right. He, you know, maybe he should have said it a different way, but he ultimately was right. He was going through a really hard time. We were making it harder on him, and that was wrong. That was shitty. So, but yeah, me and Sneak go. We're always going to be friends. That was to Candace. I need you to run right back to me. So true. And it's so true. Dude, I'm literally him. You know, run away as fast as you can. Wait, no. Run back to me. It's so true. Yeah, did you see she did a Twitter space and she said Nick Fuentes definitely won. He's rent-free in their heads. It was like a little back and forth. It's like, I said something nice about her. She said something nice about me. You know. Oh, who knows? Who knows what can happen? Just try love. Okay, just try love. Candace Owens, yep. Oh, Candace. Yeah, she watched the clip on her show and then she did a space and she gave me my flowers. Yeah, run right back to me. So true. That's how I feel. It's what's on my heart.
Robbie Allen sent $500. Red pilled boomer that will be asleep by the time you read this. You well represent the generation of men my generation stole from. Great work. Robbie Starbuck took a shot at you being a Fed today. Frick the Goy Matrix and press on.
I don't know who that is. Thank you for the huge super chat. Thank you for the massive super chat. Red pilled boomer asleep. Oh, you're sleeping. I represent the generation of men. Great work. I don't know who Starbucks is, but I appreciate the huge super chat. W Boomer. I love boomers, man.
Yabbers 54 cent $150.
I'm not like Tucker. I'm not going to trash. I love boomers. Boomers are awesome. Okay. Boomers are great.
Yabbers 54 cent $150. Hey, you're that guy.
Yeah, thanks for the... People say that to me all the time. They're like, wait a second, do I recognize you? Hey, you're that guy. You're that guy on TV. I was at my favorite place in Koreatown this weekend, and this guy... I was like about to leave, and this guy's like, wait, can I get a picture? And then the girl or girlfriend was like, can I take a picture of you? I was like, sure. I get recognized everywhere now. Everywhere I go. I go to the coffee shop. I get my Spanish latte. Clocked. Recognized.
I get recognized in DC, in New York, in LA, in Chicago, in Miami, in Rome, in Naples. I got recognized by some Romanian guy. It's actually kind of nerve-wracking. It's kind of scary, actually, but it's almost always positive. Not always, almost always. But yeah.
MC Mahan for Mayor sent $50. Mr. Fuentes, your performance on last night's show will echo in eternity.
Think so?
Your courage in saying the truth in public, without fear, is unmatched.
Thanks.
Chicago's proudest son lays down the gauntlet. Godspeed.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, it was pretty good last night.
Danish American Groiper sent $30. Appreciate you, bro.
Thanks, bro.
Lieutenant Don's Legs 15 sent $20. I've been a fan since 2017. Vote Green Cone in 2028 in Indianapolis.
Thanks, I appreciate that. This stupid thing, I'm always pulling it. Okay, thanks.
Bumfucks Nico sent $30. Where's my merch? Weatherboy.
I don't know.
Yosolo 950 sent $200. DonVoteVivek.com. LMK if useful. Improvements needed.
I'll take a look at it. Thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate it. Don't vote Vivek. We could use a better URL. Yeah, also this needs work. Well, don't worry about it. We'll do the website. It's an interesting idea, but we got it, okay? Thank you for the big super chat, though. I appreciate
Big
it.
Plays sent $20. Is it any surprise that these weirdos like Chuds Builder and Handsome Truth got exposed as cross-dressing homosexuals? They aren't intelligent or productive, only famous for being rambunctious.
I don't believe that. I don't think that's true. That's not the issue. I mean, that would be an issue, but the issue is like the stuff that they're doing is just, to me, it's not nice. I don't believe in that, okay? And I saw Chud the Builder got a little bent out of shape about what I said. I don't think I said anything derogatory. I don't like that approach. That's not my approach. It's one thing to be vicious to the people in the arena. You want to be vicious to Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin. That's fair game. They're in the arena, but I really don't like that approach of antagonizing people in public. I just don't. I just don't like that in general. Not even just for politics, but I think that people have enough on their plate. You don't know what people are going through. And people have enough problems. People are trying to get to work, or they're trying to do their thing, or they got something on their mind. I don't like that people are out there bothering everybody. I don't like that in general, whether it's prank channels, political stuff. I don't like that. So I just think that's wrong. I think it's unethical. That's not my MO. I don't like these streams where you go and become a public nuisance, or you go and antagonize people, or you try and instigate a fight, I don't like that. I don't like mean-spirited stuff. You know, it's one thing if you want to bring people in and you want to have a conversation, or, you know, you want to brighten up their day, and it's for people that choose to participate. You know, that's one thing. But this, like, we're going to go to homeless people and make them say the N-word. I mean, what's even the point of that? That's not nice. And especially for politics, I don't think it's all that endearing. I think we want to be positive. I think it's good to be a positive force in the world. We should be kind. And I know that's rich coming from me. But again, it's people super chatting. They're participating in the process. I think if you're out in the world, you have to be an evangelist. You have to be a good representative. That's just me. Those are just my values. So I don't like that public spectacle stuff. Who needs that, you know? I want my platform on the internet. If people want to watch it, they can watch it. It's entertainment. I don't like people bringing it into the world and inflicting that on the masses. It's part of the problem.
Cabal sent $20. Nick, you can save America, but you have to live in a HBCU frat house every day for the rest of your life. Would you do it?
Well, what are these?
Rolando 1504 sent $20. Nick, did you go to Little Village today for Cinco de Mayo? And also, are you ever in contact with your parental grandfather's side?
No, I didn't go to Little Village. And was I ever in contact with my paternal grandfather's side? No, he died 50 years ago. My dad's father died, I think, in 1971. So he's long gone. He's been long gone. And I'm not really in touch with anybody from that side of the family, to be honest. So, I mean, my dad's siblings and his mom's siblings, but not so much anybody from the dad's family. He was a troublemaker. Injun Joe, they called him. Injun Joe. Maybe that's where I get it. He was a maniac. He was very violent, a very violent, wild man with a bad temper and loved heroin and loved heroin. So that was the problem. So no contact with Injun Joe or anything like that.
Pragmatic Culture sent $100. Putch's potential redemption is entirely dependent on if he has the balls to tell his people to stay home come the actual gubernatorial election and deprive the GOP of the win, or if he'll fold and go out for Vivek anyway like a bitch.
Hey, thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, I guess. I think everybody should just get behind the Democrat. I think that's more powerful.
Lieutenant Don's legs 15 cent $20. Love you, Nick, looking better than Clav nowadays. Fuck the
No,
haters who
I'm
say
not.
otherwise.
Are you kidding me? Nah, dude. Clav is taller. Game over. Taller, bigger frame. Game over. And facially, yeah, he's younger. He's got 10 years on me almost. So yeah, it
Mr.
is
Blitz
what
sent
it is.
$20. Hey, Nick. Notice the improved suit game recently. Ball knows ball.
Thanks. Yeah, I had to go and
Neil G. Patel
do
sent
that.
$25. Hey, Nick, love the show, but shout out to the editor that made the new intro. Immaculate edits and music selection.
Thanks. Yeah, he's pretty good.
Goofy Groyer percent $50.
He's excellent.
May the 4th be with you. Nick, let's take the whole squad and go to Disney World. Hit all the rides at Hollywood Studios and take pics in front of the Millennium Falcon. Let's run it this summer.
Yeah, sounds great.
Kemdean sent $20. How often do you get haircuts? I feel like the length of your hair literally never changes.
That's so not true. It's like probably every 4 weeks, 3 or 4 weeks.
I could be your grandma sent $50. Please explain boomer hate. I understand we were born in a different USA. I just don't understand what we did to deserve the hate.
Well, you guys just have all the money, so all the poor people are upset about it. See, I don't hate boomers because I'm not poor. But if you're some broke loser that has to like be a wage slave and you don't own anything, I could get why they hate you guys. Because boomers own all the real estate, own all the stocks, have big retirement accounts. That's a stereotype, at least. So the Zoomers hate that the boomers are hoarding all the wealth and they're broke. I think that's really what it is. Zoomers are like, why can't you give me all your money? It's like, I don't know, man. Get a
why
job.
can't you die so we can buy your house?
I don't know. Get a job. There's like this, everybody makes this joke where they're like, oh, the boomers, they bought their house for like a quarter and a peanut and now it's worth $1 billion. Like, yeah, we've all heard that joke before. America was like a third world country. America was like a third world country in the 50s, and there was just all this potential, and now it's just a different kind of country. Don't hate the players, hate the game.
It's a fucking buffet that everybody else is.
Hey, nephew, don't hate the player,
They
hate the
don't pay
game,
and they
little
come
nigga.
in and take everything.
The money's out there. It's easy to make money if you're smart.
True.
And I know people say, well, it's easy for you to say. You have a show.
Well, he
Dude,
got
it has
that.
never been easier to make money. We have AI. We have TikTok.
Right.
I've seen people do it. It's a lot of hard work, and you need an idea.
But everything's hard work.
Like in the structural ways that matter, it's like never been easy to make money.
True.
And people don't want to hear that because then they say, wow, I feel like a piece of shit. Well, I don't know what to tell you. Some people are born to be entrepreneurs and have projects, and some people are born to work for other people. And it is what it is. Some people make excuses. Some people feel sorry for themselves.
True.
And some people get after it. And it happens all the time. I mean, it happens every day in America that people are making money. They have an idea. They get on social media. They post their idea on social media. They use AI and YouTube tutorials to develop their skills. They suck at something. They get better at it. They meet people. It happens every day. And the people that make unbelievable money at a young age, they're not even impressive. Like, I know a lot of them, and a lot of them aren't even that smart. They're not even that smart. They're not the most interesting people you've ever met, but they just fucking do it. They just do it. They just get after it. They have an idea. They work really hard. They don't let anybody, they don't look for somebody to give them permission. They just do it. They're not looking for somebody to give them permission or for somebody to deal them in. They just do it. I know a lot of people, they want everybody else to do the work. You know, they're fantasizing about the cars, the watches. They want everybody else to do the work. They don't actually want to do the work themselves. People do it. I promise you, people do it every day. You have Polymarket, you have sports betting, you have trading, you have AI, you have social media. It's like the possibilities are truly endless. I know all kinds of people that make all kinds of money in many different ways. Crypto, I mean, you name it. You just need to be a little bit smart, take the initiative, work your ass off, It's never been easier. You just have to put the work in. You just have to do the very difficult task of doing something new today. That's hard. Instead of doing my normal routine, I'm going to do something new. I'm going to build a new skill. I'm going to learn something from scratch. It's going to be hard. Do it. It'll change your life. You know? So that's why, honest to God, that's why people hate the boomers. And don't get me wrong, like, I recognize not everybody can do that. Totally true. And we do need an economy that works well, even for people that are never going to be entrepreneurs. That's true as well. But the reason that people hate the boomers, that is economic resentment. That is an economic issue. So, yeah. And you know, look, the boomers are the beneficiaries. Boomers are on the dole. They're going to be receiving Social Security and pensions and Medicare until they die, which is going to be like 35 years from when they retire. They hit 65, they retire. Hit 70, they retire. And then they're going to be consuming tons of resources for the next 30 years from the government, from the private sector, elsewhere. So there's some resentment about that too.
Cassius Thundercock sent.
Anyway, I didn't even read this
Nuclear Ballistic Roy percent $50. Sup Nika. My bitch is going, divorce, and we have 2 kids. Should I A, take a job out of state paying $250K/year and see the kids way less, or B, take a $100K/year job in state and see them way more?
Okay, sorry. What is the question? My bitch is going and we have 2 kids. Oh, grim. So grim. Should I A, take a job out of state paying $250 a year and see the kids less, or B, take a $100K a year job in state and see them more? I don't know. What do you want to do, man? You're asking me how much you want to see your own children? It's up to you. How much do you care about your children? I don't know, bro. That's really... What a question to ask somebody. Should I see my kids more and make less money, or make more money and see my kids less? That's really kind of your call, man. I don't think I can make that decision for you, actually.
Chuck Johnson cellmate sent $25. Kinda mugging. Looking like a gay Mexican Sinatra. Any updates on good old Chuck? He convert to Islam, or he go skinhead?
Okay. Well, let's just put the first comment aside. Chuck Johnson? No, I haven't talked to him.
Jersey Grow I percent $20. Generational rerun loading. When will they learn? An object in motion stays in motion.
It's, you know, no matter what.
Holland sent $100. AF. Randy Finizabab is sacrificing Demois immigrant loving trader / super chat. Username gate throwback.
Very funny. Thank you for the big super chat. Yes, very good callback.
Luis Jimenez 999 sent $20. Deport all street shitters.
Oh, daring today, aren't we?
Hoplite sent $100.
Yo, thanks for the Hoplite. You don't need to do this, bro. Hoplite is helping me out behind the scenes. But hey, I appreciate the big super chat, man. God
Kyle
bless.
sent $100. Nick, just take my fucking money. YAF had hard as fuck. Buy it, you chimps. But in all seriousness, Portillo's or Culver's? Eyes emoji.
Culver's, bro. Thank you for the big super chat. Portillo's is, I don't even eat there anymore. I refuse to eat there. It's all shit now. Yeah. Portillo's used to be the best. The best. Everybody knows this. Growing up, there was nothing better than Portillo's. Nothing better. Beef sandwich, hot dog, burger, chocolate cake shake. There was nothing better. And now, dog shit. Absolute dog shit. Inedible. I will never go there again. Because they got bought out by private equity. And they wanted to expand everywhere. Now the restaurants don't even have a theme. All the restaurants used to have a theme. It would be like Prohibition era 1920s, or like Depression era 1930s, or World War II 40s, or they would have like a retro futuristic 50s. All the restaurants had a theme. Elaborate decorations, exterior, interior. It was like a true experience. And everything was on the money. Flavorful, fresh, hot, fast. It was all excellent. If you're from Chicago, you know there was nothing better. You go to the drive-thru at like 1 a.m. with your niggas. They take your order on the paper bag. Nothing better. Nothing better. With the fam, with the homies, going through the drive-thru late at night, or you go in the restaurant. I used to be afraid when I was a kid, because I had this fear. This is a little insight into my neuroses. When I was a little kid, I never wanted to go to Portillo's because I had this fear that everything all the decorations would fall down. So they have all these like decorations that are like hanging from the ceiling. And I had this fear when I was a kid of things falling from the ceiling. Is that totally bizarre? Anybody relate? I could never go anywhere where things were hanging from the ceiling because I thought I would go in and it would fall and kill me. So what does that say about, like, you know, fear of things falling down? Kind of interesting. But anyway, so yeah, Portillo's used to be good. Now it's shit. Culver's is great. Bona Beef is great. I'll go to those chains. Those are probably the two chains I go to the most. Culver's and Bona Beef. Bona Beef has really stepped up their game. They're excellent. Always very hot, very fresh, very flavorful. The beef is great. Don't love the fries. I just get them well done. Fries are all right. They got these Italian beef bites. They got the hot dogs are great. They got pizza. I hear the pasta's good. I haven't had it before. The burger is a winner. Everything there's a winner. So Bona Beef is really good. Culver's is excellent, always. Fuck Portillo's. Death to Portillo's.
Number 25 cent $20. What are your thoughts on Spencer Pratt? You think he's got a shot?
I'm not following that. I don't really know.
Surgeon General Grower percent $20. Ritter scope Trump was scum pre-2016, but not right about much since. Judge Napolitano boomers love Vance as the real AF.
Really? That's crazy.
Legal AF sent $200. Never going back to cozy.
I hope not, man. Thank you for the big super chat if I'm lucky.
Tony Groipino sent $100. So true king.
So true. Thanks for the big super chat. I appreciate it.
Sent $20. We love and appreciate you, Nick.
Thanks.
Hashtag anorexics for foods.
Dude, I'm practically anorexic at this point. I just don't eat.
J066 sent $20.
It's like that song.
I'm young and determined to help out the movement. I've been hiding my power level and I'm ascending the ranks in the trucking industry.
Oh, well, that's going to be really helpful.
Bribe Vivek with Jam sent $100.
Hey, thanks for the big super chat with Jam. I don't get it.
Shilling Donald sent $20. Lifelong Ohioan. Blue collar, gun-toting, right-winger, along with my echo chamber friends and workforce. All us young people on board. We never thought of voting Dem, but now we will.
Hell yeah!
Never Vivek.
Hell yeah! Gun-toting, right-wing. Fuck yeah. We're all Democrats. Now, I love being a Democrat because Democrats are going to win. I love it. It feels so naughty. It feels wrong.
WV56 sent $20. Replay Crew Blue Wave in Ohio embrace communism.
Well, no, not embrace communism. Just it's a protest vote. It's a protest vote for the Democrats.
PNW Goy sent $20. Hey, it's the 17-year/O student Penny Keith Groiper again. I wrote a great paper on how intelligence plays in domestic politics. I know you're a really busy guy, but I would love to send it to you. God bless.
You want to send me your class essay? Listen. It was a funny super chat. All right, send it to me. Send it to me. Maybe I'll read it, okay? DM it to me on Twitter. Send it to me on email. Maybe I'll read it, okay? For the young niggas, maybe, okay? Because I feel for the young guys. I get it. I was there.
JRP
once.
sent $25. There is no political solution. Free Patriots sent $20. Trumpet emoji. Ohio first hashtag Red Wave 2026.
No, dude. Blue Wave.
Scotty 900 sent $50. Your comments about voting for Democrats have turned a lot of us off.
Good.
No Democrat should ever be voted for. The better fight focus is getting John Thune out of Senate leadership. Focus on that.
Bye. Bye. That's turning a lot of us off. Goodbye. Yeah, good riddance. No imagination. Kill yourself.
At Anon 472816.
Go fucking hit yourself in the head with a hammer.
At Anon 47281638 sent $20. Atheists who believe in abiogenesis and macroevolution are not only retarded, but hellbound. Dr. James Tour rapes atheists.
Okay. Thanks for
Super
telling me.
Chatstein sent $20. Hi Nick. Republicans hold supermajorities in both chambers in Ohio, so Acton can't do more harm than Vivek will. No excuses.
Bang. There you go. I love that.
Diddy Sprinkles sent $100. Snake in the grass seems to be a reoccurring theme with these sneaky two-face intelligence ops. Tucker Rorschach's Carlson Prime X. But who do you think is a bigger snake, Tucker Carlson or Ryan Selkis?
Hey, thank you for the big super chat. Ryan's been nice to me. So I would have to say Tucker. Why, is there beef in the group chat that I don't know about? No, Ryan's been cool. So Tucker's the op. For sure.
G213 sent $20. Strickland, who is a fan of you, is fighting comes out this weekend. Let's bring the belt back to America. Sorry, Sneakalole. Smiley face emoji. God bless you, Emperor Pat and African American Saurus.
Yeah, W. Strickland. We're rooting for him. He's
the
got
White Rican
this.
sent $20. RKDFNJF. Typo lol.
Oh, okay.
File89 sent $20. Maybe instead of making a price a demand to be in a chat, make it based on the actual content of a person.
Oh, that's
Review the people and if they are
crazy.
good, they are in. Instead of douchebags and their ignorance.
And you think you would get in? That's
WV56
crazy.
sent $20. Casey Butch could have been cool, but he just didn't have that fishback motion. Fish emoji. Fish
True.
emoji. Fish emoji.
No fish.
Nane331 sent $20. I offered a mass for you.
Thank you.
Gang shit no lame shit sent $20.
I
Got
feel
check
it.
time for grow wipers in Ohio. 1K grow wipers knocking 1K doors equals 1M doors. 50 hours or 4 days /PP. Take action for action.
Yeah, for real. Groypers need to sign.
Fucking bullshit. Hope it cuts that. Yeah, that's it for tonight, guys. I cut off the last 10 minutes because it goes when he off his stream. I don't know why Rumble does that shit, but it does. Anyhow, I hope y'all enjoyed the show. My show as well as Nick's. Hope y'all enjoyed it. Appreciate you guys watching. I will see y'all in the next one. Have a blessed morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Deuces.